The children were well aware their actions were forbidden, and the certainty of punishment from their parents only sharpened the thrill. The afternoon had been oppressive, the air thick and heavy with the promise of a storm that had finally unfurled across the sky, a dark, swollen blanket. The early evening shadows clung to them as they stood in a loose circle in the cemetery, a game of dares having spiraled into something more. This feels wrong. Don't be a baby. I'm not. But it's seriously creepy out here. It's a graveyard. What did you expect? They're just places. They don't have to be scary. A low, ghostly wail from one kid sent another into a shriek, which quickly spread into a chorus of nervous screams. Almost everyone, that is. I'm leaving. You can't bail now. We haven't even started. This is dumb. I don't want any part of it. Just as one child pivoted to leave, another voice cut through the chatter. We need an offering. That's the whole point, right? Since when? I thought that was just part of the story. Because that's what's required. It's part of the deal. This is ridiculous. The whole thing's made up. I'm out of here. You keep saying that. Then go. Nobody's stopping you, chicken. The bickering might have stretched on forever if the ringleader hadn't hushed them. This was their scheme, born from a private fascination they dared not share, knowing the relentless teasing that would follow. Look, sacrifices are everywhere. Even in history. It's a serious thing. I've seen it in movies. You've never seen those movies you're always talking about. Yes, I have. No way you have. Anyway, the leader pressed on. We have that rabbit. It'll work. It's symbolic. They smirked inwardly, confident the sophisticated word would command silence. A collective ew rose from the group. That's so sad. It didn't do anything. Don't start crying. I'm not crying. It's just depressing. I got it this morning with my pellet gun, another boy stated proudly. One clean shot. I'm a pretty good shot. Might even enlist later. The rabbit lay in the center of their circle, atop a weathered headstone whose inscription had long been erased by time. The boy who'd shot it shifted impatiently. All right, let's get this over with. I'm starving, and my mom will skin me alive if I'm late for dinner. The sound of unfolding paper quieted the group. I have the instructions right here, the leader announced, scanning the handwritten notes. It's a formal ritual. Another impressively adult word. But why are we really doing this? To form a pact, an agreement. An agreement for what? To have a wish come true, obviously. Weren't you listening? It's like a trade. And you honestly believe this will work? I read about it. It was in one of my dad's old books, a huge horror novel with a skull and a snake on the cover. It said the ritual was based on a real account. You make an offering, and you get your wish. What was the book called? Do you have it? That poor little thing. I don't remember the title. A snort of disbelief. So, you just invented the whole thing. I did not. It was a real book. You make a sacrifice, and you get a wish. That's the system. Why not just pray for stuff then? We've all tried that, and whatever comes of it? Nothing. The silence that followed was answer enough. And let's be real, praying isn't about getting rich or getting exactly what you want, is it? So we're trying this. And it will work. Just imagine if it does. Prove it? Fine. I will. Good. Get on with it then. Everyone needs to join hands. Hold hands. Seriously? The leader snapped. No, I'm the one holding her hand. A nervous giggle escaped someone as fingers fumbled and linked together. Quiet. Everyone needs to join hands now. It's crucial. They all complied, forming a chain. The leader, whose own hand now clasped the very person this clandestine ceremony was truly for, began to recite the words. The incantation, a patchwork lifted not only from the promised book, but from countless other sources, comics, films, even scripture, felt alien to most. Yet, to a few, the air grew heavy and the dusk seemed to deepen. The familiarity of ritual, ingrained from weekly attendance at the church looming behind them, made the whole affair feel thrillingly transgressive, the most daring act some had ever attempted. Now, Someone must stab the rabbit. A ripple of shock travelled the circle. What? It has to be done. That's the next step. But it's already dead. Stop arguing and just do it. The reader extended a hefty blade. Here, take this. Why me? Don't you want the honor? I never said that. I'm conducting the reading. The sacrifice requires a separate hand. I can't perform every role. Silence held them frozen. Fine. A moment later, the knife descended into the rabbit's limp form with a sickening, sodden thump. Gross. That's horrible. It smells. Be quiet. Poor thing. A shattering crack of thunder tore across the sky, so primal and profound it vibrated through the earth beneath their feet, making the church windows chatter in their frames. The ritual's architect grinned wildly. See, I told you it would work, didn't I say so? Didn't I? A searing flash of lightning followed, violently bleaching the world into stark, colourless negative before the deluge hit. The wind snatched the ritual pages from their grasp, and the rain fell like gunfire, so dense it erased the graveyard wall from sight. The circle shattered as everyone fled for home beneath the rolling thunder, the distant hills struck by brilliant skeletal forks of light. Almost everyone alone in the tempest, the leader spotted the sodden ritual script tumbling across the ground, snatched it up, folded it neatly, and tucked it into a pocket. Then they worked the knife free, remembering the church door would still be unlocked until the vicar's evening rounds. The remaining child gently gathered the rabbit and walked through the storm toward the large building. Stepping into its sheltering shadow, they knew the right thing was to give the little creature a proper rest, somewhere safe, somewhere hidden, somewhere sacred. And with it would be buried their own fervent hope that the hand they had held so briefly in the circle would one day be held by them and never let go. Chapter 2. Harry's police career, much like his earlier years in the military, kept serving up situations no training manual could ever adequately cover. Classroom lectures, scenario role plays, and even riding along with seasoned officers could only prepare a person so much. He was convinced a great deal of what he actually did fell far outside any official job description he'd ever glimpsed. Frankly, if the government's glossy recruitment ads had listed half of these unique experiences as essential duties, he might have seriously reconsidered his entire career path. Harry had been tested to the absolute edge of his endurance as a soldier, both in body and mind. The saying went that you trained hard so you could fight easy, and while the training was vital when the bullets flew, the fighting part was never simple. He had witnessed violence so raw and brutal that even years later the memory could jolt him awake in the dead of night, the phantom smells of cordite and blood hanging in the dark. There were things worse than the chaos of combat, memories he kept locked away because speaking them aloud meant living through them again, a process he'd repeated too many times in therapists' offices, trying to reconcile not only what he had done, but what had been done to him. No amount of counselling, he was certain, would ever fully erase the terror of capture, the searing pain of the IED, or the lingering ghosts of interrogation. Later, as a police officer, Harry saw fresh proof of the cruelty people could inflict on one another, often for nothing more than a quick payout. He'd collared drug runners and car thieves, broken up smuggling rings moving everything from booze and cigarettes to firearms and even exotic animals. It wasn't quite as outlandish as that movie about snakes on a plane, but he once spent a truly memorable shift dealing with escaped chinchillas on a city bus. He'd faced knife attacks, contract killings, organized crime, and the desperate acts of those just trying to survive. Drunks had vomited on him, snarling for a brawl, and police dogs, more like wild bears than pets, had snapped and lunged. One Halloween, he even arrested a man in a clown costume for causing a public disturbance, an incident Harry still recalled with a grim chuckle. The guy had sprinted through downtown squirting people with a water pistol filled with his own urine, all while wearing pants with the seat cut out and a fake foxtail wagging proudly from his bare backside. Yet out of all the high-stakes, life-threatening situations across both careers, Harry had never once been tasked with painting a sheep. "So I just slap it on here," Harry asked, pointing to a spot on the animal's fleece near its shoulders. The sheep was wedged between two narrow fence rails, fixing him with a cold, unblinking stare. He'd seen that look before, a dead-eyed gaze that promised relentless violence. This sheep had murder in its heart, Harry was convinced. The creature looked downright sinister. "That's right," said Jim, who served as a local police community support officer and also helped run his family's farm. He stood a few steps to Harry's right, while his border collie Fly watched the sheep intently, tail wagging softly. "Just dab a good glob of that blue goo right on the wool. Don't be stingy with it. I want it worked in deep," in his hands. Harry clutched a tub of a sticky, oily substance the colour of a blue raspberry slush and a heavy paintbrush with bristles so stiff they could probably scratch steel. Huddled in the farmyard barn, Harry had Jim on his right and Eric, the PCSO's father, on his left. The relentless winter rain, which had so far refused to become snow, had announced his Thursday morning by hammering against his bedroom window like a frenzied drum solo. Now it roared against the metal roof above them. A bitter wind snarled outside, and though the barn walls held most of it back, the gusts still found every gate opening gap and crack to lash inside with icy fingers. The whole structure shuddered and groaned so violently that Harry half expected it to tear free from the ground and sail away. The air inside was thick with the warm, earthy smells of animals and hay, a scent Harry, once more accustomed to city fumes, now drew in deeply, finding it the very breath of the countryside. "She doesn't exactly seem thrilled about this," Harry remarked, cautiously extending the brush toward the sheep. "What I mean is, I think this fluffy monster is plotting my death." "That's just how sheep look," Jim replied. "You mean evil? What? No," Jim laughed. "You're mixing up sheep with goats, am I?" Harry said. "I'm fairly confident I know the difference. Clearly, you've never been properly glared at by a goat." "Can't say it's a memorable experience if I have," Harry admitted. Highly aware of the animal's piercing stare, Harry slapped a generous blob of the blue paste onto the sheep's wool and worked it in, pushing the brush deep. The sheep's gaze never wavered, brimming with what seemed like profound indignation. Once Harry finished, Eric, stationed to his left, swiftly pressed an identification tag into the fleece before releasing the sheep through a small gate. Jim nudged another forward from the crowded pen, and this new ewe fixed Harry with an equally unimpressed glare. News had clearly spread through the flock. Some clueless outsider was here to mess with their cozy coats. "Well, hello to you too," Harry said to the sheep, then turned back to Jim. "Run this by me again. How does this magic paint work?" "It's called Tech Tracer," Jim explained, guiding another sheep forward. "They first invented it to protect church roofs, stop thieves from climbing up and stealing the lead. Was a real problem around here for a while, until this came along." "It's got those microdots, right?" Harry asked, applying the paste to the next sheep, whose stare felt like two polished windows overlooking a very annoyed interior. "Exactly," Jim said. "Each dot carries a unique code for the farm. All that info goes into a database combined with the radio tags Dad's attaching. It's the best theft deterrent going." "So what did farmers do before all this tech?" Harry inquired. "Mostly horn markings," Eric grumbled, his voice a low rumble. "We still do that, along with the electronic ear tags. But a thief can slice those off in a heartbeat, can't he? Which is exactly what those rustling bastards do. I swear if I ever catch them." Eric's words dissolved into a throaty growl and muttered curses Harry was just as glad not to decipher. Eric might have been in his mid-50s, but a lifetime of outdoor labour had left its mark. His face was like weathered stone, etched by wind and work, and his forearms were coiled with tough, ropey muscle, even in the dead of winter. "It's clever stuff," Jim said, pushing another sheep toward Harry's brush. The routine continued, a strange, chilly baptism in the rattling barn as the storm raged on. "If any of these animals are stolen, an alert goes out not only to the police, but to auction yards and slaughterhouses. That way we can stay ahead of the thieves, and maybe get our hands on the people who killed Neil." Harry had been waiting for the subject to surface. It was only a couple of months back that Eric had lost 50 head of his flock to rustlers. Jim had lost an old school friend in the ordeal, a man who, it turned out, had been involved from the start. He'd not only led the gang to the farm but kept Jim occupied elsewhere while the theft happened. Then he ended up dead, a loose end someone felt needed silencing. Jim hadn't taken any of it well. "I wish we'd done this sooner," Eric said, his voice cutting through the low grumbles around them. "Then we'd have those sons of guns by the throat, wouldn't we?" To drive his point home, Eric reached out with his right hand and mimed gripping and twisting an invisible set of, well, Harry got the picture. "I'd make the rats squeal too, you bet I would." "Are you all settled with the insurance?" Harry asked, steering away from Eric's rumbling thirst for payback. He worried Jim didn't need to get stirred up over it again. "Did they pay out?" "Yeah, but only after a mountain of red tape," Eric grumbled. "Back and forth proving what happened. The usual nonsense." "That's insurance for you," Harry said. "You have to have it then. When you actually need it, they fight you every step of the way." "But it's not the same, is it?" Eric's tone shifted, the anger ebbing just enough to let a thread of sorrow show through like a calm patch on water after a squall. "The money, money's just money. It can't replace what was taken from us. It covers the cost of the sheep, sure, but it can't give back the years of work we put into breeding that flock. Champions, a lot of them. Thank goodness they didn't take my rams. That would have finished me, but I suppose it's something." After that, the talk faded, and the three men returned to the task at hand, standing there, marking the animals with technology's best shot at thwarting rustlers. The whole scene took on a strangely peaceful rhythm. Harry wasn't one for meditation, but the sounds, the smells of the place, the repetitive motion, it was almost hypnotic. It gave him a glimpse into why people devoted their lives to farming. For Jim and his dad, it was more than a job, more than a calling even. It felt like the very reason they got up in the morning. "Fly's coming along," Harry remarked as they neared the end of the sheep. "Not much of a puppy anymore, is he?" "Don't let him fool you," Jim said, a familiar lightness returning to his voice at the mention of his dog. "He's still a goofball, smart, sure, and eager to work, but just as happy to flop on his back for a belly rub." "Who isn't?" Harry laughed, having grown fond of the animal himself these past months. "You should get one," Jim said. "A dog, not a belly rub, now that you're here for good." "So I keep hearing," Harry replied. "And by people, I mostly mean Gordy, though the rest of you seem pretty set on the idea too." "I'm not sure it'd be fair to any animal to end up in my care." "I'll keep an eye out for you," Jim offered. "A sheepdog might not be right. They need to be working constantly, but a terrier maybe." "No, they're a handful too, stubborn little characters." "A yappy dog," Harry said, shaking his head. "Just leave it with me," Jim insisted. "I didn't say I wanted one," Harry countered. "Honestly, I'm pretty certain I've never once uttered the phrase, 'I want a dog in my life,'" Harry remarked. "You didn't have to," Jim answered with a smile. "And since you've put me in charge of the canine disappearances, I'd say I'm well informed on the subject." "Let's not call it that," Harry said, catching the slight edge in Jim's tone. "Especially not in any official paperwork, and it's not only dogs, is it?" "Fine, pet theft," Jim conceded. "I'm just trying to add a little drama. Seriously, you wouldn't believe the calls I get about supposedly stolen rabbits. Who steals a rabbit? Let me tell you, nobody. Rabbits escape. They dig and chew their way to freedom because that's their entire purpose. And don't even get me started on mice, hamsters, or stick insects." Harry paused, studying the young officer. He'd assigned this task to Jim a few weeks prior, hoping it would offer a distraction from the grief of losing his friend. He wasn't convinced it was helping yet, but these things took time. "You understand what pets mean to people," Harry said gently. "There's been a national increase in thefts, especially dogs. As a dog owner yourself, I'd think you'd grasp how crushing that loss can be, right?" Jim remained silent. "If it's too much, I can always hand it over to Jaden," Harry offered.
"What? Absolutely not."
"I'm just saying," Harry continued. "Just give me the signal. He'd never stop talking about it." "You're right, he wouldn't. He'd appoint himself the official pet detective." "No doubt," Harry agreed. Probably craft a little badge, give public lectures, do interviews on the community radio station. Jim was quiet for a long moment. It's fine, really. I understand why you gave it to me. You're sure? Harry pressed. I can call him right now if you'd prefer. It's fine. Jim's voice was firm, leaving no room for further debate. As they finished with the sheep, Jim walked to the far end of the barn, his dog Fly following closely, leaving Harry with his father Eric. Appreciate the help, Eric said as Harry turned to go. Don't see many in your position willing to get their hands dirty like this. Nothing to thank me for, Harry shrugged. This was all Jim's idea. The least I can do is back him up. All of this? Eric asked, gesturing to the sheep with their bright blue facial markings. Of course, Harry said. Implementing this system across the valley could be a game changer for the farmers. Leading by example always works better than just giving orders. Jim's a good officer. You should be proud. He is, Eric said, and I am. But that's not what I'm talking about, and you know it. Harry understood. How is he holding up? He asked, his voice dropping. After everything? Not well, Eric admitted, shaking his head. Neil's death, it wrecked him. He feels responsible. Thinks he should be the one to solve it. I know why you gave him the pet theft assignment, and it's helped some, or it will in time. Harry recalled the incident from about a month before Christmas. Neil discovered in his car a single bullet in his head. There was nothing Jim could have done, Harry stated. He couldn't have known Neil was mixed up in the sheep rustling here. He knows that. Does he, though? Eric countered. It's because our sheep were stolen years ago that he became an officer in the first place. So he blames himself for all of it, thinks he should have found a way to prevent it. Neil made his own choices, Harry said firmly. Bad ones. When you get involved with a criminal operation at the level that stole your livestock, there's never a happy ending. I've seen it too many times. Eric moved to stand beside Harry, both men looking out across the quiet barn. Harry noted the man was compact but solidly built, with shoulders and arms that seemed capable of hefting the hay bales stacked in the nearby barn. I'm guessing there's still no word on who's behind all this, not just the sheep, but what happened to Neil. Harry shook his head, crossing his arms. The thought of the perpetrator still being out there made his own muscles tighten. Nothing at all, he replied, and that tells you this isn't some amateur operation looking for easy cash. Neil's death, the method, it was calculated. But don't think for a second I'm walking away. Giving up isn't in my nature. I can see that, Eric said. Their talk was cut short by a shout from the gate leading toward the house. Come on, you two, Jim called over. Kettle's boiling. Got cake waiting. We're coming, Eric answered. Go ahead and pour, son. Jim nodded and turned back toward the farmhouse. Eric started after him, then paused to glance up at Grim. Just watch over him, will you? He's all his mother and I have. You have my word, Harry said. He followed Eric out of the barn, his mind drifting back to the phone call, to Jim's voice cracking when he delivered the news about his friend. Chapter 3. Gareth Jones couldn't think of a more unusual way to mark his 40th birthday than launching a solo album in a small Wensleydale church in the dead of winter. A faint smile touched his lips, even as a familiar ache throbbed beneath the surface. It hadn't been his plan, but he was grateful he'd agreed. Singing was where he felt most at ease, most like himself. On stage he found a kind of peace, and peace was what he desperately needed now. Truth be told, that was the whole point of putting out new music after nearly 3 years of silence, to push back the gloom with whatever light he still had left inside. With so much in his life shattered, if his voice could still ring out, then there was hope. What for, exactly? He wasn't sure, but he'd figure that out later. The album would give him the rest of the year to decide what came next, if anything. After all, court battles and loss leave scars. And thanks to a record producer named Nicholas Hall and his completely unhinged ex-wife, Cassie, those scars had been carved even deeper, hadn't they? The wounds were bad enough on their own, but then they'd swooped in and salted every one. Honestly, Gareth was surprised he'd made it through with his mind still intact. The church stood in the village centre of Asgrig, cradled by an old graveyard and wrapped in a silence broken only by the cry of a lone crow riding the north wind. It was a blustery Friday, the cold sharpening as the day wore on. Gareth moved through the cemetery, bundled in a heavy coat, his fingers occasionally grazing the tops of weathered headstones, their inscriptions softened now more by time than by sorrow. The afternoon was iron grey and bitter, but that was January for you, with the new year settling firmly into its bleak, wintry stride. Gareth felt a deep sense of relief that the hardest chapter was finally behind him, though he knew the memories and the scars they left would linger for a lifetime. To mark a definitive end, he had made a point of staying awake until midnight on New Year's Eve, determined to symbolically lock away the past and toss the key. That night was a private celebration of expensive champagne, classic 80s films, take-out pizza, and his own solitary company, a perfect evening he thoroughly enjoyed. In fact, he got so into the spirit that he even recorded a video on his phone, doing his best impressions of the iconic characters from John Hughes's The Breakfast Club. The next morning, alongside that forgotten video, he discovered a note stuck to his refrigerator. Scribbled with enthusiastic exclamation marks, it pitched an idea for a new album, a collection of choral arrangements of 80s pop hits. At that champagne-fueled moment, it had seemed like a brilliant plan. Now, a few days later, he was far less convinced the world was waiting for his renditions of 99 Red Balloons, Eye of the Tiger, or Come On Eileen, but then again, wouldn't it be a fun project? He chuckled to himself. Leaving the church's main door, Gareth followed a short path that led to a small cobblestone marketplace centred around an old stone cross. He paused, leaning against the bordering wall. Just up the lane to his left stood the house famous as Skeldale House from the beloved TV series All Creatures Great and Small. He knew this not just because he had moved back to the area recently, but because this village was home. The church behind him was where his singing career had first begun decades ago. The modest semi-detached cottage he grew up in sat on the village outskirts, with its small garden, 2 cramped bedrooms, and a living room fireplace large enough to roast a pig. His new home was similarly understated, a deliberate choice to avoid drawing any attention. It was tucked away in the tiny hamlet of Counterset, on the road leading out of Bainbridge and just a short walk from the slate-grey waters of Semmerwater. This place was his secluded haven, a sanctuary chosen first and foremost for his peace of mind, with practicality and investment being distant concerns. He didn't miss London at all. Reflecting on his old life there felt like recalling another person's story, as if that version of himself had never truly existed. Stepping back inside the church, Gareth was immediately met by the familiar scent, a mix of cold stone, sweetly varnished wood, burning candles, old books, and layered history. He took a deep breath, quietly hoping to absorb some of the ancient tranquility he always felt in such spaces, as if the walls had stored up generations of prayers, acting like a spiritual battery for renewal. Walking across the flagstone floor, he glanced at the door to the tower. In that instant, he was no longer a man in his 40s, but a young boy again, singing in the local choir alongside his friends. He turned and pushed through the tower door, entering a small, dim room cluttered with scaffolding and timber. Hanging on the walls were the choir's pale blue robes, one-piece gowns about as flattering and stylish as burlap sacks. Gareth looked up at the space where the wooden ceiling should have been, understanding now the reason for the scaffolding and the lumber he'd seen. Heavy bell ropes were coiled and secured on wall hooks, pulled clear of the work area. The flood of memories in this tower room was potent, almost dizzying, yet he welcomed them, drawing the sensations deep within himself. He stepped back into the main body of the church. At the distant end, where the nave met the chancel, a modest platform had been set up. Upon it rested an electric keyboard, a cluster of folding chairs, and a solitary microphone standing sentinel on its stand. Sure, he'd performed in legendary halls across the globe, from London's Royal Albert Hall to the iconic sales of the Sydney Opera House, but it was these more humble spaces that truly captured his heart. That sense of intimacy, the tangible connection with an audience, was something a vast arena seating thousands could never replicate. There was a unique, almost sacred quality to singing in a church, he mused. For a fleeting second, he imagined the accumulated voices of centuries of worshippers still lingering in the air, a silent choir waiting to welcome his own. Seeing the microphone, a familiar, fluttering excitement rose in his chest, a feeling that made him grin. In that instant, he was every version of himself. The boy chorister catapulted to fame on a TV talent show, the reckless teenager with more cash than wisdom, and the man he had become. He was, right then, the sum total of every choice, good and bad, every misstep, every cherished moment, and all the memories he both needed and desperately wanted to leave behind. Tonight was about ensuring that when he sang, every fragment of his being, his very essence, wouldn't just support each note, it would live inside them. This wasn't about the paycheck or proving his continued relevance to a fickle world. This was something far more personal, more raw, a spiritual reckoning. This was about feeling truly alive again, clawing his way back from a bleak, hollow numbness that had felt like a kind of death. That was the entire point. Nothing more and certainly nothing less. He moved down the central aisle, his footsteps echoing between the empty pews. He passed the one his parents had always claimed, a familiar ache accompanying the sight, and climbed onto the stage. Turning from the altar, he gazed back down the length of the church toward the small door leading to the tower. The building's profound emptiness suddenly felt heavy, pressing against him, and his breath hitched. A cold fear whispered, what if nobody came? What if he was about to confront the utter irrelevance of his existence by launching an album into a world that had simply moved on? The sharp creak of a door hinge shattered his spiral of doubt. Gareth. His eyes found the source of the voice. A petite woman stood there, bundled in a puffy sunshine-yellow coat. Her head was tucked into a red and white striped knit hat, crowned with what had to be the most absurdly large pom-pom he'd ever laid eyes on. "Hey, Lisa," he called out, giving a little wave to his pianist, musical director, and longtime friend. "You coming or what, lunch, remember?" "Oh, right, yes," Gareth nodded, the mundane reality of the appointment pulling him back. "It's a late booking, but we managed a table at the King's Arms," Lisa said, not venturing further into the nave. "We won't have time for a proper dinner later, not with all the rehearsing we still need to squeeze in before tomorrow. Do we really need that much more?" Gareth asked, a hint of weariness in his voice. "We've been over the set list a dozen times." Lisa shook her head, her expression firm. "You might be content to get up there and improvise, but I am definitely not. And neither is the rest of the team." "That's not what I meant," Gareth protested. "I know," Lisa replied, her features softening into a smile, looking at her. Gareth felt a familiar, complicated pang. He wished he could return the affection he saw in that smile in the way he knew she hoped for, but some feelings just couldn't be forced. Sometimes, friendship was the only territory you could ever share. Sure, there had been that one awkward, regrettable night years ago, a misstep they'd silently agreed to bury. "Feels strange being back here after all this time, doesn't it?" Lisa said, her gaze sweeping the familiar walls, changing the subject. Gareth nodded, his hand coming to rest on one of the massive stone pillars, supporting the arched walkway that flanked the nave. "This whole thing was your brainchild, if you recall." Lisa's laughter, clear and bright, echoed through the quiet space. "You can't pin the blame on me if it all falls apart." "I wouldn't dream of it," Gareth said, inhaling the cool, still air that carried the scent of old stone and quiet history. "These stones must hold on to so many memories," Lisa mused, her voice softening. "I sometimes think if we listened closely enough, we could hear every whispered promise, every prayer, every thought we ever had in here, all trapped inside forever." "You're such a sentimentalist." "Nothing wrong with a little sentiment," she countered. "No," Gareth agreed, his own voice catching slightly as he felt the familiar internal tug toward a dark place he usually avoided. "You're absolutely right about that." "Everything okay? Just memories?" he said with a thin smile. Karen. Her name alone was enough. Gareth's breath hitched. It's been 3 years, he managed. Doesn't seem to get any easier. He watched as Lisa crossed the space and placed a gentle hand on his arm. It's not supposed to be easy, she said quietly. What happened was a tragedy. It was, Gareth thought, but dwelling on it wasn't what Karen would have wanted. They stood in a comfortable silence for a moment, allowing the quiet of the church to settle around them. My parents are definitely coming, Lisa said, shifting the mood, and I think most of the old crew will be there too. You mean they're all still breathing? Gareth quipped, grateful for the diversion. We're not ancient, Lisa laughed. Besides, I expect a good crowd. It's not like this town is overflowing with famous people. I'm not famous. Sorry to shatter the illusion, Lisa said, her tone playful. But you absolutely are. Don't believe me. Go count your Twitter followers.
I despise Twitter, Gareth grumbled. You have over 500,000 followers, she pressed. 500,000. So you can hate the platform all you want, but it seems pretty fond of you. What does any of that even signify, he argued. Absolutely nothing. It's all meaningless noise. You are utterly hopeless. You know that? Lisa shook her head.
This concert was even announced on your Twitter account. How thrilling, Gareth deadpanned. That would be my assistant being excessively efficient. I'd suggest we announce it with a bell choir, but they're apparently taking the bells down for repairs, Lisa said, nodding toward the tower. That explains the scaffolding, Gareth noted. Lisa began heading back toward the entrance. As delightful as this is, we should probably get going. The drinks are already chilling. Gareth chuckled. You know I don't touch a drop when I'm performing or on the road. Who said they were for you? Lisa's laugh fluttered through the vaulted ceiling like a startled sparrow. As she turned to leave, Gareth's voice stopped her. This is a good plan, isn't it? The album, this concert tomorrow, coming back here of all places? He saw her hesitate, a thoughtful pause before she answered. It's a dreadful plan, she said finally, a wry smile on her face. Truly awful. Given whose idea it was, how could it be anything else? But you already knew that. Fancy coming back to your hometown to launch an album. No potential for a story there at all. Certainly nothing the press would ever find interesting. There is that, Gareth conceded, and I'm sure nobody will show up. Lisa continued, her sarcasm now fully dialed up. But since we're already committed, we might as well try to enjoy the impending disaster, don't you think? Gareth stepped off the low platform and walked down the aisle to join her. You've always had a real talent for inspirational pep talks. It's a gift, Lisa shrugged. You've gained a little weight, by the way. That impressive gut of yours is going to look spectacular when you squeeze into your fancy stage trousers and stand under those lights. The lighting will be forgiving, Gareth said hopefully. No, it won't, Lisa stated flatly. It never is. You're right, he sighed, stepping past her to push the heavy door open. It never is, after you. Thanks, Chubbs, Lisa said, grinning as she shuffled past him into the afternoon light. Gareth pulled the door shut and hurried after Lisa. Despite her stature, she moved with a brisk, determined pace that left most people jogging to keep up. They left the churchyard behind and started toward the pub. As they walked, a quiet certainty settled in Gareth's chest. Tomorrow night, when he stepped onto that stage, it was going to be unforgettable. Whether an audience would actually be there to see it was a separate question entirely. And as for Lisa's mention of the old gang showing up, he seriously doubted it. That chapter of his life felt like someone else's story now, faded and distant. But none of that mattered. In his mind, he was already a blaze of talent waiting to ignite. For the moment, however, his stomach was insisting on a more immediate priority. He caught up to Lisa, and the two of them walked to the quiet main street of Askrigg, toward the warmth and promise of the pub. The old Roman road above Hawes ran in a stubborn straight line across the base of Wither Fell. Harry knew it was a historic place, layered with centuries of footsteps. That it still existed as any kind of path at all struck him as a minor miracle, since it didn't really connect anything to anywhere anymore, at least not anywhere he could name. It was just a lonely track hemmed in by dry stone walls, its stories long since whispered away by the wind. What truly baffled him, though, was his own presence on it. Here he was, trudging along in the pre-dawn chill, the air so cold it felt like it was cracking his ribs. The only light came from the headlamp strapped over his wool hat, casting a wobbly circle on the path ahead. Harry's relationship with running, with fitness in general, was complicated. He appreciated the benefits: climbing stairs without sounding like an antique, a firmer jawline, clothes that fit better, but the sheer effort of it often felt like a monumental ask. And yet this morning he'd shocked himself. He'd not only hauled himself out of bed while the world was still asleep, but had driven through Burterset to Park, where the modern lane met the ancient one. Now he was on a run he'd attempted a few times before, though never in conditions this grim. It was dark as a cellar, and a bitter wind carried a stinging mix of rain and half-frozen sleet. To his left, the massive silhouette of Wether Fell rose like a sleeping giant, both awe-inspiring and, if he was honest, deeply intimidating. It seemed to watch him, a silent, ancient guardian challenging his fragile resolve. Harry wasn't usually given to wild imaginings, but the isolation and the weather were conspiring against his common sense. Shadows along the wall seemed to swell and reach for him as he passed. The wind whistled, twisting into what sounded like faint, mocking laughter. Even the rhythmic slap of his own feet on the wet track began to morph in his mind, echoing like something was following just behind him. This needs to end now, he thought, desperation tightening his chest. Just then a shape materialized in the gloom ahead, a vehicle parked on the verge, its interior faintly lit. Harry slowed to a stop, struggling to quiet his ragged breathing as he peered through the darkness. It was a Land Rover, facing away from him. The logical part of his brain suggested a local farmer starting an early check on the flocks, the simplest, most sensible explanation. But a deeper, more cautious instinct was raising alarms. Without thinking, he reached up and clicked off his headlamp, then began to edge forward slowly, every sense alert to whoever might be inside. With just a few yards left to cover, Harry could now make out the person inside the vehicle, occupied with shuffling through a stack of papers. This struck him as an odd thing for a farmer to be doing, not just at this early hour, but seated in a Land Rover on a desolate stretch of old Roman road. He wasn't ready to label the activity as suspicious, but it definitely felt out of place. Creeping nearer, he heard the distinct click of the door opening before the driver stepped out into the gloom. "Jim?" The figure startled. "Harry, is that you? What on earth are you doing all the way up here at this time of morning?" I was just going to ask you the very same thing," Harry replied. The PCSO stayed put as Harry closed the distance between them. "You've chosen a right miserable morning for it," Jim remarked. "Supposedly it's invigorating," Harry said. "At least that's what Jen claims. I remain skeptical. She can be very convincing, though." "Yeah, well, she's part mountain goat, isn't she?" Jim said. Harry couldn't help but laugh. It was the perfect description for Jenny Blades, one of the constables on his team. If she wasn't on duty, she was training, and if she wasn't doing either, she was likely competing in some grueling race over terrain better suited for vehicles than human legs. So, Harry began shifting his weight and ducking closer to the Land Rover for shelter from the biting wind. He momentarily forgot his line of questioning. After all, this was Jim. Whatever he was doing was probably harmless. Or was it? The thought flickered as he glimpsed over Jim's shoulder and saw the open files spread across the passenger seat. "I'm just doing my rounds up here," Jim offered. "Got to keep an eye on the boundary walls and such. Fill in any gaps, that sort of work." "Oh, absolutely," Harry agreed, his tone turning lightly sardonic. "And I've always found that searching for holes in a stone wall is infinitely easier in pitch darkness. Sometimes I even wander around with a blindfold on, just to ensure the task is as straightforward as humanly possible." The smile on Jim's face wavered, just for a second. "The files," Harry said, gesturing past him. "I assume you've properly checked them out. I'm not a complete fool?" Jim snapped back. Wasn't suggesting you are, Harry replied calmly, noting the sharpness in Jim's voice, but choosing not to rise to it. For some time now, the young man hadn't seemed like his usual cheerful self, not since the murder of his old school friend Neil. Then again, that kind of shadow would cling to anyone for a while, wouldn't it? Harry knew that better than most, though it wasn't a subject he discussed anymore, keeping his voice even. Harry continued, I would appreciate an explanation, though, for why you're reading them out here in this weather at this hour. It would help me understand a bit better, don't you think? Understand what? About a lot of things, Jim, Harry said, the roughness in his voice softened by genuine concern. People have noticed, you know. We're all worried about you, how you've been since Neil. It isn't easy, believe me, I know. Jim was quiet for a long moment, staring at the ground. Couldn't sleep. Went for a drive, ended up here. It's quiet. Harry stayed silent, giving him space. Get in, Jim said finally. It's warmer in here. Harry circled to the passenger side and opened the door, only to be ambushed by a whirlwind of fur and an enthusiastic tongue. Down, fly, Jim shouted. Get down now! Harry hauled himself up into the Land Rover and shut the door. Fly immediately launched onto his lap, attempting to wash his entire face. You're a terrible enforcer, you know that? Jim said, as Harry scratched the dog's head and gave his belly a good rub. All my attempts at looking stern are ruined the second you go soft on him. Don't you listen to a word he says, Harry told Fly, cupping the dog's head in his hands and looking him right in the eyes. He's just a grumpy old man, that's all. Coming from you, I'll take that as high praise, Jim replied. And Harry felt a small surge of relief as a faint smile finally touched the younger man's lips. The dog, Fly, had settled, now a warm, quiet weight on Harry's legs. As Jim straightened up in the driver's seat, Harry picked up the folder from the dash. Your father's concerned about you, Harry stated. Truthfully, we all are. I'm sure you're aware of that. He shouldn't be, Jim said, his voice tight. Nobody should. I'm perfectly fine. Harry noted how the word fine carried the defensive, clipped tone of a sullen teenager. Whether he needs to be worried isn't the point, Harry countered, realizing almost absently how his northern dialect was creeping in, swapping nothing for nought more frequently. He's your dad, and as your supervisor, I'm worried too. It's part of the job description. Jim stayed silent, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, knuckles white where they gripped the wheel. We're pursuing every possible angle, Harry continued, not only here but over in Darlington as well. That's likely where the group Neil tangled with is operating from. I know that, Jim muttered, reaching over to gently scratch behind Fly's ears. It's just what? They shot him. Jim exploded, whipping his head around to face Harry. For what? Over some sheep? What kind of person does that, Harry? Seriously, what kind? It's... His voice cracked, the anger dissolving into raw confusion. I can't make sense of it. Why they did it, how they're just getting away with it. The thefts from your dad's farm are part of something much larger, Harry explained, lifting the file. This isn't some small-time local operation. It's organized, national, maybe even international, stolen livestock, illegal meat trade. There are even hints it could be connected to bushmeat networks. It's all documented here. Everything we've managed to gather. I know it isn't much, but it's a start. And yet my assignment is to focus on missing pets. Is that right? Harry didn't answer immediately. Whoever is responsible, Jim began, and Harry could hear the simmering, dangerous promise in his voice. Whoever is responsible, Harry cut in firmly, made absolutely certain Neil's death wasn't just a removal, it was a statement. He'd seen this pattern in other gang-related killings where the method was a brutal lesson for anyone else thinking of stepping out of line. The hard truth is, sometimes people do get away with murder, but that doesn't mean we ever stop looking for them. Jim's eyes were shining, and Harry could see the intense struggle to keep his composure. But we don't have anything real to go on, do we? Jim argued, frustration boiling over. We don't know who did it, who this gang even is, nothing. He's just gone, and we've got no answers. Not a single damn thing, and I'm certainly not going to find any chasing down some little girl's lost rabbit. Harry let the silence hang for a beat. Police work is a marathon, not a sprint, he said calmly. You can't spend every waking moment fixated on one case, driving yourself ragged across the countryside, interrogating every farmer and inspecting every flock on the off chance you'll stumble onto a clue about Neil's killer. It's a sure path to burning out. So I'm just supposed to do nothing. Jim shot back, his voice rising. I can't. I'd lose my mind. Harry gave Fly a gentle nudge, sending the dog to curl up beside Jim. Whoever killed Neil was covering their tracks meticulously, Harry explained, his tone turning grave. I've seen professional hits before, Jim. This was one clean, calculated. And no, I don't mean some movie-style assassin in a trench coat. I mean organized, ruthless people who know how to vanish. What are you telling me then? I'm telling you what you already know, Harry said, that we're dealing with dangerous individuals, and I cannot allow you, through no fault of your own, mind you, aside from being a stubborn mule, to go charging off and putting yourself directly in the line of fire. I wouldn't. Jim, you won't see it coming until it's too late, Harry insisted, a rare note of urgency in his voice. For all we know, you might already be on their radar. That's why this isn't an order from your boss. It's a request. From your boss, yes, but also from a friend. And that's a word I don't use casually, because, as you're well aware, you don't really like people. Exactly, Harry said. I've always said the people I work with are not your friends, Jim finished for him, a familiar interruption. But ever since I moved here, Harry went on to Wensleydale, it feels like you and the whole team have gone and wrecked that rule for me. Not sure I'll ever forgive you for it, but there it is. Apologies, Jim said, a smile in his voice. Want us to make more of an effort? Absolutely not, Harry said, shaking his head. Can you picture what that would do to Jaden's head? Jim laughed, settling his chin on Fly's head. The dog leaned in, a warm weight against his master. Neil just went to Darlington to be a DJ, Jim said, and Harry caught the shadow in his tone, a familiar blend of powerlessness and a simmering need for payback. His folks, Jim continued, I don't see them ever moving past this, do you? No, I really don't, Harry agreed. And yours would be no different. I'm not exactly planning on getting myself killed, am I? Jim said. Which is, I'm certain, exactly what Neil thought, right up until his final breath, Harry countered, his voice dropping. Nobody ever does, and I'm talking from experience, Jim. Don't forget that. I've lost friends. Guys, I was joking with 1 minute, gone the next. Harry snapped his fingers. It's that fast, that brutally fast. Neil wouldn't have had a clue. Sitting in his car, lost in his own world, then nothing. Lights out. Game over. Jim took a long, slow breath, sinking back into his chair as he let it out. But after more than 2 months we're no further along, he said, frustration edging his words. I just don't get how that's even possible. We must have missed something. We have to have. Harry picked up the case file and gave Jim a light, deliberate thump on the head with it, just enough to make him start. Well, if we did, then it isn't sitting in here, is it? As he spoke, Harry felt a persistent vibration from a pocket of his supposedly weatherproof running jacket. He unzipped it and pulled out his phone. Grim, he answered, not bothering to check the screen. Boss, it's Matt. You're aware of the time, right? Harry asked. It's Jean, Matt said, his voice tight. What about her? Harry's posture straightened. We're on the way to the hospital, Matt replied. She's been feeling rough for a day or so, and with her situation, I didn't want to risk it. I called an ambulance. What situation? What's wrong with Jean? Harry asked, already mentally mapping the quickest route. What can I do? Yes, Matt said, the tension momentarily lifting from his voice. You're on bacon sandwich duty. Harry was draining the last of a mug of tea in his apartment's kitchen when his younger brother, Ben, emerged from his bedroom dressed for work. Ben had been crashing with him for a couple of months now, out on probation, and so far things were holding steady. You were up at the crack of dawn, Ben yawned, shuffling over to pop some bread in the toaster. He opened the fridge and pulled out a wedge of blue cheese and some ham, then kept going. A jar of pickles, an onion, and a jalapeno pepper followed. Went for a run, Harry said, watching as Ben began constructing his lunch, slathering peanut butter on bread before piling it high with his bizarre collection of fridge finds. Ben shot his brother a skeptical look. "No way you did," he said, then nodded toward the window in the open-plan living area. "In that?" Harry followed his gaze. "Well, it wasn't snowing when I left," he defended. "Just a cold rain that started turning to this miserable half-frozen sludge and pitch black. Bitter cold, too, felt like it was trying to slice right through me." "You're insane," Ben declared, his monstrous sandwich now wrapped and set aside as he turned to spread peanut butter on his toast. "And you're actually going to eat that thing for lunch?" Harry asked, eyeing the culinary disaster. "It's the champion of sandwiches," Ben stated proudly. "I'm not just going to eat it, I'm going to devour it, want one." "I'd rather chew on my own shoe," Harry said, shaking his head in amused disbelief. After rinsing his mug and grabbing his jacket, Harry headed for the door. Ben's voice stopped him. "Oh, before you go, I won't be home for dinner tonight." Harry turned, studying his brother. "Out? Where to?" "Just into town," Ben answered casually. "Meeting someone." It wasn't the words but the tone that caught Harry's attention. The fact Ben called Hawes a town made him smile. "A date? You've barely been here 3 months." Ben shrugged with a grin. "What can I say? Some people just have that charm. You sound a little jealous, by the way." "Who is she?" Harry pressed, ignoring the jab. "What's she like? As if I'd tell you that." Ben laughed. "Nice try, but no details, bro." Harry fought the urge to slip into Big Brother mode and simply opened the front door. "Have a good time then," he said with a nod. "I'll see you later, or if not, tomorrow." "Wait, I didn't mean... Oh, never mind." His words tangled, so he ended with a quick wave and a muttered, "Bye," before stepping out. When it came to relationships, talking about them was almost as hard as being in one. How many years had it been? He rubbed his face, trying to sort through old memories, then stopped. He didn't need to dig. The scars were reminder enough. It really had been a lifetime since he'd been seriously involved with anyone. Outside, Harry shut the door on those thoughts and walked straight into some of the fiercest weather he'd seen in years. An apocalyptic blend of snow and wind greeted him, under a sky so dark it felt like midnight had arrived hours early and brought along a few extra hours of gloom. He couldn't even recall the last real snowfall. The memory he summoned now was probably just a patchwork of old impressions, cobbled together to make sense of the white chaos now whipping against him. Head down, he shuffled almost sideways along the pavement, fighting a wind that raced through Hawes with the reckless energy of runaway horses. The snow fell thick and wet, huge flakes slapping his face like angry blobs of soggy icing. Within minutes the ground had turned into a grey, slushy mess that seeped through his shoes and froze his feet. He could already hear Matt scolding him for not wearing boots, and he nearly turned back, but it was too late. The damage was done. By the time Harry reached the community centre that housed the local police offices, water streamed off him and pooled on the floor, as if a piece of the storm had followed him inside to form a shimmering puddle at his feet. "Good heavens, man, you're Druitt!" Harry looked up into the amused gaze of Detective Inspector Gordanian Haig. "Druitt," he echoed, raising a brow. "No clue what that means." "Soaked, like a cat fished out of a canal," Gordy said, her soft Highlands accent winding through the words like smoke through charred wood. "And on a miserable day like this, it's no surprise, is it? Did it not occur to you to wear a proper coat or your boots? Are you completely mad?" Harry glanced down at himself. "This is a proper coat," he insisted. "It cost me a small fortune." "No," Gordy corrected, shaking her head. "It's your only coat. You've been here long enough to know you need something a bit more durable, right? Harry shrugged out of the soaked jacket, his feet numb from the cold. Is everyone else here already? Gordy shook her head. Not yet. But you have the farthest to come. Harry noted. Honestly, I didn't think you'd make it today. A subtle shift in Gordy's expression told Harry something was off. I stayed with friends, she said, forcing a cheerful tone. We had an early Burns night celebration since they'll be travelling on the actual date. Sounds nice, Harry replied, though Scottish traditions were still a mystery to him. He'd finally accepted the local Yorkshire habit of pairing cheese with cake after relentless teasing from his team, especially Matt, who took Harry's cultural education as a personal crusade, but haggis, that was a bridge too far. The mere description of its contents was enough to make him hesitate. It was wonderful, Gordy said, a distant, almost nostalgic look in her eyes. After the meal we had whiskey and watched this fantastic old film, I know where I'm going. It was my grandmother's favourite. Oh, and we demolished a few packs of snowballs and some tea cakes too. I have to admit, Harry said, still futilely trying to shake himself dry, I'm completely lost first. It's all this talk of Druket and Dreisch and now snowballs. You've never tried them? Gordy asked. Harry shook his head. Well, we need to fix that, she declared. And I have the movie on DVD if you're interested. Add some Urn Brew, and you can have the full Scottish immersion all by yourself. It certainly sounds like an experience, Harry conceded. But back to what I said about not expecting you today. Are you going to tell me why, or do I have to guess and win a prize? Gordy's smile tightened a crack in her usual composure. Before she could answer, the main door of the community centre flew open, revealing Jim and a handcuffed man. Both were drenched and filthy, as if they'd been wrestling in the mud. You've been keeping busy, I see, Harry remarked, glancing at Gordy, whose concern was immediately fixed on the PCSO. This lowlife tried to steal Fly. Jim snarled the words hot with anger. What? I left Fly in my Land Rover while I ran into Spar to grab lunch. When I came back, this guy was halfway out the passenger door with Fly in his arms.
I want my phone call,
the handcuffed man demanded, his thick Scottish accent mangled by a mouth missing half its teeth. When he spoke, the remaining teeth jutted out like broken tombstones in a dark cave.
And I'd like a ticket to the moon, pal. But we can't all get what we want, can we?
Harry retorted, though his focus stayed on Jim, whose eyes blazed with fury. I can't imagine Fly took kindly to that, Gordy said. Where is he now? Jim nodded toward the door behind him. Liz has him. She's just taking him to the vet for a checkup. Harry let his gaze settle on the arrested man. So, he growled, leaning in just enough to darken the man's face with his shadow. You don't just steal dogs. You like to rough them up a bit too. Trying to prove how tough you are. I want my damn phone call, the man repeated, his accent thickening, his eyes staring blankly into some distant imaginary space. Quite the vocabulary on this one, Gordy observed dryly. From Glasgow, I'd guess, based on the accent, Jim offered. Harry tried to disregard the man, who continued staring blankly into space. How's Fly doing? He asked instead. He's all right, I believe, Jim replied. But when I apprehended him, he tossed Fly at me and attempted to flee. So, just being cautious by taking the dog to the vet. A low mutter came from the man, and Harry caught just enough to feel his temper flare. Excuse me, PCSO Metcalf, but I believe our alleged dog thief here has a comment. Am I correct? I didn't say anything, man, the man insisted, shaking his head, his gaze still avoiding Harry. Nothing, all right. That's a double negative. Gordy noted coolly. If you didn't say nothing, then you must have said something. Isn't that right, Detective Chief Inspector? Precisely, Harry agreed, his voice dropping to a controlled calm. So, if you didn't say nothing, what exactly did you say? The man slowly turned his head to look at Harry directly, for the first time since Jim had brought him in. As he did, Harry watched his expression shift from arrogant disdain to bewilderment, finally settling into a blend of dread and sheer panic. "Your face! What in the hell happened to it?" Harry leaned in, slow and deliberate, closing the distance. "You need to answer my question," he said, each word feeling like a heavy stone dropped between them, "before I decide to show you." Harry was fighting to maintain his composure, but crimes of this nature, the strong preying on the vulnerable, always churned his stomach. It was a trigger for him, plain and simple. He flexed his hands, an old habit that once signaled a coming fight, but now served as a grounding technique. Barely, the man muttered something again, too low to catch. "Didn't quite get that," Harry said. "Did you, Detective Inspector Haig?" Gordy shook her head. "Not a word. What about you, PCSO Metcalf?" Jim remained silent, simply shaking his head slowly. "You're not helping your situation," Harry stated, "so—" The man let out a heavy, resigned sigh. It's just what?" Harry pressed. The dog, the man blurted out, a spray of spit on his lips. "It's just a bloody dog, isn't it?" "Is that so?" Harry's voice rose, a spark of indignation igniting. "Just a dog? Let me share a little secret with you, something between you, me, and my colleagues here." The man managed to hold Harry's stare for a moment before his defiance crumbled. "First of all," Harry began, "there's no such thing as just anything when it comes to an animal, a person, or anything else you assume is yours for the taking. Do you understand that? The world isn't some giant candy store where you can wander around and help yourself to whatever you fancy." "Candy store?" the man retorted, confusion mixing with his defiance. "What are you on about?" "Where's my phone call?" Harry ignored the interruption, and second, it just so happens that Fly is a member of my team, a crucial member in fact. One of the best. Targeting that dog is no different from targeting one of my officers. Do you comprehend that? I was going to return it," the man stammered. Harry laughed, a sound utterly devoid of humor and crackling with a deep, simmering anger. "So you were borrowing it, were you? A dog? As if the world is your personal library and you can just check out whatever you like. You thought you'd break into someone's vehicle for a cuddle with their pet. I thought you said it was a candy store," the man started, but Harry cut him off. "PCSO Metcalf, escort him to the interview room. DI Haig, I'll leave this in your capable hands." Gordy grinned, her eyes lighting up. "It would be my absolute pleasure." As Jim led the man away, the front door of the community centre opened, and in walked PCSO Liz Coates. Cradled in her arms was Fly, who for once seemed unusually quiet. Harry reached over and gently scratched behind the dog's ears. "He's fine," Liz assured him. The vet gave him a full checkup. "Nothing's broken. He's just a bit shaken up, I think." "Aren't you, lad?" Fly's tail gave a faint wag, but his ears remained drooped. Harry glanced toward the hallway where Gordy had followed Jim and the most inept dog thief he'd ever encountered, a fresh wave of protective resolve settling over him. "I heard Matt's out today," Liz mentioned. Harry nodded. "He called you as well, I see." "He did," Liz confirmed, "but only to let me know he'd already put you in charge of the sandwiches this morning, so where are they?" "I'm really hungry. This kind of weather sure works up an appetite." Harry shook his head with a feigned sigh. "All right then," he said. "You get yourself and Fly settled in the office, and I'll go do what my detective sergeant commands." "Sounds good," Liz replied. "Oh, and while you're at the market, could you see if they have a bone for Fly to chew on? I think he could use a little pick-me-up." Harry moved toward the main door but paused before opening it. "Forget something?" Liz inquired. "Yeah," Harry admitted. "My rain boots." He then turned up his collar and stepped back out into the blustery winter storm, heading off to find their lunch. Gordy took a seat next to Jim, with the man they had arrested sitting across the table. The room felt dim despite the overhead lights, and through the window she could see the day was fully committed to the wintry tempest it had conjured. "So," she began, gesturing toward the recording equipment in the middle of the table. "Welcome to our interview room. Are you comfortable?" "I want my phone call," the man stated. "Do you people ever listen, or what?" "This isn't TV," Jim remarked. "You do realize that, right? Gordy added. You are absolutely entitled to a lawyer, and I was just about to ask you about your legal representation. So who is it? What? Your attorney? What's their name? Maybe the firm they work for. Then we can arrange for them to come down, can't we? The man's gaze shifted from Gordy to Jim and back again. You want a name? My lawyer's name? Yes, Gordy said. I can't just pick up the phone and expect some kind of magic to happen now, can I? Well, I suppose I could try, but I doubt it would work. I don't think attorneys are like genies, just a wish away. What? Magic? Gordy explained. You know, all that wizard stuff. I pick up the phone and, through the sheer power of my will and some odd incantation, somehow manage to summon a call to your chosen legal counsel. I can't remember his name, the man said, leaning back and crossing his arms. Well then, Gordy suggested, shall we start with some easier questions first, just to help you relax and see how it goes from there? Maybe that will refresh your memory. What do you think? She then offered a warm smile, leaned forward and activated the recording device on the table. I guess so, yeah, the man muttered. Right, that's great, Gordy said. Isn't it, PCSO Metcalf? It is, Jim agreed. Gordy stated the date and time, then asked. Now, let's begin by introducing ourselves, shall we? I'm Detective Inspector Haig, and this is PCSO Metcalf, and you are Tim, the man said. Tim Renton. Thank you, Timothy, Gordy said, her face breaking into a wide grin. Tim, he snapped back. It's Tim, all right, Tim? I don't like Timothy. Nobody calls me that. Nobody. I'm Tim. Then why is it your name? Jim asked. How should I know? Tim retorted. My parents named me that. Do I even look like a Timothy? No clue, Jim said, shaking his head. Is there a specific look for Timothys then? What? A certain appearance? Are you saying all Timothys look alike and you don't fit the mold? What are you talking about? I'm just saying, Jim continued, that I can't really say whether you do or don't look like a Timothy if I don't have a point of comparison. What other Timothys could I possibly measure you against? Tim Rice, Gordy offered. No, he's a Timmy Mallet. That's Timmy, not Timothy. Fair point, Jim conceded. Stop it, Tim blurted out. It doesn't matter. Call me whatever you want. Okay then, Tim, Gordy said, placing deliberate emphasis on the shortened name. So why don't you walk us through your side of the story? How does that sound? Just tell us what happened, and we'll take it from there. If I remember right, it had something to do with wanting to hug a dog. I still want my phone call, Timothy insisted. Gordy took a slow breath. You'll get it, she assured him, but let's cut to the chase, Timothy. It's Tim. Right, sorry, Tim, Gordy corrected herself. So here's the situation. You were caught in the act by a community service officer, no less, attempting to steal his dog. Not the best look, is it? Out of everyone you could have crossed paths with, you picked the dog's owner. And I'm sure he already has a lengthy list of people who saw the whole thing. Isn't that right, Officer Metcalf? That's correct, Jim confirmed. A very long list. Now, Tim, if you prefer, we can postpone this. We can try to locate the solicitor you say you have, or arrange for a lawyer to be provided for you, but that process will take some time.
Time?
Timothy asked, his voice rising. How long? I've got places to be, you understand, and... It's difficult to pin down, Gordy said, appearing to consider it. But easily a day or two. You're joking over a dog. 2 whole days for that. You've got to be kidding me. Is that an admission? Gordy asked, both surprised and relieved by the swift slip. And for the record, I am absolutely not kidding. An admission? Timothy sputtered. No, it's not. I didn't admit to anything. I believe it was. Wouldn't you agree, Officer Metcalf? He certainly stated he tried to nick a dog, Jim said. My dog, to be precise. Those were his exact words. Because I tried to nick a dog. Sounds like a confession to me. You know what? Gordy said, turning her gaze back to Timothy. Owning up to what you've done is the first step toward getting back on track. So good for you, Timothy. Gordy gave a slow, mocking clap. It's Tim, yes, of course it is. Timothy's restlessness was now plain to see. He shifted in his chair as if it were electrified or his jeans were lined with fiberglass. "Do you mind if I smoke?" "Yes, I do mind," Gordy stated firmly, gesturing toward the prominent no-smoking sign on the wall. Undeterred, Timothy had already produced his cigarettes and was patting his pockets for a lighter. "Just one," he pleaded, slapping the pack on the table and putting a cigarette between his lips. "It helps me relax, see? Lets me think clearly." Gordy reached over, plucked the cigarette from his mouth, slid it back into the pack and handed the pack to Jim. "Let's return to your statement," she said. "Can you explain to me why you wanted to take the dog in the first place?" Timothy shrugged.
Money?
He said bluntly. "A dog like that could fetch a couple thousand. Easy cash." Then he leaned forward with a sly smile. "But here's the thing. I wasn't actually trying to nick it. No, that's not what happened. I'm just saying if that's what I had been doing, then money would be the reason, but that wasn't my intention." "Then what was your intention?" Gordy pressed. "I was rescuing it," Timothy declared, leaning back with a smug, know-it-all grin, the kind you'd see on a troublemaker in the back of a classroom. "Dogs die in hot cars, right? I saw that little guy all alone and I felt sorry for him. I thought, that's not safe. That poor dog could overheat, suffocate, even die. So I did what any decent person would do. I performed a rescue. Yes, that's what it was, a good deed, and then this officer here assaulted me for it." Gordy let a heavy silence hang in the air just long enough to make Timothy wonder if his story was landing, then said, "Take a look out the window behind you, Timothy. Sorry, Tim." Timothy turned his head. "What am I supposed to see?" "Snow," Timothy answered. "Exactly," Gordy said. "Snow. And can you tell me one of snow's primary characteristics, its most defining feature? You know, the one thing that makes snow, well, snow?" "It's cold," Timothy ventured, uncertainty in his voice.
"Bravo!"
Gordy exclaimed, clapping her hands together sharply, making Timothy jump.
"Yes, that's it. Snow is cold."
"Excellent work. Hasn't he performed wonderfully? PCSO Metcalf." Jim remained silent. Gordy observed him fixated on the cigarette pack in his grasp.
"So, maybe you can clarify."
Gordy went on, "how a community support officer's dog was suffering from heat exhaustion during what appears to be the most severe winter conditions this area has seen in half a decade." "The heater was running," Timothy insisted. "That's exactly it. The heater was on full blast and the poor animal was distressed. My being there was a stroke of luck. You ought to be grateful, and we're all familiar with the legendary reliability of a Land Rover's heating system, aren't we?" Gordy remarked dryly. Timothy leaned forward, tapping the table sharply with his finger. "I'm telling you the truth. I spotted the dog and I saved it. You have no way to disprove that." "One question," Jim interjected before Gordy could respond. "What?" Timothy muttered. Jim raised the cigarettes. "Where did these come from?" "Excuse me. These cigarettes," Jim stated, holding them aloft. "The ones right here in my hand? You can see them, correct? These very ones?" "Yes, I see the cigarettes," Timothy retorted sharply. "Obviously I see them. You're waving them around. So where did you acquire them?" Timothy shrugged with feigned nonchalance, no clue. "So they just materialized in your possession, is that it?" Jim pressed. Timothy's jaw went slack, but no words emerged. "Where did you get them?" Jim repeated, his voice steady. "It's a straightforward question. It deserves a straightforward answer. What does this have to do with the dog?" Timothy deflected, a nervous edge creeping into his voice. "They're just smokes, except they aren't, are they?" Jim said, elevating the pack slightly. "These are galwasses, correct?" "I suppose," Timothy mumbled. "Don't suppose," Jim countered. "Read the packaging. See? Gaulos. They're French, not your typical find at a local convenience store, so you certainly didn't pick these up on any main street, right?" "I guess not," Timothy conceded, his confidence wavering. "Where is this headed? What's your point?" Gordy, unsure of Jim's trajectory, settled back and allowed him to proceed. "Which circles back to my initial question," Jim continued, his tone becoming more pointed. "Where did you obtain them?" You don't strike me as the sort to willingly pay a premium for imported cigarettes from a specialty shop or some obscure website. Am I wrong? Yes, no, what was the question again? Timothy stammered, his composure cracking. As Timothy faltered, Jim advanced. My theory is you got these cheaply smuggled, I'd wager. But by whom? That's what I need to know. Associates of yours, perhaps. I don't know, Timothy exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Stop interrogating me about my cigarettes. A knock sounded at the door, ignored by all. Then just answer the damn question, Jim snapped, suddenly rising to his feet, his calm demeanor evaporating. Where did you get them, Tim? Where? Tell me. Tell me now or I swear. Gordy, startled by Jim's intense outburst, reached out to gently guide him back into his seat. The knock came again, more insistent. Is there something I should be aware of here? Gordy inquired softly. Jim, back in his chair, kept his gaze locked on Timothy before finally turning to Gordy. Well? She prompted. Is there? Jim lifted the cigarette pack once more. This is the identical brand we discovered at my father's farm, he revealed, standing to answer the door, and in Neil's vehicle the night he was killed. Gordy halted the interview and switched off the recorder as Jim opened the door to find Liz waiting. There's an incoming call, she said. For me? Jim asked. Liz shook her head, her eyes shifting toward Timothy. It's for him, she stated. It's his lawyer. Jim turned slowly to stare at Timothy, who was now waving his mobile phone with a triumphant, smug grin. Told you I was entitled to my phone call. The scene was exactly like something from one of the novels she'd secretly read by flashlight beneath her childhood blankets. Or perhaps she'd stepped right onto the illustration of a holiday cookie tin. Under the stark glare of the floodlights aimed at the church, the snow looked impossibly fresh and flawless, its surface bringing to mind a perfectly baked meringue just brittle enough to shatter under the bite of the late afternoon wind sweeping down from the high fells. That, of course, made her think of her mother's legendary lemon meringue pie. What she wouldn't give for a generous slice right this minute. Maybe she could wrangle one later, since her parents would be at the concert in a few hours. It had been ages since she'd seen them, and they'd always adored Gareth, which did absolutely nothing to simplify her own tangled feelings. She could already predict the questions delivered in that uniquely parental way that really meant, "So have you two finally figured it out?" It was a wildly insensitive line of inquiry, given everything Gareth had endured, losing his wife, that brutal court battle where another couple tried to pin all the blame on him. But to her mother, all that probably just looked like a convenient opening, didn't it? A door left temptingly ajar. The uncomfortable truth was, Lisa had seen it the same way. She'd certainly tried to walk through it that night 1.5 years ago, showing up to lift his spirits with a bottle of wine. They'd gotten drunk, things had escalated, and in the heat of the moment, she'd said things. Not just impulsive, intimate things, but real, raw declarations. She'd told him how she'd always felt, that she'd do anything for him. And she meant in every aspect of life, not just that one reckless evening. Her love for him was a constant stretching back to when she was the hopelessly tone-deaf youngest in the choir, only there to gaze at the older boy who found her endlessly annoying. A sudden tightness gripped Lisa's chest, her breath catching as if her heart had momentarily stalled. The flood of memory was overwhelming that night. Every shared moment, the starry-eyed 7-year-old, the teenager nursing a crush on a local celebrity, the adult building a music career, partly just to stay in his orbit, forever wishing their friendship was something more. But it wasn't. It never would be. That chapter was closed, for her own sanity and survival. She had to move forward as the person she was becoming. Well, perhaps not toward everything she truly wanted, since that particular dream was clearly off the table. Now there was Mick, an astonishingly gifted classical guitarist, genuinely kind and unexpectedly romantic. He had a roguish, timeless charm, like a character who'd stepped out of a historical saga about canal workers. But he wasn't Gareth, and Lisa knew with a dull certainty that no one ever could be. The old lyric drifted into her mind, and she began to hum it softly. If you can't be with the one you love, love the one you're with. Her new mission was to introduce Mick to her parents and convince them, and maybe herself, that he was the real deal this time. Mick would handle it. She'd already briefed him on the important details, their enduring fondness for Gareth, the overwhelming collection of horse brasses mounted over the living room fireplace, her father's inexplicably vast library of books dedicated solely to cheese, and her mother's all-encompassing quilting obsession, the mystery of how her decidedly unmusical parents had produced a concert pianist still amused everyone, especially Lisa. A smile touched her lips as she left the crisp air outside and stepped into the warm, familiar scent of the old church. The space was already humming with energy, and Lisa drew a deep breath, feeling the profound sense of completion this homecoming concert offered for her, and surely for Gareth as well. This charming country church in the valleys had been the backdrop of their youth, the very launch pad for Gareth's dazzling career, a path she had once tried in her own way to follow. Near the altar, the stage was ready. Musicians and technicians moved with a practiced, performative urgency that Lisa recognized instantly. It was a dance as much about projecting importance and claiming space as it was about technical precision. Give a musician an instrument and an audience, even a hypothetical one, and you'd witness a peacock strut. Add in the ritual of a sound check and some industry gossip, and they were in their absolute element. She understood it completely. She was part of that world too. An arm slid around her waist, and Mick's familiar presence settled behind her. "We're all set," he murmured, "and if Gareth's ego was sizable before, I predict it achieves planetary proportions by the final bow. It'll have its own orbit. Honestly, I think you can feel the pull from here if you try." Lisa glanced up at him, shaking her head with a laugh before he gave her a playful nudge toward the stage. "Feel that? The gravitational shift has begun. Save yourself." She pushed him away, still smiling. He's not conceited. He's just proud of his accomplishments, rightfully so. Proud is one word for it. It's practically his only topic of conversation. Mick sighed with exaggerated weariness. I'm not sure the man can order a coffee without mentioning his childhood #1 hit. It's a genuine talent. He's harmless. He's an absolute pillock. Mick. Well, he is, isn't he? Mick insisted, his tone softening. Look, I know he's had a tough go of it lately with all the personal drama, and professionally, he's fine, really. I just can't fathom what you ever saw in him. I never saw anything in him in that way, Lisa said, praying her cheeks weren't betraying her. We're childhood friends, that's the entire story. And a little gratitude might be in order. Plenty of guitarists would kill for this gig. True, but none of them are as brilliant as I am, Mick replied, his confidence unwavering. Lisa kissed him, and he returned the affection warmly. You have absolutely nothing to be jealous of, you know. Jealous? Of what? Don't be daft, Mick. You know perfectly well what I mean. I'm not jealous in the slightest, he claimed, though a teasing glint remained in his eye. But you've always kept a soft spot for him, haven't you? And I'm allowed to not like him. It's not a crime. He's a friend, Lisa repeated, her voice firm. Mick gave a non-committal grunt. Rising onto her toes, Lisa kissed him again. You should be more worried about meeting my parents tonight, she said, and all my old friends from back home. Let me guess, Mick said dryly. They all think you should have ended up with the prodigy instead. You're impossible. Lisa sighed, her heels meeting the floorboards again. A call from the stage drew her attention. Gareth was waving them over, and despite her best intentions, a familiar, unwelcome flutter stirred in her chest. She wondered, not for the first time, if that reaction was permanently wired into her system. She felt Mick's arm tighten around her as Gareth hopped down and made his way through the pews. Watching him approach, Lisa saw with sudden clarity every reason her parents had so fervently hoped for a match that never was. Life had a way of charting its own inconvenient course. She also, for a fleeting and treacherous moment, saw all the dazzling qualities Gareth possessed that Mick simply didn't. and she forcefully buried the comparison. Gareth was tall, still radiating that boyish charm that had always been his secret weapon, an almost magical ability to make anyone in his vicinity feel just a little more interesting, a little more seen. Lisa was certain he hadn't always been this way, not as a child, not as a teenager. She had always seen the real person beneath the surface, and now here he was, fully visible to everyone. His smile was utterly sincere, and as Lisa smiled back, she could almost feel herself transform back into that young girl, calling out to her childhood friend and secret crush. That boy had grown into the man standing before her now, adorned with fame and considerable fortune, yet she remained convinced that, at his core, he was still that same boy. And he was someone she had carried a near constant fascination for throughout her entire life. "We truly don't need another sound check," Gareth remarked, stepping up beside her. "But you know how our sound engineer is. The man is completely fixated, wouldn't you say, Mick?" "That's precisely why he's excellent at his job," Mick replied. "It's all in the details. You're just as bad as he is." Gareth laughed. "Only trying to ensure this album launch meets your high standards," Mick said. "Speaking of which, I should get back up there to oversee everything." After giving Lisa a quick kiss on the cheek, Mick headed down the church aisle. "He doesn't care for me," Gareth stated. Lisa watched Mick walk away, attempting to ignore the distinct scent of Gareth's cologne that lingered now that he was so close. "He's just a bit intimidated by you, that's all," she offered, not entirely truthfully. "How are you holding up?" "About the show, incredible," Gareth answered, his enthusiasm palpable. "I can't wait. There's nothing like an album launch. I've done plenty, but this one is by far the best. Honestly, it's the best thing that's happened to me in the last 3 years." Except for that night we shared, Lisa thought, burying the sentiment deep and masking it with her smile, though she feared it might be visible through her emotional armor. "My parents are coming," Lisa mentioned. "To meet Mick?" Gareth asked, glancing back toward the stage where Mick was now coordinating with the other musicians. "Yes," Lisa confirmed. "That's wonderful to hear," Gareth said, and Lisa could tell he genuinely meant it, which only made her feel more conflicted about her own tangled emotions and her failure to appreciate her own good fortune. Gareth checked his watch. "So we've got a couple of hours then," he noted. "Feel like warming up those fingers and running through a few numbers." More than you could possibly imagine, Lisa thought, but instead said, "I believe I know a tune or two you could sing along to." With that, Lisa walked down the aisle with the one man she knew she would never actually walk down an aisle with, toward another man she fully expected would, before long, ask her to do exactly that. When the concert began and Mick alongside Gareth, Lisa and the rest of the band emerged from the makeshift green room in the tower base and into the church, the familiar thrill of performance sent a sharp electric jolt through him, tingling all the way to his fingertips. It was as if he were charged with raw energy, on the verge of grounding himself and releasing sparks like human lightning. Sure, he had a significant issue with Gareth, not least because everyone else appeared to adore him, but Lisa's seemingly endless preoccupation with the man, even if it was framed as friendship, was particularly grating. Was there even such a thing as a purely platonic friendship between a man and a woman? Honestly, the man's overwhelming success didn't help either. Mick mused as they approached the stage to enthusiastic applause that was unmistakably for Gareth, not for anyone else. Jealousy was a stubborn beast to control, and Mick's brand of it had a history of slipping its leash now and then. It had happened once, a long time ago now. Thank goodness Lisa had never met his ex. It was years back, true, but that woman could have said things capable of unraveling all this present happiness. But he had a handle on it now, thanks to some genuinely helpful counselling sessions. Everyone was safe from that old version of himself, he was sure of it. From his place on the stage, Mick surveyed the packed church. Every pew was occupied, and even the extra chairs lining the back wall held an audience. If Gareth had ever doubted his own appeal, this turnout would have silenced those doubts. Not that the man was prone to insecurity. It was an intimate venue, sure, but with the press in attendance and cameras rolling, The world was about to get a reminder. Gareth wasn't just hanging on. He was still a force to be reckoned with. Some people have all the luck. The evening's smooth performance shattered about midway through. What unfolded next was seared into Mick's memory, a spectacle he knew he'd never forget, nor would he want to. Gareth was powering through one of his holiday standards, a song he privately disliked, but which had become a seasonal staple thanks to relentless commercial use when the rear door burst open with a sound like splitting timber. The band fell silent in unison, and one of Mick's expensive guitar picks went skittering across the stage floor. All heads turned. Two figures strode in. One had a mane of black hair. The other was completely bald, already recording the scene on his phone. Their attire was a chaotic ensemble of black and red leather adorned with chains, a style Mick had never quite grasped, the uniform of the heavy metal devotee. Or was that term outdated now, a relic of the 80s? He couldn't be bothered to care. This unexpected development was, at the very least, making the night more interesting. Without uttering a word, the pair marched along the back before turning to proceed down the main aisle. Gareth broke the stunned quiet with a dry, "Choir practices tomorrow, gentlemen." A wave of nervous laughter rippled through the crowd, but the intruders remained motionless, just staring. Mick noticed the beer cans in their hands. He also saw now that their faces were marked with odd symbols drawn in white paint. For a fleeting second, he wondered if this was some bizarre staged part of the show. He'd seen some strange performances over the years. But Gareth's expression, a priceless cocktail of confusion and simmering rage, confirmed this was no planned act. As the laughter withered under the weight of the men's eerie presence, the long-haired one lifted his beer can high and deliberately poured its contents onto the stone floor, accompanying the act with a laugh ripped from a low-budget horror film. Mick, a fan of the genre, mentally framed the scene as a cheesy but entertaining opener, perfect for couch-bound viewing. Then an elderly woman seated near Mick rose and prodded the long-haired man with her cane. "Young man," she declared, "I suggest you leave before I decide to escort you out personally." She took a swing. The bald man caught the cane mid-air, broke it over his knee with a sharp crack, and hurled the pieces toward the stage. Gareth dodged with an almost casual grace, a move that impressed and oddly disappointed Mick in equal measure. "I claim this church in the name of Satan," the long-haired man bellowed. "All hail Asmodeus, Lord Lucifer." It was in the tense moment between the cane's destruction and the satanic proclamation that a large, dark shape rose from a pew behind the men. It loomed over them, and it growled. Now. The two men spun around to find themselves confronting a figure whose build reminded Mick of a prize bull, someone who had clearly invested considerable time and effort into sculpting his body into an impressive form. Mick couldn't help but notice Lisa's gaze fixed on the man, her eyes a little too wide for his liking. She really shouldn't have been looking at him like that, should she? After all, she was here with Mick to meet her parents, and that should have been her sole focus, not this muscular stranger. As the two men squared off against him, the bald one hurled his beer can directly at the man's head. The room fell so silent you could have heard a pin drop when the can was snatched effortlessly from the air. "I've asked you politely," the man said, his voice unnervingly calm as he crushed the can in his grip. "And since this is a place of worship, I'd appreciate it if you left quietly and with respect. However, if you choose otherwise, I'll be more than happy to." For reasons known only to himself, the long-haired man suddenly lunged forward. The bull-like figure simply sidestepped and gave him a firm shove from behind, sending him stumbling past. Then the bald man threw a wild punch, which was easily dodged. Using the man's own momentum against him, the bull spun him around and locked him in a chokehold. With the help of a few more volunteers, Mick included, somewhat to his own surprise, the two troublemakers were finally escorted out of the church to a round of enthusiastic applause led by Gareth. Everyone, especially the bull, settled back into their seats. Once back on stage, Mick observed Lisa still stealing glances at the man. After the bizarre interruption, the strangest Lisa had ever witnessed. The concert itself seemed to end far too soon, yet every moment of it felt charged with a vibrant, almost magical energy. Each note she played seemed to flow not just from years of practice or muscle memory, but from somewhere deeper, a place beyond her own identity where her very soul seemed to sing. The audience's response was electric, their cheers and applause echoing up to the stone-carved angels supporting the eaves. It was an evening she knew she would cherish forever, standing between Gareth and Mick, the lover she could never have, and the lover she had, but already sensed would never fulfill her deepest needs. Lisa felt a quiet certainty settle within her. No matter what twists life took, she would always have her music. As the applause finally faded, allowing Gareth to move to the front for his usual meet and greet, Lisa made her way to her parents. She found them seated with a familiar yet dramatically changed face. Well, if it isn't little Lisa Shaw. It took Lisa a moment to connect the dots. The man speaking to her wasn't just the impressively built peacekeeper from earlier. He was an old friend. "Chris," she stammered. "Christopher Middleton? No way, it can't be you, can it? I know, right?" Christopher replied, and Lisa detected a hint of shyness in his demeanour, which seemed almost comical given his formidable physique. "I've changed a bit." "A bit?" Lisa exclaimed, looking him over up close. "What on earth happened? Did you literally consume Arnold Schwarzenegger?" Christopher laughed. "Not exactly. No. I just got really into fitness, you know. Ended up opening a gym not far from here on the road toward Bainbridge. Hard to run a place like that if you look like your main hobby is eating donuts. But donuts were basically your entire diet back in the day." Lisa laughed, recalling the chubby kid he once was. "It's been years, Chris. How are you? Is anyone else from the old crowd here? And what you did earlier, that was incredible. I've never seen anything like it. I don't think anyone here has." Lisa felt a gentle touch on her arm. "Don't forget about us, dear." Her mother's voice pulled her attention downward. The woman had always been petite, but she appeared to have diminished slightly since Lisa's last visit, a subtle shrinkage that was becoming a familiar, tender hallmark of homecomings. "Mom!" Lisa exclaimed, wrapping her mother in a warm embrace. It was truly marvelous. Her father chimed in, his gaze fixed on Lisa with unmistakable affection and pride. "Thank you, Dad," she replied. "So where is this Mick fellow you've been so eager for us to meet?" "He's a little tied up right now," Lisa began, but was immediately interrupted. "No, I'm not," as if conjured by the sound of his own name, Mick materialized beside her. Lisa caught a flash of something hardened in his expression as his smile shifted from her parents to Christopher, like a spotlight reluctantly settling on an unwelcome subject. "Mick Johnson," he announced, extending a hand. "A real pleasure." He shook her father's hand firmly before giving her mother a light peck on the cheek. "Lisa's told me all about you, and honestly, most of it was surprisingly complimentary." Her father let out a hearty laugh, and her mother giggled, both then looking expectantly at Lisa. "You're both still coming for dinner tomorrow, yes?" Her mother confirmed. As promised, Lisa nodded. "I've heard legendary tales about your Sunday roast," Mick added with a grin. "Oh, it's a full family operation," her mother said modestly. "That it is," her father agreed, his eyes twinkling. "I handle all the serious cooking, and she supervises from the kettle, drinking enough tea to float a battleship." Christopher leaned closer. "If you'll all excuse me, I'm going to find Gareth for a quick chat. I'll try to round up the others too, though they mentioned meeting at the pub later anyway." "They're actually here?" Lisa asked. Christopher nodded. "And miss the return of the local celebrity? Not a chance, none of us would." Lisa gave his arm a playful nudge. "That's not fair, and you know it," Christopher merely smiled in response. "I'll come with you," Lisa said, eager for an escape from the mutual admiration society forming between Mick and her parents. "I'll join as well," Mick offered. "No, you stay and chat with Mum and Dad," Lisa insisted, already stepping away. "I won't be long." Making her exit, Lisa tried to tune out the conversation, which, thanks to her father, had already downshifted into an intense debate about beef cuts and roasting temperatures. She and Chris moved off to locate Gareth. "You have got to be joking," Gareth blurted out as they approached Chris. "Is it really you? I don't believe it. Just look at you. You're a giant now, a completely different kind of giant, mind you." "Those choir boy days are a distant memory," Christopher replied with a wry smile. "Hard to believe I was ever head boy, isn't it? But you were definitely carrying a bit more weight." Christopher finished, sparing Gareth the awkwardness. "Which reminds me, have you had a look at the photos yet?" "What photos?" Christopher gestured toward the far wall. "Those framed ones under the window." Gareth and Lisa turned to see a cluster of aging photographs haphazardly mounted, their arrangement speaking more to earnest sentiment than any artistic skill. "Come on, they're absolutely worth seeing. You'll get a kick out of them," Christopher urged, leading the way. "I suppose the school just wanted a permanent reminder that you, Mr. Big Shot, started right here in this very hall all those years ago. It's rather sweet, really, that they'd remember." Lisa stared, momentarily speechless. The photographs featured 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls. Gareth and Christopher were there, the eldest and tallest. The other 4 included 1 boy and 3 girls, one of whom was distinctly the smallest and youngest of the bunch, separated by just enough years to stand out. "Good grief, look at my hair," Lisa gasped, leaning in to examine her younger self positioned front and center. "Your hair?" Gareth echoed, his own attention captured by the visual time capsule. "Check out my smile," Gareth said with a grin. Christopher chuckled. "Now, that's a sign you've made it, when you start obsessing over your teeth. Seriously, what did that set you back? And look at me back then, I was downright round, wasn't I? Absolutely terrible." "You don't want to know," Gareth replied. "What? How round you were?" "No," Gareth said, tapping a finger against his own teeth. "The cost, it's embarrassing, honestly." Lisa kept her eyes fixed on that same picture, absorbing the date and her own youthful face from so long ago, before letting her gaze drift to the other images, each one pulling a different memory to the surface. "So why are these particular photos up on the wall?" Gareth asked. "I mean, besides what you mentioned, there must be loads from when we were kids. What makes these so important? You really don't remember, do you? Should I?" "It's the concert," Christopher explained. "The one where we got noticed for that big competition. Well, not every shot is from that night, and there's a whole album too. But these main ones here, that's why they're displayed." "What competition?" The question came from Mick, who had wandered over to join them. "Are your parents doing all right?" Lisa asked. "I think they approve of me," Mick said, slipping an arm around Lisa's shoulders a bit too firmly for her liking. "At least I hope so, but seriously, what competition? Hold on, you mean this is from back in the day, really?" "It is," Gareth confirmed, pointing at the photograph. "That's me, that's Lisa, and that's Christopher." "What about the other 3? That's Andrew, Penny and Claire," Christopher said. "They're all here tonight too." "Sounds like a full-blown reunion then," Mick remarked. Gareth rapped a knuckle lightly on the glass over the photo. "If it weren't for this, I wouldn't be standing here doing any of this now." "Too right," Christopher agreed. "That's where it all started, isn't it?" Lisa was on the verge of reflecting on how drastically all their lives had shifted since that evening years ago, when she caught sight of a figure lingering at the back of the crowd still milling about in the church. Everyone else was savouring the refreshments Gareth had insisted on providing, buying CDs and chatting amiably, but this person, she was almost certain, wasn't here for any of that. They simply couldn't be. "I'll be right back," Lisa said, slipping away from Gareth, Mick, and Christopher, who were so absorbed in reminiscing they barely noticed. Well, Gareth and Christopher were anyway. Mick was putting in a valiant effort to appear engaged, though Lisa could tell his heart wasn't in it. Making her way across the church floor, Lisa desperately hoped the person she'd seen wasn't actually who she thought. She knew how that sounded in her own head, like utter nonsense, but she understood her own meaning, and that was what counted. But if it was him, then his only reason for being here was to stir up trouble, which immediately made her think back to the two fools who had shown up midway through the event. Had he orchestrated that as well? It had felt a little too convenient, hadn't it? She wouldn't put it past him, that was certain. And if it was him, what else did he have planned? Spotting him again in the throng, Lisa began to weave her way through, part of her questioning why she even cared. After all, Gareth had been the one who'd had a brief affair with the man's wife, hadn't he? Yes, it was a good 15 years ago now, but the scandal of it, the mere fact it happened, had been expertly used to derail Gareth's life even further, coming so soon after the tragic loss of his wife Karen. The tabloids ate it up, the whole saga of Mr. Nice Guy, the church choir boy caught in an affair. It was pure gold. It sold copies, and it shattered lives, stomping over what was already in ruins. Lisa reached the fringe of the crowd just in time to see the man she was after exit through the main doors. Oh, she wasn't about to let him slip away without some answers, was she? Not a chance. So she nudged past a couple deeply engrossed in discussing Gareth's performance over champagne and dainty finger sandwiches and followed him outside into the cool evening air. The cold was a sharp, biting presence, a razor's edge against her skin. She only understood how recklessly she'd been running when her feet slipped out from under her, and she landed hard on the frozen ground. The snow provided a thin cushion, but the impact still forced a sharp gasp of pain from her lips. Up ahead, the figure she pursued halted, turning to look back. It was him, without a doubt. The sheer, stubborn fury it must have taken for him to follow them all the way from London, just to spite Gareth, was staggering. As he turned to vanish into the white haze, Lisa pushed herself up, her shout tearing through the quiet. "Wait! You need to stop!" But he was already gone, swallowed by the storm. Back inside the church, damp and aching, Lisa rejoined Gareth and Christopher. Mick was still there, and the three of them seemed deep in conversation. It was a peculiar scene. Gareth only knew Mick from band practice. Mick had never met Chris, and Gareth and Chris hadn't seen each other since they were teenagers, barely able to grow scruffy chin hair. Then there was Mick's quiet, simmering discomfort over her friendship with Gareth, a feeling she had no intention of accommodating. Her friends were her own. "What happened to you?" Mick asked, his arm immediately finding its familiar possessive place around her waist. "Yeah, why the sudden sprint?" Chris added. "Just got a message, Andrew, and the others are already at the pub." "I thought I saw someone," Lisa replied. "Who?" Gareth pressed his expression open and cheerful. She wanted to tell him everything, that the furious ex-husband of a woman he'd briefly known years ago had been lurking here, undoubtedly with bad intentions. But Gareth looked happier than she'd seen him in years, genuinely lit up from within. Ruining this moment felt unthinkable. All she truly wanted was to protect his joy. No one, she said finally, brushing snow from her sleeve. Absolutely no one. So, the pub then at the bar. Gareth downed his first pint in a few swift gulps. The beer was cool and refreshing, a welcome cascade after the tense chase outside. "Thirsty much?" Christopher chuckled, draping a muscular arm over Gareth's shoulders. "Ready for another?" Gareth set the empty glass down with a solid thunk, a wave of nostalgia mixed with regret washing over him. Why had he stayed away from home for so long? "Sounds like you're a few ahead of me," Gareth laughed. "Tons." Chris boomed back, his face splitting into a wide grin. Then, with a mock-serious tone, he added, "Actually, not really. I own a gym. Got to keep up the massive muscular image. Drinking doesn't exactly fit the brand." "I can tell," Gareth said, playing along. "Goes straight to my head. And it really has, hasn't it?" Chris laughed even louder, signalling the bartender for 2 more pints. When they arrived, he clinked his glass against Gareth's. "You earned this. That concert was incredible. You were up there and just, wow. He's not lying, mate." The new voice belonged to Andrew Firth, who was nursing a generous glass of whiskey. He had less hair than Gareth remembered, but he seemed utterly content, his arm around Penny. Her smile was as bright and lively as the ponytail bouncing behind her. So they had found their way to each other after all. Had he really been that disconnected from their lives? "It means so much that you all came," Gareth said, his voice thick with emotion. "Really? I'm stunned." "We made a promise, remember," said another voice. A woman shorter than Penny but a touch taller than Lisa stepped forward. Her dark bob was sleek, and she wore a pair of sleek, expensive boots that looked like they belonged in a riding stable. Of course, Gareth thought, Claire Sykes. She'd always been horse-mad, a passion he'd never quite shared, but had always admired in its intensity. "There was no chance we were missing this," she declared, her eyes sparkling. The group chuckled at Claire's remark, and Gareth took a moment, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces gathered to welcome him. The gesture touched him so deeply that when he tried to express his gratitude, the words lodged in his throat. "Oh, he's getting choked up," Lisa teased, her hand finding his arm and giving a gentle squeeze through his jacket sleeve. "It just feels like a lifetime ago." Gareth managed. "All of it. Well, it practically is," Andrew pointed out. "And you haven't exactly been a regular feature around here since everything blew up, have you?" "Not really, no," Gareth admitted. "The years just vanished." "They absolutely did," Christopher agreed with an emphatic nod. "Gone in a flash." Claire leaned in, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "So tell us honestly, what's it actually like, the whole fame thing?" "Let's not skip over the wealth part," Penny chimed in, offering a wink that felt oddly inclusive, as if meant for the whole table. "Nobody enjoys discussing finances," Gareth deflected with a modest shrug. "But I've been fortunate. It's been good. Well, mostly." Christopher, his words beginning to slur, pointed a wavering finger. You were only..." "Only what?" Gareth asked, genuinely concerned about his friend's capacity. 13, Christopher bellowed, drawing a few looks from the neighbouring booth. "And you topped the charts. I mean, come on, you literally got everything you ever wanted." "Hard to forget." Gareth laughed, the sound tinged with a familiar, seasonal weariness. "Considering I get a festive reminder every single December." Their shared laughter filled the space, and on a wave of nostalgia, Gareth signalled for another round. "It's honestly fantastic to see everyone," he said, distributing the fresh drinks. "I'm sorry, it's taken me so long to properly return. I've popped in but never stayed long enough." "But that's all different now, isn't it?" Andrew prompted. "Oh, absolutely." Penny jumped in. "With the house right up in countersit." Gareth's smile softened almost imperceptibly. "Yes, that's right. News travels fast, you know," Claire said with a knowing smile, reaching out to pat his arm. "No secrets in these valleys," Chris added. "And like I mentioned earlier, we made a promise," Penny reminded him. A sudden, vivid memory washed over Gareth. A windswept churchyard, a sudden summer storm, and a band of kids daring each other with what his dad would have dismissed as pure nonsense. "Good grief, I'd completely forgotten about that." Chris laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. "That thunderstorm, right? Where on earth did it come from? The sky just exploded around us." "Oh, we conjured it without a doubt," Andrew declared. "It was the words that did it, I'm certain," Penny said, her tone turning wistful. "The sheer poetry of it all." Chris's booming laugh echoed through the pub again, a joyful, rolling sound. "The ridiculous things you believe when you're young," Gareth mused, shaking his head. "What do you mean by that?" Mick asked, speaking for the first time since Gareth's arrival. Gareth had a strong suspicion the man wasn't his biggest fan, or Christopher's for that matter. Was it simple jealousy? Over what? His easy friendship with Lisa. It was utterly baseless. Still, it wasn't his concern. If Lisa was content, that was all that mattered. And so the drinks kept coming, and the conversation flowed, a river of shared history and embellished tales. Not every detail was perfectly recalled, but by the night's end, the collective memory had pieced most of it together. The stories undoubtedly inflated by time, the exploits grander, the laughter louder. As the evening wound down and the bartender nodded toward the door where his taxi waited, Gareth drained the last of his pint. Amid a chorus of goodbyes and thanks, he turned to leave. "Told you it would work." The words were a mere whisper, and Gareth couldn't pinpoint who had spoken them. He turned back, his eyes searching the faces of his old friends. "Sorry, what did you say?" They all looked back at him, their expressions giving nothing away.
You should see the look on your face.
Andrew chuckled. "I thought I heard someone say something," Gareth insisted. His friends exchanged glances and shrugged in unison, their innocent smiles perfectly in place. Mick's gaze remained fixed, unblinking. "Hearing things now, are we?" Gareth offered a thin smile, gave a casual shrug, and with a final wave stepped out of the pub. The night air had grown sharp, the wind picking up once more. A brilliant moon bathed the snowy rooftops of Asgrig in an eerie, luminous glow. "You all right?" He turned to find Lisa beside him. "Absolutely fantastic," he declared, his own voice booming in his ears with a volume he seemed powerless to control. "Brilliant idea coming out here. Kudos to whoever planned it, ha." Lisa laughed, a sound Gareth found he liked immensely, just as he liked her smile. It made him wonder, not for the first time, what she was doing with a bloke like Mick. "He can't stand me, you know," Gareth said, the words tumbling out. "Mick gives me that dead-eyed stare. Reckon he's jealous." "Does he have a reason to be?" Lisa asked. The directness of it caught him off guard. "No," he said after a beat. "I don't believe so." She was close then, closer than he'd realized, her palm flat against his chest. The sweet, warm scent of whiskey clung to her breath. "I only want you to be happy," she murmured. "You know that, don't you?" "I do," Gareth replied, his voice steady even as a heat spread through him. "Mick's a good man, but—" He looked down as she tilted her face up. Her lips parted slightly. "Lisa." She leaned in, and a sudden violent cascade of memories assaulted him. Not one, but a dozen, 100, all crashing together. He wanted to. He ached to. But it was impossible. It had been wrong that single, disastrous time before, and it would be wrong now. He stumbled back, his shoulder thudding against the cold metal of a waiting taxi. "I'm sorry, Lisa. No, I can't. You shouldn't." She stood frozen, staring. "We could just see." "No," Gareth said, his tone hardening with resolve. "We really couldn't. But last time. It can't happen again," he finished for her. "You're amazing, truly. But I can't. I'm so sorry." He climbed into the taxi and slumped against the door, his forehead pressed to the cool window. A moment later, the village church slid past, its stone tower just visible through the bare trees by the gate. He closed his eyes. The alcohol in his veins finally overpowered his fight to stay conscious and watch the dark landscape blur by. Then, nothing but sleep. Chapter 10. Harry lifted the pint of Blackstone stout and took an experimental sip, which rapidly became a long, satisfying pool. The beer was the colour of old motor oil, while dark ales had never been his usual fare. It felt like the only proper drink for a bitter, grey afternoon like this. Ever since relocating north to Wensleydale from his old haunts in Somerset and Bristol, Harry felt the landscape was working a quiet change in him, as if prolonged exposure to the Dales inevitably made you a part of its fabric. He'd never been a devout cider enthusiast, but it had been his reliable standby until he'd arrived in Hawes months back. The local pubs served cider, sure, but it was the sickly sweet, fizzy sort meant for kids. So he'd reluctantly migrated to beer, and now here he was, fully submerged in the murky depths of stout. He had to admit, eyeing the glass in his hand. It was a seriously good pint, smooth, rich, with just a ghost of vanilla in the finish. He took another deep swig and set it down. "Enjoying that, are you?" Across the small scarred table sat Geordie. They were tucked into a corner of the public bar at the Fountain Hotel in Hawes. Harry was sinking perhaps too comfortably into a worn, wing-backed leather chair, while Geordie was perched on a wooden stool. To Harry's right, an open fire crackled and blazed, its restless light dancing over the well-trodden floorboards outside, A deceptively bright sky hinted at warmth, but a vicious, cutting wind betrayed that promise entirely. According to the forecast, this murderous chill was settling in for a long stay. "I am actually," Harry said, much to my own astonishment. "How's the orange juice treating you?" "Distinctly of orange." Gordy shrugged, a faint smile touching his lips. "Which is a relief, honestly." Harry wrapped his hand around his pint glass, idly turning it left, then right, leaving a perfect damp ring on the beer mat beneath it. The simple action felt like claiming his small, warm piece of the world against the cold waiting outside. "So, should I ask what's going on, or can I just wait for you to eventually fill me in?" Harry inquired, raising a small packet. "Pork rind." Gordy declined with a shake of her head. "Not with orange juice," she replied, "or with anything really, if I'm being honest. How do you stomach those?" Says the person who happily ate haggis just the other day, if my memory serves. "It does," Gordy conceded. "But you can't seriously compare the iconic dish of my country to a bag of greasy, salted fried pigskin, can you?" "Oh, I believe I can," Harry said, tossing a piece into his mouth. "Delicious." Gordy shook her head, crossed her arms, and let out a long breath. "I'm telling Jen, and then you'll have to answer to her." Harry chuckled. Police Constable Jenny Coates had apparently appointed herself the guardian of his health. He credited her or blamed her for his new, almost regular running habit and the roughly 15 pounds he'd shed since arriving in the Dales. "All right, enough stalling," Harry urged. "Spit it out." "How's Jim doing?" Gordy asked instead. "Smooth subject change," Harry noted. "He's managing, needs watching though. Losing his old school friend hit him hard. And after what you mentioned about his state during that interview with the dog thief, let's just say it's worrying. He's really grasping at anything right now." "You're talking about the cigarettes?" Harry gave a single nod. It was strange that he'd be smoking that specific brand.
Not necessarily,
Harry countered. Forensics came up empty on them last time, and he was already on edge after Fly was nearly stolen. Having that lawyer there certainly didn't help matters, Gordy added. Harry shook his head in agreement. "No, I can imagine that complicated things." "He didn't strike me as the type to have that kind of legal muscle," Gordy observed, "which in my book is a major red flag." "And in mine," Harry agreed, taking another swallow from his pint. "Not much we can do about it, though, is there? Everything was legally above board. But do you think there's a connection?" Gordy pressed. "Between what?" "Between the attempt to take Fly and the stolen sheep?" Gordy clarified. "No, I don't," Harry stated firmly. "I did send the cigarettes off for analysis to see if they match the earlier ones, but I doubt it'll lead anywhere. Same brand, yes, but any link is incredibly thin. Honestly, I only did it for Jim's peace of mind." "Always better to be certain," Gordy agreed. "Did you learn anything more about the man we questioned?" "Well, putting aside what an absolute charmer Tim turned out to be," Harry said dryly, "the kindest description is that he's a familiar face to law enforcement. So it's not just dogs, then?" Harry shook his head. "Not exclusively, no. Looks like he's spent most of his life in and out of prison, and given the fancy solicitor, he's probably dipped a toe into some organization just large enough to make him feel significant. But still nothing on the murder." "Not a single damned clue," Harry admitted, his frustration evident. "This police work isn't like the movies, is it?" Gordy mused, tracing a line of condensation on her glass. "I mean, there's always supposed to be evidence, a clear link, a neat ending where the bad guys get caught." "Except in reality it's sadly never that straightforward," Harry said, his tone turning somber. "A murder like Neil's? They occur, and sometimes the person responsible simply walks away. That's the brutal, ugly truth of it." "Well, that took a grim turn." Gordy sighed, the playful energy from their snack debate now completely gone. "Then you'd better get on with telling me what this is really about," Harry said, lifting his now empty pint and peering at her over the rim. "But since I'm feeling generous, I'll give you a minute to gather your thoughts by going to get myself another one of these." He finished his drink, stood up, edged past Gordy, and made his way to the bar. After placing his order, he glanced back at the detective inspector, who was staring thoughtfully into the middle distance, as if steeling herself for a difficult conversation. Geordie was gazing out the window, and Harry could tell something wasn't right. It was in her posture, the way her hands were clasped but restless. Returning to the table, Harry set his pint down, tossed a couple bags of Seabrook crisps onto the wood, and settled back into his armchair. He tore both packets open and slid them to the middle. "All right, I'm ready," he said, grabbing a handful of crisps, which is my way of saying go ahead and talk. Whatever's on your mind, it's better out than in, isn't it? So, he spread his hands, offering her the floor. Geordie gave a thin smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Well, I've been missing home." "Scotland?" "Aye," Geordie confirmed. "Scotland. I haven't lived there in years, not since before I graduated, really, but it's always there like a quiet pool." "Can't say I ever felt that tug myself," Harry admitted. "Went up a few times on army trips back in my paras days, always came back covered in midge bites and with a deep personal grudge against the rain. Honestly, it never let up. Wait, that's a lie. It did stop, to snow. Not that we could ever see the snow through the fog." Geordie actually laughed. "See, that's what I miss. All of it." "How?" A small shrug. "Home is home, I suppose," she said. "Can't really change that feeling. I think last night, having that early Burns night supper, it just brought everything rushing back, made me properly homesick." "Sounds like you need a vacation then," Harry said, his tone deliberately light. "Is that what this is? Because honestly, you just have to fill out a request form or whatever useless bit of bureaucracy they require these days. You don't need to schedule a solemn meeting and ruin a perfectly good Saturday afternoon." "I think I might need more than just a holiday," Geordie said quietly. "A lot more. I'm not decided on anything. Not yet. I just thought it was best to mention it, to talk it through." "What about a sabbatical?" Harry suggested, though he knew he was one to talk, having never taken one himself. "No clue how the process works, but I can look into it. I'll even have a word with Swift, and that's something I usually go out of my way to avoid." "No, it's not that," Geordie said. She reached for her orange juice, lifted the glass, but then set it back down without taking a sip. Harry's instincts were starting to prickle. Geordie was a rock on the team. She ran a tight ship, sure, but she had a real fondness for Hawes, and Harry genuinely liked having her around. They all did. So what was this really about? Why arrange a weekend meet-up just to talk about missing Scotland? A dreadful suspicion was forming in Harry's mind, but he bit his tongue. The words had to come from her. "I'm considering a transfer," Geordie finally said, confirming Harry's fear and dropping a cold, heavy weight into his gut. He coughed, as if that might shift it. It didn't. "To police Scotland?" Harry asked, working to keep his voice steady. "That's a big step." Geordie gave a brief, shallow nod. "And you're sure a proper holiday wouldn't sort it?" "Tried that already, remember?" Geordie replied, "and like I said, I'm only thinking about it. It's not a done deal." Harry did remember. It was a while back, and he remembered it clearly because he'd missed her sharp insights during a tricky case over in Swaledale. He let the silence hang between them for a moment, absorbing her words. "So where in Scotland are you thinking?" he asked, striving for an encouraging tone instead of the gutted one he felt. "Edinburgh, Glasgow? Somewhere with a bit more life than these dales?" "Well, I grew up near Glencoe," Geordie said. "Not in the main valley, but in the little village at the far end. There's a station there, run by the team based out of the fort." "There's a fort?" Harry asked, seizing on the detail with a forced, wry grin. Didn't realize things were so rough up north that the police needed an actual fortress. "Do they issue you a bow and arrow as well?" Harry asked, only half joking. Geordie gave a small shake of her head, a smile playing on her lips. "There's a solid team up in Fort William. Really solid, actually. I'm not convinced they'd have a spot for someone like me, but there are other options, Oban, for instance." "Oban? Over on the west coast," she explained. "You can catch a ferry from there out to the islands. It's a lovely spot. Not exactly a bustling metropolis, but it has its charms." Harry took a sip from his pint. but the beer seemed to have lost its flavour after Gordy's revelation. "So, what's the plan?" he pressed. "What do you need from me?" "Nothing at the moment," Gordy replied, "but I appreciate you taking it so calmly." "I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't miss you if you decide to leave," Harry admitted. "The whole team would, but there's no sense in staying somewhere if your heart's pulling you elsewhere." "Oh, it's not that I'm unhappy here," Gordy was quick to clarify. "Not in the slightest. I adore this place, always have, the landscape, the community. How could I not?" She paused, her gaze drifting toward the pub's window as if she could see the rolling hills beyond. "It's not about discontent. It's more a longing to return to my roots, and sooner rather than later. The Highlands are in my blood. It's just a fact." "Well, you keep me posted, all right," Harry said. "I might not even go," Gordy shrugged, a flicker of her usual pragmatism returning. "Consider this me just testing the waters, seeing if it's an idea I truly want to pursue." "So, you've basically sent me into a panic for no reason," Harry feigned exasperation. Gordy winked, a gesture Harry had never seen from her before. It was surprisingly playful. "Let's just say I'm waiting to see how another situation unfolds first," she said cryptically. Harry leaned forward, intrigued. "Another situation? Now you're being mysterious. What does that mean?" A genuine, wide smile spread across Gordy's face. "I had a date earlier this week," she confessed, and Harry watched her expression shift from thoughtful to openly delighted. "A friend of a friend sort of introduction. It went rather well, actually." "Well, now that is news worth celebrating," Harry declared, raising his glass. "A date and Burns night all in 1 week. You've been keeping busy." "He's from this end of the valley, not the other," Gordy offered, then held up a hand. "And no, I'm not telling you who. Not that you'd know him, but news has a way of travelling." "Don't you trust me?" Harry put on a wounded look. "You?" "Yes. The rest of the team." Gordy laughed. "Not a chance." Later, after Gordy had excused herself, Harry sank back into his chair, staring at his empty glass. The warmth from the fireplace was soporific. As he debated the merits of another round, a sobering thought settled over him. As far as beginnings to a new job went, potentially losing a key team member within the first few months was far from ideal. And in a quiet, unexpected twist, he felt a pang of envy. Gordy knew where she belonged. She had a home that called to her. His own last proper home had been Bristol, though he'd never truly felt anchored there, despite being Somerset born and bred. His army life was partly to blame, but so was the complicated history he'd left behind, a past that didn't exactly inspire nostalgia. Hawes, though? Could this be it for now it was? The Dales and their people had welcomed him. It wasn't perfect. As he'd settled in, he'd seen beyond the postcard beauty to the place's flaws and old scars. But to Harry, that only made it more compelling, more authentic. Perhaps that was why he already felt so at ease under the shadow of the fells. This place, like him, carried its history without apology. With a final, decisive thought, Harry pushed himself to his feet, returned his glass to the bar, and stepped out into the biting, ice-laden wind. The sudden, shocking cold didn't bother him. Instead, it cleared his head and he found himself smiling into the dark night. Gareth decided that, all things considered, this place would serve as a home. He made his way back through the snow to his apartment. Chapter 11. He burst through his front door with the elegance of a waltzing elephant, immediately catching his foot and spinning into the hallway before lurching sideways into the wall and sending a mirror crashing down. After waiting for the room to settle into a manageable tilt, he attempted to maneuver through the lounge doorway, which had mysteriously shrunk several inches since his more sober passage earlier that evening. He was profoundly grateful he'd arranged for a taxi ahead of time. Finding a ride in the Dales on a Saturday night was a feat, even if the local pubs were lively. Asgrig was no Times Square. The lounge floor was bare, covered in dust sheets weighed down by paint cans. He picked his way over to an unopened box, spotting a framed gold record peeking out from within. He had so many awards he'd lost track. Behind it, another box caught his eye. Dropping to his knees, he ripped it open and let out a triumphant shout. More alcohol. And it wasn't even 1 in the morning. The night was full of promise. He pulled out a half-finished bottle of single malt, reconsidered, and after some rummaging, unearthed a bottle of port. Excellent. Back on his feet, Gareth retreated to the kitchen diner, his current living quarters, while he pretended to decorate the rest of the downstairs. He was no interior designer, and he suspected his chosen palette was firmly in "what were you thinking" territory. But it was his space to ruin in the kitchen. He fumbled for a glass only to drop and shatter it on the tiles. With a philosophical shrug, he grabbed a mug from the sink, carefully stepped around the debris, and collapsed into a chair at the dining table. He poured a very generous serving of the ruby port, raised the mug, and took a deep swallow. What he needed now was a good film, something classic. He fumbled for his laptop to stream something. It had to be either hilarious or brutally violent, ideally both. Then he spotted The Equalizer starring Denzel Washington, a man he'd once met at a painfully awkward industry party, and made his selection with a silent toast and another gulp of port. He leaned forward to click play. That was precisely when a knock sounded at the front door. The unexpected noise at such a late hour startled him into a coughing fit, sending a spectacular arc of fortified wine across the table and up the wall. Wiping his mouth, he briefly entertained the idea that the sound wasn't a knock at all. Maybe it was just a truck rumbling by, or perhaps a bird had spontaneously combusted against the window. He wasn't sure why that particular image came to mind, though the splatter on the wall did bear a striking resemblance. The knock came again, firmer this time. Gareth leaned forward, paused the movie, refilled his mug, and slowly hauled himself upright. With port in hand, he navigated back down the hall to the front door. He took a slow, savouring sip, amused by his own level of intoxication, then dropped unsteadily to his knees and slapped open the letterbox flap. "Yeah? Who's there?" No answer came, just another more insistent knock. A flicker of irrational hope crossed his mind. It wasn't Lisa, was it? No, that was impossible. She was far too level-headed to believe he hadn't meant every word. Besides, it was clearly the drink talking. She was with Mick now. Things seemed steady, and he'd even passed the parent test. It couldn't be Lisa, and even if it was, Gareth knew the conversation was pointless. He had his own path to walk, a long journey back to himself after everything, and he wasn't about to jump tracks. He needed to be certain, though. "Lisa, is that you?" Another series of knocks. "Lisa, if that's you, which I seriously doubt, but if it is, you should probably go home to Mick. He's a decent guy, maybe a tad possessive, but he's clearly crazy about you. And if it's not you, do me a favor and leave. I'm in the middle of achieving a more advanced state of drunkenness. Knock. Knock, knock. Are you deaf? Gareth called out. I've been celebrating, you see, released a new album. Isn't that wild? The thrill never fades. Do you enjoy port? I'm a port enthusiast, a true devotee. Although I just gave my kitchen walls an impromptu port-themed makeover thanks to your startling arrival. Anyway, I'm peckish. Also, I'm in the middle of a film, so whatever this is, I'm unavailable. Physically present, spiritually absent, if you catch my drift. He let out a laugh that sounded more like a gleeful snort, then adopted a flat recorded tone. You've reached the voicemail of Gareth. He is not available. Please leave your message after the... A burp escaped him, followed by another chuckle. The next knock was different. Less a tap, more a pound, deeper and insistent. Definitely not Lisa. Listen, Gareth said, leaning so close to the mail slot his lips brushed the metal. Whoever you are, whatever this is, can it wait until tomorrow? And by tomorrow, I mean Monday. Not later today, because it's still Sunday, right? Sunday is for resting, and I have a profound need for rest. An epic need. I'm not accustomed to these late hours. Did I mention I'm drunk? Ooh, look, more port. He took a hearty swig from his mug and pushed himself upright. Goodbye, then. he announced, waggling his fingers weakly at the door in a mock wave. The subsequent impact against the wood was so forceful he thought the hinges might give. "Hey, enough! Just go home! I don't know you and I don't want to! Just get lost!" Another bang, a kick, and then, driven by a surge of frustrated adrenaline, Gareth was at the door, yanking it open. "Right, that's it." Filling the doorway, a figure stepped from the cold night into the warmth. "Hello, Gareth." Gareth's irritation ignited into full-blown fury. Nicholas, the man on his doorstep, stood motionless, his eyes dark pools in the shadows, silent. "What in the world are you doing here? How did you even find my place?" The man didn't flinch or speak, just held his gaze, and Gareth could practically feel the heat of the anger radiating from him. Not that he gave a damn. That chapter was closed. "What do you want? What? I'm calling the police." "No, scratch that. I'm calling them right now, Nick." As Gareth fumbled in his pockets for his phone, the visitor took a deliberate step forward. "I was at the show tonight. Were you, Nick? How supportive." "Let me guess, here to sweet-talk me into signing with your label again." Gareth barked a laugh, the sheer absurdity of the notion striking him as utterly hilarious. He held his phone up, the screen glowing. "See, 999, and I'm dialing." The intruder didn't retreat. "You seem to be doing all right for yourself, all things considered. And don't call me Nick. It's Nicholas." Gareth was astounded. "All things considered, Nick? Are you serious? You came all this way to say that?" "Let me decide. Nick or Nicholas?" "No, you're a Nick through and through. Just stop." Nicholas's voice was a raw, furious command. "I'm begging you, stop talking what you did with my wife. It wasn't an affair." Gareth shot back, the words sharp and exasperated. "How many different ways do I have to say it? You call sleeping with my wife something else. What would you label it then, Gareth? Give me the proper term." Gareth pressed his thumbs against his closed eyes, a few drops of dark port spilling from the mug in his hand. "First of all, and you know this because it was rehashed in court until everyone was sick of it, it was a decade ago. A full 10 years. Have you ever stopped to truly consider how long that is?" "My name is Nicholas." 10 years, Gareth repeated louder. He held up his left hand, flashing his open palm twice in front of Nicholas. 5 and 5 makes 10. It wasn't some grand romance. It was a stupid, regrettable mistake, one I'll carry with me forever, and I'm sorry. "Your apology feels a bit thin, don't you think?" Nicholas said, his voice tight. "Go ahead, blame me," Gareth retorted, a bitter laugh escaping him. "I was just a convenient scapegoat, and we both know it. If Cassie was that miserable back then that she'd turned to me, then, honestly, it's a miracle she stuck around with you for as long as she did afterward. She was not miserable." Nicholas's shout was sudden, cracking the air. "I provided her with everything she could possibly want." "I don't care, Nick. I genuinely don't." Gareth fired back, the old nickname a deliberate jab. "It's Nicholas. Did you forget the part where I had no idea she was married?" "Oh, wait, of course you did. That little fact got buried pretty fast once the divorce papers were filed, and you saw a chance to gain some leverage, right?" "You were with her." Nicholas seethed, the words dripping with a hatred fueled by the alcohol on his breath. "You were with my wife. What was your endgame?" Gareth leaned in, his own anger boiling over. "What did you want, Nick? For her to just stay miserable for your own pride? Did her happiness ever cross your mind?" "No, of course not. This has always been about you. I don't know you. I have zero desire to know you, and yet here you are on my doorstep, forcing your way into my life. And you know what? After everything you dragged me through and this pathetic little performance tonight, I feel like I know you more than I ever wanted to." "Shut your mouth, Gareth." But Gareth was just getting started, powered by a volatile mix of liquor, adrenaline, and a deep-seated sense of injustice. "I was a pawn in your twisted, vindictive little war. You both used me, you and Cassie, to make your divorce so spectacularly ugly that neither of you could win. Am I right?" "I'm telling you to be quiet." "Yes, you are." "I'm absolutely right, and that truth is what's really eating at you, and you still point the finger at me. Did you ever once consider what you did to my life? No. You're here tonight proving you still don't. That would require a shred of decency. I'm warning you. The media tore me apart. Nick, they shredded me. My picture, my private grief, was served up for public consumption and then ripped to pieces. All so you two could try to financially destroy each other. And in the middle of your petty battle, you managed to obliterate what was left of my life, which, as I'm sure you'll recall, wasn't exactly stable since I was still grieving my own wife's death. Bravo. Seriously, well done. Outstanding work, mate. Gareth began to clap, his hands coming dangerously close to Nicholas's face in a slow, sarcastic applause. Gareth, what? Not enthusiastic enough for you? Allow me to fix that. His clapping became a frantic, wild percussion, echoing in the small space. There, is that better? Please, just stop. Gareth was beyond listening. You know what, Nick? I don't have to stand here and take this from you. You think you haven't already ruined me? You're so blinded by your own ego you'd never even notice. Well, I'm done. I'm calling the police right now. I'll give them your name and have you arrested. And then, Nick, I'm calling every reporter I know. They are going to feast on this story. It's a kind of attention you absolutely do not want, but I promise you I will relish every second of watching them tear you apart. The impact was sudden. Gareth didn't see the fist, only a brilliant explosion of light behind his eyes. His head snapped back with a force that wasn't his own, and then the hallway wall met his shoulders. Nick's hands were at his throat, squeezing. The feeling was utterly foreign, a terrifying, crushing pressure that stole his breath and his reason. He thrashed, a choked, guttural sound escaping him as the grip tightened like a noose. For a second, everything cleared, and he saw Nick's face, those wild eyes of the man who had used his own fame and fortune to systematically dismantle his wife in a courtroom. A raw, instinctive fury took over. Gareth drove his knee upward with every ounce of strength he had. The effect was immediate and violent. Nick was lifted clean off his feet by the force. He crumpled to the hardwood floor, gasping, legs useless, curled in on himself. You attacked me? Gareth rasped, his voice raw and shredded. You hit me, and then you tried to choke the life out of me. Are you insane? Nicholas wasn't hearing a word. He was a weeping, writhing ball on the floor, hands clutched between his legs. Gareth rubbed his aching throat, coughing. What was the plan here, Nick? Did you drive all the way out to my house just to kill me? Is that it? A pained whisper slithered from the floor. You bastard. And the concert. Why were you even there? Are you following me now? What is wrong with you? The questions tumbled out, fueled by adrenaline and a dawning, sickening realization. A memory surfaced through the haze. Those two idiots who rushed the stage, was that your doing? Was that the whole point? You came to watch me fail, to see me humiliated after everything you've already done. You wanted a front row seat to my collapse. Unbelievable. Nicholas managed to roll onto his knees, forehead pressed to the floorboards. With a hand that only trembled slightly, Gareth pulled out his phone. You'll be hearing from my lawyer first thing, he stated coldly, opening the camera app. And the police, obviously. I'm documenting every mark on my neck. And this, he said, snapping a picture of the broken man on his floor, is going straight to her as well. Another moan was ignored. My lawyer is going to have a field day with this. It'll all be in a very formal letter to you and your attorney. And unless some divine intervention makes me forget this, which, let's be honest, is never going to happen, I'll see you in court facing some very serious charges. The outcome? You writing me a painfully large check and maybe even spending some time behind bars. Won't that be a fascinating spectacle? Nicholas had barely gotten to his knees. With a grimace of disgust, Gareth reached down, hauled him up by his coat, and propelled him toward the front door. Nicholas stumbled over the threshold and landed hard on the icy walkway. You're a pathetic excuse for a man, Nick, Gareth said, his voice now flat and final. He stepped back and closed the door, the click of the lock echoing in the sudden, quiet cold. Now, if you'd be so kind, just go ahead and get lost. I've got this port to finish. Gareth shut the door with a slam. He stood there, listening as Nicholas shuffled down the walkway to his car. The sound of a door opening and closing, an engine coughing to life, and then the vehicle pulling away filled the quiet house. He finished his mug of port in one long swallow and made his way to the kitchen, leaving the empty mug in the sink before trudging upstairs. In the bathroom, he examined the marks on his neck and face, the angry welts already visible not just around his throat, but spreading across his right cheek and eye. He took several photos with his phone. The task done, he staggered to his bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, not bothering to change. It was simply too much effort. All he needed was to close his eyes and escape. As he lay there, the events of the evening replayed in his mind. He doubted he'd sleep with his face throbbing like this, but then, almost instantly, he was out. He awoke with a jolt, his mouth parched, his head pounding a brutal rhythm. His face felt like it had been used as a punching bag, which he remembered with a sickening lurch, was essentially what had happened. A wave of nausea hit him so violently he stumbled out of bed and lurched to the bathroom, barely making it before he was retching into the toilet. God, I feel terrible, he thought, as his stomach heaved, the acid burning his throat. Dehydration and pain had likely dragged him from unconsciousness. Then a loud crash reverberated through the house. Despite feeling like he'd been trampled, a hot surge of anger cut through the misery. That absolute jerk. Gareth went to his bedroom window and yanked the curtains aside. Peering down at the front of his house, he saw a shadowy figure loitering by his door. That total, complete bastard. Wiping his mouth on his sleeve, he stormed out of his room and down the stairs. Snatching an umbrella leaning against the wall, he brandished it like a weapon as he flung the front door open. "You asked for this?" Gareth snarled, starting to raise the umbrella. It never made it above his waist. A rough cloth bag was yanked over his head, plunging his world into darkness. Disoriented and panicking, he stumbled, tripped over his own feet, and fell backward into the wall. A burst of sparks flashed behind his eyes, and then there was nothing. When consciousness returned, it was a brutal, jarring affair. This was no gentle awakening. He was ripped from a deep, black void by an explosion of freezing cold water dumped over his head. It felt like being submerged in ice. Then a stinging slap landed on his face, the pain immediate and fierce, as if a swarm of wasps had attacked him. "Can you stand up?" "What?" I said. "Can you stand up?" "Of course I can stand up. What the hell is?" It was then that Gareth realized two crucial things. First, he couldn't see. A coarse sack, smelling faintly of grain or hay, was over his head. The scent triggered a sudden, incongruous memory of building a fort in a hayloft on his friend Chris's family farm. Second, the voice he'd just heard was disturbingly familiar, but the ringing in his ears, a cocktail of last night's alcohol and the blow to his head, combined with the muffling sack, made it impossible to place. Fear clogged his throat, his mind scrambled and overwhelmed, throbbed with a sharp, spiked pain. "Stand up." Gareth couldn't answer. He couldn't seem to draw a proper breath. What was happening? Where was he? Why, if his eyes were open, was everything still black? I said, "Stand up." He was still choking, his voice trapped. He realized he was propped against a wall. He tried to push himself upright, only to discover with a fresh bolt of panic that his hands were bound tightly together behind his back. Gareth's legs finally obeyed him, pushing upward until he could stand. Air rushed into his lungs, the tight knot of panic inside his chest beginning to unravel. "See? That's an improvement, isn't it?" a voice said, focusing on the sound. Gareth tried to place it. He was certain he knew it, yet something was wrong. The tone was distorted, strangely muffled, just enough to keep his foggy mind from making the connection. "Who's there?" he demanded. Silence. "Where am I? What is this?" Still nothing. "Answer me. What are you doing?" he pleaded, hearing the desperation in his own voice. Then a familiar scent cut through the confusion. "Paint. I smell paint. Are we in my house?" A sudden, sickening realization stole his breath. "Nick, is that you?" Of course it was. Who else would it be? The lunatic had returned because his first attempt hadn't gone as planned. The man was utterly unhinged. "You've come back for another round, haven't you? You need to stop this, Nick. Do you hear me? Whatever this is, end it now, before it goes too far. Walk." Gareth walked. Icy air hit him, along with the sound of snow compacting underfoot, sending a deep chill through his body. But was that really Nick's voice? It sounded like a chorus of every voice he'd ever known, all blended into one. How much had he drunk to not even recognize a friend? A hand pressed on his head, forcing him down into a waiting space he couldn't see. Panic flared again, a brief, useless struggle, and then he was falling until a soft surface caught him. He felt his legs being pushed in, heard a car door slam shut, the engine coughed to life, and the vehicle began to move. "Where are you taking me?" he asked. Only the hum of the engine replied. Warm air from the heater filled the car. Exhaustion and terror warred within him, but the alcohol and the comforting warmth were winning. His eyelids grew leaden. Maybe this was all a bad dream. Yes, that had to be it. Soon he'd wake up with a pounding headache, and it would all be over. Giving in, Gareth slept. Out, groggier now and queasy from the motion, Gareth felt himself guided from the car. He moved obediently, a passive participant in this lingering dream. Walk. He walked, the crunch of snow beneath his boots the only clear sound. A hand prodded his back, steering him forward. This had to be some elaborate, cruel joke. It was either Nick being a monumental jerk, trying to scare him senseless, or some of his old mates pulling a stunt, but that didn't add up, did it? None of it did. The air shifted, becoming still and carrying the scent of old stone, dust, and candle wax. It was hauntingly familiar. "Are we in a church?" he whispered. "Keep walking. We are? Is this Asgrig? Why bring me here? Who are you?" A door creaked open. A hand ensured he ducked his head as he was ushered through. The atmosphere changed again. The space felt smaller, as if the walls were leaning in. "Lift your left foot and step forward." What? Agony and blinding light erupted in his skull as something hard smashed against it. The coppery taste of blood filled his mouth. Dazed, he stepped forward and felt his foot being directed onto a narrow, rising step. "We're going upstairs now, are we, Nick?" Gareth muttered, clinging to the belief it was his friend in the darkness with him, despite the voice that still didn't sound quite right. The voice was becoming distinct now, losing the rough disguise its owner had attempted. "You're mentally ill, you realize that, right? Just wait until I'm free from this. Lift your right foot now." Gareth considered defiance, but a fresh jolt of agony this time across his left cheek forced him into motion. "Keep ascending the staircase until instructed otherwise," the voice commanded. He was certain of it now. The voice was shifting. It cracked and splintered, morphing into something or someone unfamiliar. Or was his mind playing tricks? The alcohol, the pounding in his skull, the nausea. It was an overwhelming cocktail. He paused, and a new searing pain erupted from his hands. A scream tore from his throat as he heard a definitive snip, followed by the warm rush of fluid over his fingers and the sharp coppery scent of blood filling the air. "Proceed." Gareth obeyed, the step beneath him swaying unsteadily. Scalding tears tracked down his face, the agony in his hand cutting through him with the intense focused heat of a blowtorch. "You severed a finger. You cut off one of my damn fingers. Halt!" Gareth froze. The instability of his platform was now unmistakable. The pain in his hand settled into a deep, rhythmic throb that pulsed up his forearm. "The joke's run its course," Gareth said, struggling to muster some dignity. "Message received. You're upset, you're furious, blah blah blah. So end it now, please." A coarse material was suddenly dropped over his head and tightened around his throat. Gareth tried to speak, but the noose constricted, strangling his voice into silence. All that remained was the cold, his legs trembling, struggling to support him as the platform grew increasingly unsteady. "Please, this has to end," Gareth begged, pure panic now usurping all reason. washed away by his tears and the blood still streaming from the raw stump on his hand. He drew breath to plead again, but in that instant, the support beneath his feet was violently kicked away. His body dropped. His feet performed a frantic, desperate tap dance against empty air, searching for any purchase, anything to stand on, to relieve the pressure, to allow a single gasp of air. But there was only void, and the cord around his neck tightened relentlessly with his own weight. A ruthless, squeezing vice. He knew no breath was coming. He knew he was dying. Yet the panic scalding his skin, setting his veins ablaze, was so violent, so total, that he couldn't stop his body's instinctual rebellion, writhing against the bonds on his wrists, twisting and jerking in a futile attempt to break whatever held him aloft. Then he felt arms encircle his legs, followed by a jolt so brutal he was sure, had he been capable of sound, his scream would have shattered glass. The final image Gareth saw was the sack being ripped from his head, below as his lungs failed and his heart stuttered to a stop. A pair of weeping eyes stared up at him before the everlasting night finally gathered him into its silent embrace. Chapter 13. Harry cradled a large mug of strong coffee brewed from the French press he'd purchased a few months back. The apartment had come furnished, but it lacked a few key essentials. One was a reliable method for making a proper coffee. The other was an egg poacher. He suspected this particular kitchen gadget, the one he was currently hovering over, was considered rather quaint and old-fashioned. But it was how his mother had always prepared poached eggs for him and Ben on weekends when they were boys, and when his father was absent, which was frequent, yet never frequent enough for their liking. It remained his preferred way of cooking an egg or two for toast. He'd found this one by chance during a weekend drive through the Dales, exploring back roads and villages to soak in the landscape. He'd stopped in a little antique shop in Middleham on a whim, a brief detour from simply enjoying the roll of the hills, and the poacher had caught his eye. This wasn't the sort of reconnaissance mission he remembered from his army days, but it served a similar function, giving him time to connect with the landscape and its inhabitants. The old egg poacher was a little worse for wear, its cups requiring a generous pat of butter before he could crack in the fresh farm eggs. For $4, though, it had felt like a steal. A few minutes later, sliding the perfectly cooked eggs onto toast and piercing the rich golden yolks, he decided it was more than adequate. The radio hummed softly in the quiet kitchen. He wasn't certain if Ben was home. The bedroom door was closed, and he hadn't heard him return. It might have been a late night, or perhaps something else entirely. Frankly, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Ben wasn't merely present. He was blossoming into the man, the brother he was always meant to become. Sure, it was early, and a part of Harry remained braced for a relapse into old patterns. But so far the change was remarkable. Ben had a job, was making friends, even dating. The constant hunted look he used to wear like a creature perpetually watching for a threat had melted away. The Yorkshire Dales were working their quiet magic, and that was everything Harry had hoped for. With breakfast done, Harry refilled his coffee and wandered into the living room, sinking into his favourite armchair. The day ahead was blissfully empty, made even quieter by the heavy blanket of snow that had settled over Hawes and the surrounding hills. His only plan was a later walk into town for groceries, maybe to pick up something for a simple roast dinner. He closed his eyes, and as if on cue, his phone rang. He answered it, almost reflexively. "Grim. Harry, it's Jen. Sorry to bother you on your day off, but..." Of course it was, Harry thought, already feeling a familiar weariness. A call from the team on a day off never brought good news. Yet in those few words, Officer Jenny Blades also highlighted the stark contrast between here and his old life in Bristol. Down there it was all surnames and ranks, a formal dance where the nicknames like the one he'd overheard, Balrog, were saved for behind-your-back conversations. Up here, amidst the rolling fells and moody skies where the tap water could turn earthy after a hard rain, first names were the standard. It had been an adjustment, but he'd come to appreciate the direct, neighbourly feel of it. The people were generally open and helpful, his team especially so. To his genuine surprise, they had navigated that tricky space between colleague and friend with an easy grace. "You said but," Harry replied, a dry note entering his voice, "and I'm going to guess you're not calling to invite me to build a snowman." "That's a pity," Harry mused, "because in a few hours, once I'm properly awake, I might actually be up for something like that." "I wish," Jen replied. "Maybe later this week. I've got a couple of tractor inner tubes that are a real riot. They go like a rocket, and you spin around like you're on one of those carnival rides, minus the sketchy-looking guys leering at you or the smell of cotton candy and hot dogs." "Moving on," Harry prompted, reaching for his coffee. He'd resigned himself to his team's preference for tea, but he still required a proper jolt of the dark brew, especially on a weekend. "Right, sorry, boss," Jen said. "We have an incident over in Asgrig, at the church. The vicar just called it in." "Called what in, exactly?" "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure," Jen admitted. "All I know is there's a body in the bell tower. The vicar discovered it this morning while preparing for the early communion service. That's the extent of the information." Harry glanced at his watch. "And what time was this?" "Well, there's a communion service at 8:30, Jen explained. Then another at 10:30, I believe. The vicar was down there around 7 to check the heating. It's been acting up with this cold spell, and that old stone church is a nightmare to warm up." "Cold spell?" Harry asked. "You call a foot or two of snow a cold spell?" "This is nothing compared to what we used to get," Jen said. "You should see my parents' childhood photos from the 70s. Snowdrifts halfway up the house." "So Asgrig," Harry said, mentally tracing the route from Hawes to the village. "And there's nothing else? No further details about what the vicar actually found, just a body in the tower?" "That's it, yes," Jen confirmed. "I'm heading over in a few minutes. I'll call the others, then set off. Just wanted to give you a heads up first." "Who's off duty today?" Harry asked. "Jaden and Liz," Jen replied. "Liz was out last night and is off today, but she's around with some friends on their motorcycles, so I'm sure she can be called in. Jaden is off at some record fair or something." "A what?" "That's exactly what I said." Jen laughed. "At least I think that's what he called it. Can that even be a real thing anymore? A record fair? Doesn't everyone just stream music now to each their own?" Harry said, only half listening to Jen's tangent. "Best to notify them both anyway, and give them a warning we might need them." "No problem. See you there." The call ended. Harry let his head fall back against the armchair and closed his eyes. A body in the bell tower. Now that was a first in his career. He'd been to scenes with bodies in all sorts of locations, usually back alleys, cars, bedrooms. There was one particularly gruesome warehouse call he knew he'd never forget. The victim's name was lost to time, but the manner of death which had unfolded, not over hours but days, was permanently etched in his memory. But a body in a tower, and a church tower at that, that was new. 5 minutes later, Harry was dressed, bundled up as warmly as possible, and trudging through deep snow to his old Toyota RAV4. He knocked the snow from his boots, briefly lamenting his perpetual procrastination in buying proper thermal socks, and climbed into the vehicle. He started the engine, cranked the heater to maximum, then hopped back out to clear the windshield. The air carried a sharp, metallic bite, a raw northern cold that was as bracing as it was unpleasant. Back behind the wheel, Harry gazed out at the road leading through Hawes Marketplace. Overnight snow had blanketed everything in a fresh, thick, and nearly pristine layer. Harry shifted into first gear, letting the clutch out slowly until he felt the tires find purchase in the packed snow. Time to see if that four-wheel drive system lived up to the glowing review from Mike, his mechanic. The drive began with the familiar low-grade resentment of a stolen day off. In his line of work, you either made peace with the unpredictable schedule or you found another career. The alternative path, chasing comfort in a bottle, led to broken connections and a shortened life. Harry had seen that road, had even felt its pull once or twice. Every officer he knew had. It was a dead end, His biggest unsolved personal grievance was the sheer volume of weekends commandeered by the job over the years. Yet the trade-off was a life without monotony. He genuinely loved the work, believed in its purpose, and took pride in trying to do some good in the world. The winter scene outside his window was so breathtaking it became a distraction. Snow had settled over the past few days, but this was his first real venture onto the roads since it began. They weren't blocked, but they weren't clear either, a few inches of fresh powder, decorated with growing drifts sculpted by a bitter north wind. His trusty RAV4 felt more confident and steady here than on dry pavement, though he was careful not to push it, maintaining a cautious, steady pace. Leaving Hawes behind, he passed Berterset on his right, aiming for Bainbridge. A small stream ran alongside the road, its banks carved into miniature snow canyons with delicate curtains of ice fringing the edges, gently brushed by the water flowing below. The white landscape was punctuated by the dark stones of barns and walls poking through like scattered pieces on a blank board. It reminded him of the magical frozen land from a childhood favourite, Narnia. A few miles on, the road straightened and then climbed, winding into Bainbridge. Here the higher fells came into view, previously hidden by the lower slopes. They were utterly smothered in white, bringing back a vivid memory of being a child and covering his mother's famous Eve's pudding with a thick, perfect layer of fresh cream. Turning left by the Rose and Crown Hotel, he drove past quiet homes, thin grey plumes of smoke curled from chimneys, weaving into intricate knots against the sky. The comforting scent of wood smoke cut through the cold, promising more snow carried on the wind. When Asgrig finally appeared, Harry felt a pang of disappointment that the drive was over. He made a silent, optimistic promise to himself. If the weather held, he might explore some of the quieter back lanes later. Of course, he knew better. Whatever the day had in store, an early finish and a chance to unwind were almost certainly not part of the plan. As Harry's vehicle climbed the final stretch into Asgrig, he spotted 2 police cruisers already stationed under the broad, bare branches of some large trees, with the village church visible just beyond them. He pulled his RAV4 in next to the official cars and killed the engine. The sudden appearance of a massive, shockingly orange jacket filling his driver's side window made him jump. A gloved hand rose and waved, and from the shadowy depths of the parka's hood, the grinning face of Detective Sergeant Matt Dinsdale emerged. Harry stepped out into the crisp air. "Morning, boss," Matt greeted him, his breath forming a small cloud. "How was the trip?" "Surprisingly pleasant," Harry replied, rubbing his hands together for warmth. "How's Jean doing?" Matt gave a casual shrug. "Oh, she's all right. Comfortable, you know." He offered nothing more, just his typical beaming smile. Harry waited, but the detective sergeant clearly wasn't going to elaborate. That in itself was telling. Matt was usually an open book. The fact he was holding back now, as both his superior and his friend, set off a quiet alarm in Harry's mind. Whatever was happening was significant enough to warrant discretion. "If you get a minute," Matt said, changing the subject and gesturing with a thumb toward the hills rising behind the village, "you ought to head up there. The view over into Swaledale on the other side is something else. Always knocks the wind right out of me." "Funny, you should say that," Harry remarked. "The thought did cross my mind on the drive. The old track above Hawes is a proper adventure in weather like this," Matt went on, a genuine spark of excitement in his eyes. "Honestly, anywhere around here is worth checking out. You should toss a pair of cross-country skis in your truck. Then you can park and really get out and explore. I mean, boots work fine, but skis, that's where the real fun is." "I'm sure," Harry said, playing along. "And if you get yourself stuck," Matt added with a chuckle, "you can just ski on down through the pastures to Hawes and flag someone down for a tow." Harry couldn't help but smile at Matt's boundless, almost childish enthusiasm for the idea. Except, he pointed out, there are 2 rather major flaws in your plan. "Oh yeah. First," Harry began, holding up a finger, "I do not own any cross-country skis. And second," he continued, raising another finger, I genuinely do not own any cross-country skis. It seemed like such an obvious hurdle. I figured I'd mention it twice. Don't you worry about that, Matt said, waving a dismissive hand. Soon as the first snowflake falls, I chuck my pair into whatever car I'm using. You never know. Never know what? Never know when an opportunity will pop up, Matt explained. Or when I'll get the urge to duck out for a quick wander. I can lend you a pair right now if you want. I should add a third item to my list, Harry said. I have absolutely zero experience using cross-country skis. You're kidding me. Harry shook his head. Snowshoes, sure. Pitch a tent in a whiteout and service gear in sub-zero temps? Done it. Skiing. Not once. Well, that's another problem easily solved, Matt declared, clapping Harry on the shoulder. I'll teach you. It's a piece of cake, I swear. If I can manage it, literally anyone can. If Matt Dinsdale had one defining trait, it was this relentless, infectious enthusiasm. It didn't seem to matter the subject, from a curious pothole to a new dessert at the local diner. He approached it all with the wide-eyed zeal of a Labrador discovering a new stick. Jen approached them then, her boots crunching on the gravel. Jim's en route, she reported. Gordy's tied up, but I'll update her, and she'll come over when she's free. The vicar is inside the church waiting for us. An involuntary shiver traced its way down Harry's spine, and he gave a slight shudder. Brisk, isn't it? Matt observed, mistaking the reaction for the cold. Harry found himself momentarily distracted by the detective sergeant's enormous coat, which seemed to glow with an almost painful intensity against the bleak landscape. Aren't you overheating in that giant radioactive tangerine? Harry inquired, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Matt grinned. This old thing. I'm practically steaming inside it, to be honest. It's rated for something like -70. Got it for a song at an outlet sale. Best money I ever spent. Harry, by contrast, was relying on a precarious system of layered sweaters and a stubborn hope that the temperature wouldn't drop further. As another violent shiver racked his frame, he privately conceded that Gordy might have had a valid critique of his own winter wardrobe. The forensic team will have a long trek out here, Matt remarked as they began their trudge toward the ancient church. That's assuming we even need to summon them, of course. What about the medical examiner? Harry asked. Jenny answered. She'll be quick. She's a member of the choir here and lives just a few miles down the road in Woodhall. The mention brought to Harry's mind his first encounter with the formidable Dr. Margaret Shaw. He recalled her sweeping across a wind-swept field near Hawes, her choir robe billowing dramatically behind her as she came to examine a questionable farming incident. She was not only the divisional surgeon but also the mother of Rebecca Sowerby, the pathologist whom everyone admired. While his own interactions with Rebecca had recently lost some of their glacial edge, a definite improvement, they were still a long way from what anyone would call warm. All right then, Harry said, clapping his gloved hands together briskly. Shall we proceed and see what we're dealing with before we all turn into ice sculptures? Present company excluded, naturally, he added, nodding toward Matt's insulated form. Don't criticize what you haven't experienced, Matt replied with a wink. That's precisely the kind of thinking that gets people into deep trouble, Harry retorted. As they walked the snow-dusted path, Harry inhaled the sharp, clean air, detecting beneath it the faint, comforting scent of wood smoke from nearby homes. The gravestones emerged from the blanket of white like strange stone mushrooms, each wearing a thick, precarious cap of snow. Reaching the church, Harry took the lead, guiding Jen and Matt toward the massive main entrance. The outer door was a testament to age, constructed from dark, heavy timber and studded with time-worn iron fastenings. It carried the silent weight of centuries, having witnessed countless community milestones. The newer inner door, however, which led from the vestibule into the sanctuary, though solid, lacked that profound historical presence. His attention was quickly captured by its lock. Someone put considerable effort into this, Harry observed, kneeling for a closer inspection. While the outer door and its hefty iron latch remained undisturbed, this inner lock had been brutally assaulted. The wood around it splintered and the mechanism itself bent into a useless shape, likely by a pry bar. "The main door is never locked," a new voice stated from within the shadowy interior, "but this one is secured every single night. Not that it made a difference, as you can see." Harry stood to face the speaker. She was bundled under multiple fleece layers with a glimpse of a black shirt and a white clerical collar at her neck. Perched on her head was an absurdly large bobble hat, striped in yellow and white, which seemed to swallow her head whole. "Detective Chief Inspector Grimm," Harry said, introducing himself and extending a hand. "Anna Fenwick," the woman replied, shaking his hand with a firm, no-nonsense grip before attempting to suppress a sudden, tired yawn. "I'm the vicar," she said. Harry stepped further into the church, escaping the cold draft that swept through the open door. "All right," he began. "Why don't you walk us through exactly what happened and what you found?" As he spoke, Harry took a quick assessment of both the ancient building and the woman who had let them in. She appeared to be in her mid-40s, around 5'6", with a mass of deep auburn curls fighting against a loose ponytail. Her face held an open, thoughtful expression, the kind, Harry thought, that made you feel you could confess anything for hours and completely lose track of the time. A useful trait for a vicar. "Of course," Anna replied, "but I was just about to fetch some coffee to shake off the cobwebs. I barely slept last night. Can I offer you some?" "Not tea?" Harry asked. "Seems like everyone around here defaults to tea." Anna shook her head with a slight grin. "Don't spread this around, but I've never been a tea person. Tastes like steeped lawn clippings, if you ask me. Dreadful. Not that I make a habit of sipping from gutters, but you get the idea. Sorry, I'm babbling." Harry noted her accent wasn't local. It carried the distinct melodic lilt of someone raised in Newcastle. The last time he'd heard that accent was during his army days, courtesy of a compact soldier named Jason Dodd. Everyone called him Jack because he tackled life like a terrier after a squirrel. The memory tugged a smile to Harry's lips, but it was quickly swallowed by darker recollections. He pulled himself back to the present. "We don't want to trouble you," he said. "Oh, it's no trouble," Anna assured him, already moving toward a pew. "I bring a giant thermos every day. See?" She bent down and heaved up a substantial metal cylinder that, to Harry, looked better suited for transporting rocket fuel or industrial chemicals than coffee. "It's strong, plenty of sugar," she added. "And milk, well, cream, really. I'll just grab mugs from the vestry." Before Harry could protest, she was already striding briskly down the aisle. "A female vicar," he remarked quietly to Matt. "Still a bit uncommon, isn't it?" "Not really," Matt replied. "Maybe a decade ago, but not now. Anna's been here for years, really dug into the community. She runs a terrific trivia night, actually." As Anna returned, Harry's eyes drifted toward the front of the church where a small stage had been erected. Microphone stands stood like slender saplings, cables snaked across the floor, and several heavy flight cases were stacked nearby. "Here we go," Anna announced with a disarmingly bright smile, handing mugs to Harry, Matt, and Jen before pouring the coffee. The aroma was rich and sugary. Harry took a sip. "Now that is excellent coffee." Matt nodded in agreement. "I'll admit I'm a bit of a coffee snob," Anna said, leaning in as if sharing a secret. "I think it's the ritual I love. Measuring the beans, the grind, the brew. My father was the same with his pipe. He said he fussed with it more than he ever smoked it." Then again, she added, with a light shrug, "I am a vicar. Ritual is practically in the job description." Given what she had discovered that morning, Harry wasn't sure whether to be impressed by her composure or concerned. Usually, finding a body left people shaken for days, but Anna, so far, seemed unnervingly steady. Harry had encountered plenty of people who remained composed at a crime scene only to fall apart much later, when the reality of what they'd witnessed finally sank in. He supposed dealing with death was just part of the job. "So, was there some kind of show here?" Harry asked, gesturing toward the stage. "There was last night," Anna replied, and for the first time since they'd met, he noticed a trace of anxiety tighten the fine lines around her eyes. "It was a concert, an album launch, really, one of our own local success stories. The place was absolutely full. We even had to borrow extra chairs from the community hall down the street. Sounds like quite the night, Jen remarked. But Harry saw that Anna wasn't smiling. Her words seemed to carry a private burden. "You're talking about Gareth Jones, aren't you?" Matt cut in, Asgrig's other claim to fame. "You know him," Harry said. "What do you mean, other export?" "Most people around here my age and older do," Matt explained. "First, there was that TV series, All Creatures Great and Small, filmed just over the road. Then Gareth came along. He was a few years behind me in school. Everyone teased him a bit about his singing. Before long, he wasn't around much. His parents had to arrange private tutoring because he was so busy with his music career." Matt's eyes lit up. He sang that Christmas song. You know the one. Come on, you must know it. Harry had no idea what Matt was talking about, and frankly, he didn't care to find out. Matt, undeterred, began humming a tune that sounded less like music and more like a distressed insect trapped in a jar. "Everyone knows it. It's played non-stop every December. It goes like, please, don't sing it." Anna interjected, raising a hand. Harry was grateful. Matt's rendition was not something anyone needed to hear. "Or we'll be humming it all day." "Oh, too late. Now it's stuck in my head." Once again, Harry sensed a seriousness beneath Anna's light tone. "I think there's something you're not telling us," he said quietly. Anna took a slow breath, sipped her coffee, and met his gaze with dark, steady eyes. "Gareth Jones grew up in this village," she began. "He sang in the choir as a boy. His parents still attend services here. He won a national choir competition in the 80s, and after that his career took off, performing worldwide, singing for royalty, selling platinum records, living the celebrity life." "And he performed here last night?" Harry asked. "Why would he do that? This isn't exactly a major concert venue." Anna opened her mouth to reply, but her voice faltered. "I think you all need to come with me," she said finally, turning toward a narrow door at the base of the church tower. "PPE for everyone," Harry instructed, passing sets to the team and offering a jar of vapor rub. "We're going to need this." They followed the vicar through the small door into the cramped room at the tower's base. What awaited them was a scene of stark, almost theatrical violence that halted Harry in his tracks. The smell hit them immediately, even through the menthol balm. The odor was pervasive. They'd all be needing to burn their clothes after this, no question. A body in a warm, enclosed space could become overpowering in just a few hours. The bodies discovered after several days were always the hardest to stomach, Harry reflected, forcing himself to process the grim tableau. The flies, the grotesque swelling, the skin taut and discolored. In this case, however, the stench of advanced decay was muted. The frigid air of the bell tower had acted as a crude preservative, slowing nature's course. A small, grim mercy. Yet other odors lingered, sharp, human, and unmistakable enough to overwhelm anyone first on the scene. The soiled trousers and the dark puddle on the stone floor told their own blunt story. Whoever this was had died in distress, and was decidedly lighter for the experience. "Probably best you wait outside," Harry called over his shoulder to Anna, raising a hand to block the doorway. "Matt, do me a favor and ring Rebecca on it, boss," Matt said, quickly stepping back out into the chill. "You're certain I can't assist?" Anna's question carried a palpable note of relief. "I'll have some questions for you shortly," Harry said. "For now, if you could keep an eye out and let us know when anyone else shows up, that'd be perfect." Harry turned his attention back to the scene. Then a sudden query made him glance back at the vicar. "You came down here to prepare for communion, is that right?" "Correct," Anna confirmed, "though I've already cancelled the service. We operate a phone tree in the parish. You call 2 people, they call 2 more, and the message spreads. Quite efficient, really." "That's helpful," Harry said. "But you didn't tell them the reason." "Heavens, no." Anna shook her head emphatically. "As far as anyone knows, the heating system has failed. It hasn't, of course, but with this weather, it's a plausible excuse, although with all the police vehicles outside, I doubt that story will hold for long." Harry turned fully back into the tower, leaving Anna behind. A heavy silence settled over the space, and he was grateful for it. He needed a moment to steady himself, to compartmentalize the horror so he could think clearly. He had no doubt Matt and Jenny were engaged in the same internal battle. Suspended from a thick bell rope, just a few feet above the floor, was the body of a well-dressed man, roughly Harry's own height. The rope was fastened around his neck with a crude slipknot, not a formal noose, and his face was a mask of agony, eyes protruding, tongue grotesquely swollen and protruding. The walls around them were defaced with a chaotic array of symbols, predominantly inverted crosses, punctuated by the occasional pentagram, scrawled in what looked like charcoal. The room itself was under renovation, judging by the scaffolding erected against one wall, the stacked lumber, and the assortment of tools lying about. "You ever seen anything like this, boss?" Matt asked quietly. "I'm not sure anyone has," Harry replied, his voice low. "I mean, you find fringe groups and oddball cults all over, but this is something else entirely." "Completely deranged," Jenny murmured. Harry studied the corpse. "Am I correct in assuming this is Gareth Jones?" "It is," Matt said, his tone somber. "Jean and I had tickets for his concert last night, actually. We couldn't go, so we passed them along to a friend." "Never pegged you as a choral music enthusiast," Harry remarked, his mind briefly wandering to the ongoing mystery of Jean's situation and Matt's reticence on the matter. "I'm not," Matt admitted. "It was just supposed to be something different. Jean's was a fan. He had a radio program she enjoyed, and for the record it wasn't all choral stuff. Some of it was more contemporary. Or it used to be." The mundane detail of missed plans felt absurdly out of place, a stark reminder of a life abruptly and violently interrupted. He performed other songs as well, Harry recalled. It was difficult to picture Matt enduring an entire evening of choral arrangements. Harry wasn't entirely certain what constituted choral music, but whatever it involved, he felt confident Matt's patience would wear thin rather quickly. "It just doesn't add up, does it?" Jen murmured, her tone low and grave. "Gareth comes all the way home to release a new record, and then this happens." "He's certainly been through a lot recently, from what Jean mentioned," Matt acknowledged. "But you're right, it makes no sense." "Been through a lot?" Harry asked. "What are you referring to?" "You don't follow the news?" Jen inquired. "I avoid it whenever possible," Harry admitted. "Nothing but grim headlines, political nonsense, celebrity gossip and sports. It's not really for me." "He had a very difficult period," Matt explained. "After some romantic entanglement, wasn't it, Jen?" "That was years back," Jen said. "But the story resurfaced in the tabloids lately. The worst part is, it happened not long after his wife passed away. I believe this album was meant to be a new beginning for him. Honestly, I never pegged him for someone interested in all this bizarre imagery, though," Matt remarked.
"What imagery?"
Harry pressed. "All those inverted crosses," Matt said, gesturing vaguely. "Satanic symbols, or whatever they are. And what's the deal with that snake?" "I assume it's a snake. It has to be right. But even if it is, why is it even there?" Harry's eyes drifted toward the carved serpent just as a voice cut through the air from behind him. He turned to face the divisional surgeon, Margaret Shaw, whose expression was characteristically stern. "Good morning, Detective. Never took you for a regular at Sunday service, though I suppose the Lord welcomes all to his table, even grumpy old sods like you. So what are we dealing with here?" "Was my presence strictly necessary for this one?" Margaret asked, now standing beside Harry in the nave of the church. Jim had arrived while she conducted her preliminary examination of the body, a challenging task given it was suspended like the most macabre piñata imaginable, and had since joined Matt and Jen outside to help string up the police tape. Jim had also swung by the office to grab a proper notepad and had appointed himself scene guard. He'd left Fly at home, the dog still unsettled after the events earlier in the week. "Not strictly, no," Harry conceded. "But it's always better to err on the side of caution." "Caution against what, precisely?" Margaret pressed. "That's what I'd like to know." "Truthfully, I haven't a clue," Harry said. "The smell alone was overwhelming before I even saw the poor man. Do you have any theories about what actually occurred here? Margaret asked. This will devastate the community, you realize. He was a beloved choir boy once upon a time. That was ages ago, I know, but everyone felt such pride when he left and made a success of himself. I can imagine, Harry said. It was as if his fame belonged to all of us, Margaret reflected. That's how it is in these dales. One person's achievement becomes a shared joy. No doubt, Harry nodded. Then his tone shifting from sombre to one of weary sarcasm, he added, Let me tell you, I've witnessed some truly disturbing scenes in my career, but what's in that chapel? My brain has no filing cabinet for that. None of it computes. The upside-down crosses, the snake, the whole theatrical horror of it. Is any of this making sense to you? I can't say that it is, no, Margaret sighed, shaking her head. Any thoughts on time of death? Margaret shot him a look of pure exasperation. Look, I have to ask, Harry defended himself. It's literally on the checklist they give you when you pass your detective exams. Would that checklist be titled, Annoying Questions Guaranteed to Irritate the Medical Examiner? Harry couldn't help but smile. He'd liked Margaret from their first meeting, appreciating her brand of warm bluntness. That's the one, he confirmed. Other vital questions include. Don't you dare, Margaret interrupted, raising a hand, and Harry's smile widened. To answer your question, and keeping in mind I couldn't get a proper look at the body since it was hanging several feet off the ground, I'd estimate sometime between now and when the concert ended last night. Helpful, Harry remarked. Very, Margaret shot back. I'm sure Rebecca will give you a clearer picture once she's had a thorough look inside. So did you know him? Harry asked, partly to distract himself from the unsettling thought of what drives a person to choose pathology as a career. The idea of finding any satisfaction in poking around inside a dead body struck him as one of the world's more peculiar passions. No, Margaret said. We moved here after he'd grown up and left for the city to make his name. But people talked about him constantly, less these days. But early on he was quite the local celebrity. And this is how it ends for him, Harry said, rubbing his eyes as if the pressure might shake loose some understanding of what had happened. Did you know if he was mixed up in anything you know a bit? Unusual? Weird? Margaret supplied. Because what's in there is definitely weird if you're asking me. And my answer is no, I didn't and don't, whatever tense fits this mess. He was clean-cut, had a nice image. That was his whole brand, really, the boy next door, the small-town kid who made it big. Jen mentioned he'd lost his wife, Harry said. There's losing a wife to tragedy or illness, Margaret noted. And then there's hanging from a bell rope surrounded by occult symbols, with your pants reeking of urine and filth. I can't say the two seem connected, but that's for you to figure out and for me to go home and try to forget what I've seen here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Harry admitted. It's hard to see why he'd travel all this way to launch an album and then hang himself. You think he did this to himself? It has to be considered, Harry said. Doesn't explain the symbols on the wall, but he could have easily climbed that scaffolding, tied the rope, and taken one final swing. The conversation lapsed, and Harry's gaze drifted around the church. It was a beautiful building, the kind he imagined he might enjoy attending, not for the sermons, but just to sit in the quiet and absorb the history. The stained glass windows glowed, painting the interior with shifting, fractured rainbows that swam across the stone floor. On a nearby wall, a display of photographs seemed oddly out of place amidst the ancient pews and icons. That's him, actually, Margaret said, following his glance. When he was just a boy, singing in the choir. Harry walked over with her for a closer look. He looks happy, he observed, leaning in. Gareth was easy to spot, his bright smile beaming from the past into a future. Harry was glad the boy had never lived to see. The photo showed 6 children. The youngest a girl, several years smaller than the rest, 2 other girls, and 3 boys, one clearly Gareth at maybe 11 or 12. How could you not be, growing up in a place like this? Margaret mused. Harry had to agree. While he was sure childhood here had its share of complaints and grumbles, the good surely outweighed the bad. Right, I'd better get going, Margaret said. Rebecca is on her way, I'm certain. That she is, Harry said. No, I mean, I know she is, Margaret clarified, holding up her phone. Just got a text. She's apparently really looking forward to seeing you. You're a terrible liar, Margaret. Yes, she replied with a faint smile. Yes, I am. This should keep her occupied for a while, Harry remarked. Margaret nodded, a knowing look in her eyes. If there's anything my daughter, the pathologist, adores, it's being swamped with work. It's a perfect distraction. No time to dwell on anything else. You know, trivial things like a personal life. Then again, I wasn't exactly setting a stellar example in that department. And her father, God rest him, wasn't either. It was the first time the district surgeon had ever referenced her husband, and come to think of it, Rebecca never had either. Harry felt a flicker of curiosity but pushed it aside. Now wasn't the moment to pry. Margaret turned to leave, then paused, placing a surprisingly firm hand on his forearm. Harry instinctively stiffened, but her grip was steady and strong. However Gareth met his end by his own hand or another's, it's a terrible way for anyone to go. So please, detective, tread carefully. This whole situation feels wrong. Different. You sense it too, don't you?
I do,
Harry agreed, his voice low. He watched as Margaret gave a solemn nod, released his arm, and walked out into the muted daylight beyond the church doors. Alone, Harry moved down the aisle and stepped up onto the stage. He turned, gazing back toward the bell tower. This was Gareth's view, he thought, a sea of pews that would have been packed with eager faces, all there just to hear him, and looming at the far end, the very spot where, just hours later, his life would violently unravel. So, what's the next step? Harry spun around to find Anna, the vicar, watching him from near the altar. We're waiting for the forensic photographer and the pathologist's team, he explained. If you're not too busy, would you mind walking me through a few details and answering some questions? Of course, Anna replied. Here, or in the vestry. I call it a vestry, but it's more like a forgotten little cavern where the clock stopped ticking around the time of the American Revolution. Which one is warmer? Harry asked. Anna smiled faintly. That depends on your definition of warm. In my line of work, you learn it's less about actual temperature and more about how much cold you can endure before your teeth start rattling during a sermon. She clapped her hands together briskly. The vestry it is, just through that ridiculously small door beside the organ. Harry followed her through the narrow, stone-framed entrance, descending a couple of steps into a cramped, oddly impersonal room. A filing cabinet stood against one wall, topped with an antiquated machine featuring a roller and a crank. An ancient oak chest occupied a corner. In the middle sat a plain table surrounded by a few metal chairs. The white walls were adorned with a couple of faded, cross-stitched Bible verses, several stern-looking black and white portraits of past vicars, and a schematic drawing of the church layout. Anna went straight to a portable gas heater, flipped open the top, and began pressing the ignition switch in its side panel. It's a nightmare to start, she said, jabbing the button repeatedly. But once it catches, this place turns into a proper sauna. Harry was just about to mention the faint scent of gas when the heater roared to life with a sudden startling burst of orange flame that illuminated the entire space. Success, Anna announced. Now, I'm afraid the only beverage I have down here is water, though I could dash back for coffee if you'd like. Water is perfectly fine, Harry assured her. Well, I do also have a few cases of communion wine tucked away, Anna added with a slight, almost mischievous shrug. But I suppose that's better saved for after the questioning. I really wouldn't recommend drinking that for the flavour, Anna warned, her expression so convincingly sour that Harry took her word for it. She brought over a pitcher of water and 2 chipped blue cups with handles too tiny for even his pinky. No proper glasses, I'm afraid, she apologised. Harry took a sip. The water was shockingly cold, a sharp, almost painful chill going down his throat. Setting the cup aside, he turned to her. First, I need to ask if you can tell me where you were last night. We don't have an exact time of death yet, but any information about your movements would be helpful. So I'm a suspect. Anna asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. It's a standard question, Harry replied, keeping his tone neutral. Anna looked up toward the corner of the room, as if gathering her thoughts from the dusty rafters. After I locked up, I just went straight home and to bed. You live nearby? Just a short walk, she nodded. There's a path behind the churchyard. I look after this church and the ones over in Hawes, Hadraw and Stollingbusk. It keeps me busy though, honestly. Most of my time is spent either trying to stop the congregations from vanishing entirely or keeping the buildings from falling down. Where's all the glamorous vicar work? That's what I'd like to know. Glamorous vicar work? Harry asked, genuinely perplexed. What does that entail? Well, I do consume a truly impressive amount of cake, Anna said with a sigh, which isn't great for the waistline, admittedly, and enough tea to float a boat. But as for the exciting parts, they seem to be in short supply. Was anyone with you who can confirm you were home? Harry pressed. Anna shrugged. Sadly, no. It's just me rattling around in that big old vicarage. It does get lonely sometimes, I won't lie. And you were there all night until you returned this morning? I was. Harry leaned back in his chair. Was the vicar a suspect? Technically, yes, but the idea felt utterly absurd. It was far too early for firm conclusions, but the local vicar, really. He wasn't buying it. Best to just move the interview along. All right then, Harry said, pulling out his notebook, his teeth still aching from the cold water. Why don't you start from the moment you arrived at the church this morning? I usually get here around 7, Anna began. That gives me time to get things in order. Check everything over, make sure the heating's kicked in. It's supposed to be automatic, but it has a mind of its own, and get myself into what I call vicar mode. With this cold snap, I came earlier today, around 6. That is early, Harry noted. The heating's been temperamental, she explained. I needed time for a proper breakfast. You can't handle this job on just cereal and orange juice. That's for certain before coming over to check on things. I even gave the boiler a little pep talk, a quick prayer for good measure, just in case. And that works? Praying for the heating? Every time, Anna grinned, her eyes twinkling with a mischief Harry found unexpectedly charming. Did you notice anything unusual when you arrived? He asked. What counts as unusual? I'm a vicar, remember. My baseline for normal is fairly flexible. The way I approach it, Harry explained, is to look for 2 things. Either things that shouldn't be there but are, or things that should be there but aren't, if that makes sense. Oh, I like that, Anna said, her face lighting up. Does this mean I can be a detective now that you've shared your trade secret? A vicar detective? Why not, she continued, her tone shifting from earnest to playfully sarcastic. There's a whole TV series in that idea, isn't there? Actually, I'm sure one already exists. What a shame, my big break, thwarted by pre-existing programming. Despite himself, Harry felt a genuine warmth toward her. She struck him as remarkably grounded, yet illuminated by a humour that glowed like a welcoming hearth in a cosy room. He sensed no malice in her, only a sincere dedication to the people she served. Yet, the detective in him urged caution. This witness who discovered the body was also, inevitably, a person of interest. He'd seen that play before. Notice anything unusual? Harry inquired. Anna shook her head. Just the sheer amount of snow. We get winter here, of course, but this is something else. It hasn't been this fierce in the Yorkshire Dales for years, not in all my time here. You went to the church. What then? I unlocked it, or tried to, Anna explained. The lock was already forced inside. I saw the markings on the wall. It was a shock, I can imagine, Harry said. Anything else stand out? The smell, Anna replied, her expression tightening. It hit me when I moved closer to look at those symbols. After the incident last night, my first thought was that they had returned. But that odour, it was all wrong. I had to investigate. I never expected to find that. Incident last night, Harry leaned in, the chair groaning under his shift in weight, prompting him to brace his elbows on his knees. Who did you think came back? Was there trouble at the concert? He tried to temper his expectations this early. but a connection between a concert disturbance and the grim scene before them, a famous performer deceased, was a lead he couldn't ignore. "Oh, a pair of fools showed up," Anna said with an exasperated eye roll. "Drunk and utterly senseless. No one knew them." "What transpired?" "They stormed right in." Anna's voice sharpened with remembered irritation. "In the middle of Gareth's set, no less. Unbelievable disruption. I've dealt with all types seeking shelter, but this was deliberate theatre, and then they began spouting nonsense about claiming the place for some dark purpose." Anna continued, waving a hand dismissively. Waving their arms, putting on a creepy show. It felt staged. "Who does that on a whim?" "People surprise you every day?" Harry remarked dryly. "Did they leave?" Eventually, Anna nodded. "Let's just say the audience encouraged their departure. Was there violence?" "Not what you'd call a fight. No, just firm encouragement out the door." It sounded almost too convenient, this satanic-tinged interruption the night before. In his experience, things that neat usually were. "Could you describe them?" Harry asked. "And I'll need to speak to those who escorted them out." "I doubt anyone who was there will forget," Anna said firmly, dressed head to toe in black, torn clothes, chains, tattoos. One was completely bald, the other had long, straight black hair past his shoulders. She paused, a flicker of dark amusement crossing her features. Frankly, they looked like a bad heavy metal tribute act that took a wrong turn. Harry scribbled a few notes. "Do you suspect them?" Anna pressed. Harry shook his head. "It's too soon to say for sure, but it is a striking coincidence. Two strangers show up at Gareth's concert talking about dark forces, and the very next day we find occult symbols spray-painted at a murder scene. That connection demands attention." "And that container of fake nails," Anna added. "Right, those." Harry nodded, though their significance eluded him. They might have been left behind by someone from the previous night. It was odd they were discovered among the headstones instead of on the walkway. "Let's return to this morning," Harry said. "Anything more?" Anna was quiet for a beat. Just the broken lock, the symbols, that strange smell she listed. "I glanced into the bell tower, but the moment I saw who was inside, I froze. I couldn't go any farther." "And then you called us." "I did," Anna affirmed. Harry reviewed his notes. "This lock," he began. "Seeing it forced like that makes me question why an alarm didn't sound. A place like this must have a system, correct?" Anna let out a short, hollow laugh. "Security is no joke," Harry stated firmly. "It's a serious matter, and I wish more people treated it that way." Anna sighed. "Detective, we need over $50,000 just for the tower repairs. The roof leaks. The furnace is practically ancient, and our hearing assist system crackles like static. The organ fails so frequently we've resorted to playing recorded music on CDs. Our organist, Mrs. Howgill, is almost 85, and I think she's secretly grateful. Our hymn books are falling apart. For the children, we have a box of vintage Fisher-Price toys, some illustrated Bible stories, and, for reasons nobody remembers, a massive lump of modeling clay. Investing in a security system is a fantasy. Sometimes all I can do is trust in a higher power. And let me tell you, that faith gets tested." "I can imagine," Harry said softly. With no further questions, he thanked Anna and stepped out of the vestry, the vicar walking with him down the nave. "This will devastate our community," Anna murmured. "It's horrific." "It truly is," Harry agreed. "But my team and I, we're going to do everything possible to find answers and to support everyone through this." "Thank you," Anna said. At the church entrance, Matt approached. "The area is secured," he reported. "The forensics team is about an hour out. The roads are a mess with all this snow. Did you reach the medical examiner?" "Jen did," Matt said. "Apparently, she was even more blunt than usual, which is really saying something. Blaming the weather, no doubt. She won't be thrilled about trekking out here in this." Harry turned back to Anna. "Do you have a list of everyone who attended the concert?" "Absolutely," Anna replied. "We're very strict about safety protocols and attendance records. It's not like the old days where you could just wing an event and hope for the best. What about Gareth's crew, the band and the others? They're all booked at the King's Arms Inn. You should stop by. They serve an incredible steak and kidney pie. The entire group. Everyone except Gareth, Anna said, her voice growing thin. He has a cottage nearby. He'd arranged for a taxi, which was wise after a performance. He'd usually celebrate a bit. He was in such high spirits walking to the pub last night. I just can't believe he's gone, her words faltered. So you saw him leave the church grounds? I locked up after everyone, Anna confirmed. She gestured to the clerical collar around her neck. All part of the job description. The set of keys I have to carry feels like it weighs as much as a small child. We had a small reception here after the concert, with drinks and light snacks, but it wrapped up by 11:30. Gareth and his bandmates had already headed out to a bar downtown. Do you happen to know where he lives? Harry inquired. Anna leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. Actually, I do. He wanted his privacy, so it's not common knowledge, but he gave me his address in case I needed to reach him about anything church-related. Harry asked Matt to gather the rest of the team, and soon they were all assembled with the vicar. Gordy just arrived, Matt mentioned. Probably best to give her a second. You all seem very close, Anna observed, looking between them. I always imagined police work to be more formal, I suppose. Harry smiled. I thought the same thing when I started. This team quickly corrected that impression. We're not big on formalities, Matt added. Only when absolutely necessary, and even then, you won't catch us in ties. The sound of footsteps on the stone path drew their attention. Gordy appeared at the doorway, stamping snow from her boots. A yawn escaped her as she looked up, and her eyes widened in recognition at the sight of Anna. Oh, hello, Anna, Gordy said, her tone laced with surprise. You two know each other? Harry asked. Anna laughed softly. Oh, yes, we've met. How are you, Detective Inspector? Harry was almost certain he saw a faint blush colour Gordy's cheeks. I'm well, thank you. And you? A body in the bell tower does tend to disrupt one's weekend plans, Anna replied wryly. I can certainly imagine, Gordy said, then shifted her focus to Harry. All right, what's the situation? Harry motioned toward the tower entrance. Let me show you. Gordy stood outside in the crisp morning air, drawing in deep breaths as if the cold could somehow scrub the memory of what was inside the stone tower from her mind. Everything all right, Detective Inspector? She turned to see the crime scene photographer standing nearby. What? Yes, I'm fine, Gordy replied. She didn't know his name and had no intention of asking now. Well, I can't say the same for myself, the photographer said, shaking his head. What's in there? I've never seen anything like it. And in this line of work, that's saying something. Oh, I believe you, Gordy said, her memory supplying the reason for her deliberate ignorance. The man seemed to take a little too much macabre delight in the grim scenes he captured. He had a way of talking about them that felt inappropriate, almost gleeful. You know, this reminds me of a time, the photographer began, his voice taking on a storytelling tone, when I was called to a farm. Someone had been put through an industrial manure spreader, and Gordy raised a hand, cutting him off sharply. Whatever you're about to say, don't. I don't think another horror story is going to erase the one we just walked through. But it was unbelievable, he continued, as if she hadn't spoken. The victim. No victims. There were two. They were just everywhere, it was like. Please, Gordy interjected. But he ploughed on. Like a really chunky stew, you know the kind with big pieces of meat and vegetables. Enough. Gordy's voice was firm, final. The photographer's mouth clicked shut. That's much better, Gordy stated. You'll be on your way now, yes? He hovered uncertainly for a moment, so Gordy offered a clearer hint. Off you go then, have a good day. Finally he trudged up the path. Jim signed him out at the gate. Matt emerged from the church to join Gordy. He's a strange one, that fellow, Matt remarked, breathing in the cold air. Who picks photography as a profession? And then, instead of opting for weddings, birthdays, or those lavish family portrait sessions where everyone's holding balloons and puppies or giving piggyback rides, completely bypasses all that to become a crime scene photographer. "How's it looking in there?" Gordy inquired. "A lot of people in white paper suits bustling around like mice," Matt replied. "And right in the middle of it all is Grim, doing what he does best. Growling." Matt nodded. "It's a man whose glare practically has its own angry soundtrack." Gordy chuckled. "And now he's our permanent DCI. We could have ended up with someone far worse." "You really believe that?" This time Matt laughed. "He's all rumble and grumble, but there's hardly ever a real bite," he said. "He's like a giant Doberman, right? All fierce and intimidating until you get to know him, and then you realize he's just a big softy. Not that I'd want to be on his bad side if he ever did lose his temper," Gordy added. "Though I suspect lose his temper might be too mild a phrase for what that would actually look like." "Who are we talking about?" Harry's voice joined them. "You, boss," Matt said plainly, and Gordy laughed at his blunt honesty. "So the consensus is, I'm a big soft Doberman. All bark and no bite." "That's about the size of it," Matt confirmed with a nod. "We just need to keep you well fed and remember to leave you be when you're napping in a sunbeam. Though neither of us is volunteering for that belly rub you're so fond of," Gordy joked. Harry laughed as well, a sound that reminded Gordy of coal being shoveled into a furnace. "Joining us for a bit of air?" she asked. "You know how Sowerby operates," Harry said. "She prefers to be left alone to get on with the job, which is fair. Don't think they'll be much longer now." Gordy glanced at her watch and saw the morning was already pushing toward noon. "Time flies when you're having fun," Matt remarked. "So that's what this is," Harry said dryly. "I was starting to wonder." A shout from the church drew their attention. "Sounds like you're needed," Gordy said, her eyes on Grim. "And you can come with me," Harry replied. "Let's go." Inside the church, Gordy saw the body from the tower was now zipped inside a black bag on a stretcher, ready to be transported to the lab for a thorough examination. Rather you than me, Gordy thought, watching as the pathologist, Rebecca Sowerby, approached them. Near the far end of the church, she caught sight of Anna, who offered a tiny wave and a brilliantly warm smile. "All right, what do we have?" Harry asked. "A mess," Sowerby stated flatly. "But then again, when do I ever come out here to look at anything pleasant?" "Same sharp tongue as always," Gordy noted silently. "I assume your report will contain a bit more detail than that," Harry said. "I'll walk you through it," Sowerby replied. "Follow me." Like Harry and Matt, Gordy was wearing full PPE gloves, shoe covers, and a face mask. She trailed the pathologist's ghostly figure back toward the tower and through the small door. Inside, the air was still thick with a rich, putrid odor that seemed to stain everything, and she wondered how long it would take Anna to clear it. Sowerby pointed to a wooden folding ladder propped against the wall. "We believe the deceased was standing on this, directly under the rope. It was then kicked away, causing him to fall." "And break his neck?" Matt asked. The pathologist shook her head, and Gordy closed her eyes briefly, imagining the sheer horror of the victim's final moments. The neck wasn't broken. He died from strangulation, so he did this to himself, Gordy pressed. Came here and took his own life. But why? "I didn't say that," Sowerby corrected. "His hands were bound behind his back. That's not something he could have done on his own, right?" Gordy said, recalling that stark detail from when she first saw the body suspended from the rope. An unexpected chill passed through her, a reminder of the sheer cruelty humans could inflict. "Someone brought him here then," Harry concluded, "and strung him up. They also removed one of his fingers." Sowerby added Gordy wasn't sure what to make of it. There was no tool left behind, no shears, no knife, so whoever did this had taken it with them. They'd used the sharp end like a pen, carving something into the victim's forehead. "What did it say exactly?" Gordy asked, the bloody marks flashing in her memory. "I think you can guess," Sowerby replied. Gordy paused, and the realization struck her. "You've got to be joking." "I don't joke now that I believe," Harry muttered. "So, What was on Gareth's head? 6, 6, 6, Gordy said flatly. Exactly, Sowerby nodded. Then this is a ritual killing, Harry stated. Or someone wants us to think it is. I was really hoping this was all just a bunch of nonsense. But I guess not. I can't tell you what it is or isn't, Sowerby said. I can only report the facts. And I'm certain I'll find more once I get him back to the lab for a full workup. What about the symbols? Gordy gestured toward the walls. The photographer will send the files over. They're all occult, even the snake. And you're sure it's a snake? Matt asked. What else would it be? Gordy countered. I'm just saying it doesn't look like any snake I've ever seen. Matt shrugged. That's all, Sowerby continued. I'm not sure how much DNA we'll recover. For all the mess, there isn't much here. The blood and fluids are all the victims. We'll be checking the fibers we collected, and there was a stone in that corner, pulled from the wall with a small cavity behind it. It was empty, but we check everything. Gordy glanced at Matt, then at Harry. Both men wore expressions of deep unease. And who could blame them? This wasn't a crime of passion. It was calculated. A cold dread settled in her stomach, the kind that whispers one is just the beginning. Throw in the satanic symbols and the fact it was staged in a church. The press would have a field day. The damage to the community didn't bear thinking about. One thing, Gordy asked. With him hanging from a bell rope, why didn't the bell ring? Good question, Matt said, and everyone's gaze drifted upward into the dark tower where the bells should have been. Already asked the vicar, Harry said. After we spoke, it occurred to me too. All that work in the tower isn't minor repairs. The place is torn apart. The bells are in storage for safety. There's something else, though, the pathologist said. Not in here, but back in the main church. They followed her out of the tower. She stopped at the inner door. You all saw the smashed lock, she stated. Hard to miss, Matt said. Must have taken something heavy and solid to do that kind of damage. We dusted for prints, of course, Sowerby said. And while we were at it, we noticed something. Look here. Gordy leaned closer. What are we seeing? The assumption is the lock was smashed to break in, right? Sowerby asked. Obviously, Harry said. Why else smash it? If the door was locked, the bolt would have been extended. It would be damaged, too, ripped right out of the door frame here. See? Sowerby pointed. Gordy studied the frame. There was damage, but it didn't look like anything had been violently torn out. As you can see, the pathologist continued. The bolt is still seated in the mechanism. It's undamaged because it was protected inside while the lock was destroyed. But the church was locked, Harry insisted, frustration edging his voice. They smashed the lock to get in. Anna discovered the lock in that condition when she arrived this morning. What I'm sharing is simply what we observed, Sowerby stated. The locking bolt wasn't extended when the mechanism was destroyed. It also wasn't seated in the door frame's recess. It should show signs of twisting and scoring, but it's clean. It was Gordy who voiced the thought hanging in the air. Whoever did this broke the lock after they were already inside the church, which means it was either unlocked when they got here, Matt started, and Gordy finished the thought. Or they possessed a key. Chapter 19. Harry stood in the snow-blanketed parking area just beyond the churchyard wall. The tree branches overhead were heavy with accumulation. Mindful of an impending cascade, he stepped clear. Boss? He turned to see Jim at the churchyard gate, his expression unusually grave. Harry missed the cheerful version of his colleague from months prior. What's the matter? Harry asked. Truthfully, I feel absolutely terrible, Jim admitted, rubbing his temples. A headache. I'm sure we can scrounge up some acetaminophen. It's more than that, Jim said, his voice wavering slightly. I feel completely wrecked. My stomach's in knots. Eat something bad. Jim shook his head. My mum's cooking is never questionable, hearty, sure, and delicious, but never dubious. Harry studied his community support officer for a moment. Do you need to go home? Jim nodded, though he looked conflicted. And you're certain it's not just the shock from what we saw? Sometimes the mind needs a minute to settle after a scene like that. I felt this way since I woke up, Jim insisted. I was just pushing through because I knew you needed the help. That's commendable, very dedicated, Harry said. But you vomiting across a potential crime scene isn't helpful. Get home now. You're sure it's all right? Positive, Harry affirmed. Besides, Liz is on her way. Jen reached her, and her plans for the day fell through last minute, so she's available. She'll probably be here any second. Jim lingered briefly. Go on, get out of here, Harry urged with a mock growl. As Jim's car departed, Harry heard an engine approaching. A motorcycle appeared around the bend at the hill's base, carving a track through the snow. The rear tire slid out briefly, but the rider controlled it effortlessly, pulling to a stop before Harry and flipping up the helmet visor. Hello, Liz, Harry said. Lovely to see you're respecting the road conditions. Liz pulled off her helmet, her face breaking into a wide grin. I adore riding in this. Don't get many opportunities to enjoy the snow like this anymore. You nearly took a spill on that corner back there, though, didn't you? Harry pointed out. Liz glanced down the hill. That little slide, that was brilliant. Anyway, Harry said, shaking his head, fully aware this wasn't standard protocol. I'm glad you're here. Jim's down with a nasty stomach bug. Is he okay? Probably just needs to rest it off, Harry said. Then spotted Jen, Gordy, Matt, and the vicar approaching from the church. Gordy was chatting animatedly to Anna, while Matt was finishing an anecdote. He found uproarious, though Jen's perplexed expression suggested she didn't share the sentiment. Right then, Harry said, clapping his hands together to gather attention. The forensic team is finished here, so we should hear from Sowerby early next week if she has anything to add. What about the church? Anna asked, her voice thick with worry. It's dreadful inside, not just the odour in the tower, but the disarray, those symbols on the walls, and the lock, and her voice faltered, and Harry saw Gordy place a comforting hand on the vicar's arm. A forensic cleaning crew is on their way, Harry informed them. They'll handle the full decontamination of the site. Anna's concern was immediate. When will they arrive? Sowerby confirmed they'll be here tomorrow, Matt answered. They're thorough. Honestly, the place might end up cleaner than it's ever been. That thought brought a slight, reassuring smile to Anna's face. Our next move, Harry continued, shifting gears, is to pursue every lead we have. We need to contact everyone who attended the concert last night. Gareth's bandmates, his inner circle, his friends. And crucially, we need to identify those two individuals who forced their way into the event. You believe there's a direct link? Matt asked. Here's what we know, Harry stated. Two men disrupted Gareth's performance with some bizarre rant about claiming the place for Satan. Given everything that happened later in the tower, we can't dismiss that as coincidence. Identifying and locating them is our top priority. Jen brought up another point. What about the lock on the tower door? I know I locked it, Anna said firmly. I always do. It was definitely secured. Which leaves us with two possibilities, Harry said, recalling the pathologist's notes. Either they picked the lock or they had a key. I can provide the list of current key holders, Anna offered. It's the same list I was given when I started here a decade ago. Nothing's changed in that time. That's a helpful starting point, Harry acknowledged. But what about before your tenure? Could there be older, unaccounted for keys? Anna grew quiet, thinking. I'm not certain, she admitted after a moment. The door itself looks modern, but that's relative in a building this old. I believe it was installed in the early 80s. There could very well be other keys out there. A list is still our best first step, Harry concluded. He then turned to his team. Gordy, I need you, Matt, and Jen to begin tracking down and interviewing everyone from last night. Liz and I will head to Gareth's house. He took a taxi home from the pub, so something occurred between that ride and his appearance in the tower. We might find some answers there. You have the address? Anna asked. Right here in my trusty notebook, Harry said, tapping his pocket. All right, let's get moving, everyone. Stay in touch. And Matt, one more thing. Yes, boss. You should probably give our Mr. Enthusiasm a call. Jaden. Matt replied, his eyebrow arching. Are you sure that's wise? We have a lot of ground to cover, Harry said, and you can just imagine how thrilled he'll be to dive into a task like this. That's precisely what worries me, Matt muttered. As the team split up, Harry and Liz approached his car. He slid into the driver's seat, Liz taking the passenger side. Ready? Harry asked, fastening his seatbelt. Always, Liz replied, following suit. Harry turned the key in the ignition. Nothing happened. He tried again. Come on, Liz urged. I'm trying, Harry insisted, turning the key a third time. The engine was utterly silent. Problem? No, I just enjoy pretending the car won't start, Harry said sarcastically, attempting once more. Absolutely dead. It was running perfectly on the drive over. Cars are fickle creatures, Liz observed. 1 minute they're purring along, the next they've given up the ghost. No logic to it. Harry tried one final time before pulling the key out in frustration. He turned to see if any of the team were still nearby to arrange other transport, but they had already departed. Fantastic, just perfect. What now? He noticed Liz was smiling. What? I've got an idea. Well, what is it? You're not going to like it, Liz said, her grin widening. But I don't think we have many options. Just spit it out. Liz's expression turned positively mischievous. Just one question for you, Harry. Have you ever ridden on the back of a motorcycle? Chapter 20. A deep, primal fear gripped Harry. He was no stranger to terror. He had faced it in many forms throughout his life. But the prospect Liz was suggesting sparked a whole new category of dread. Harry had faced death in many forms. He'd heard the wasp-like zing of bullets in firefights, endured the deafening crack of rifles, and known the gut-wrenching fear of capture. He'd witnessed friends torn apart and had been thrown by the blast of an IED himself. Yet, clinging to the back of Liz's police-issue adventure bike, he was convinced this was the closest he'd ever actually come to checking out for good. His arms were locked around her waist, his large hands clenched so tightly he feared they might fuse together. The cold was a physical assault, icy sabres slashing at them as they carved through the snow toward Bainbridge. The visor on his borrowed helmet, the spare Liz always strapped to the bike, was frosting over with a crust of wind-driven ice. Shouting was pointless over the roar of the engine and the wind. Not that he had anything coherent to say beyond a stream of curses and the occasional yelp of pure terror. It wasn't that Liz was reckless. In fact, Harry quickly realized she was an expert, moving with the bike as if it were an extension of her own body. It was almost beautiful to witness, a kind of brutal ballet on two wheels. His own experience, however, was less about artistry and more about sheer survival. He felt absurdly oversized, certain his backside was too large for the seat, and that at any moment he'd simply topple off the back and roll straight into the nearest frozen creek. After navigating through Bainbridge, its village green buried under snow and guarded by a silent battalion of snowmen, Liz turned right opposite the old Roman fort. The road ahead was narrow but clear, Harry noted, leaning cautiously to peer over her shoulder. Then he saw the issue. At the fork just ahead, a tractor was jackknifed across the left lane, completely blocking it with sculpted drifts of snow. Liz brought the bike to a halt. Looks like it's been here a while, she said, her voice muffled by her helmet. Driver probably gave up and went home for a hot drink, decided to wait for a thaw. Can we get around it? Harry asked, eyeing the impassable drifts. Not a chance. We'll take the Roman road, Liz said, nodding toward the other lane at the fork. It's the old track just down there. Isn't that just a dirt path? Harry questioned, a knot forming in his stomach. It is, Liz confirmed, but the snow should make it a softer ride. If the drifts aren't too deep, we'll be fine. I'm not a fan of the word should in these situations, Harry muttered. Hold on, Liz barked. He barely had time to obey before she whipped the bike around, the rear tire spraying a fan of snow, and launched them onto the ancient track. Any notion of a soft ride was immediately and hilariously abandoned. Liz pushed the bike hard, the landscape blurring past at what felt like 1,000 miles an hour. The jarring bumps and skids made it clear they were no longer on a maintained road. Some detached part of his mind insisted this should be thrilling, an adventure to remember. But the dominant, very loud part of his consciousness reminded him, with profound clarity, that his days of seeking this kind of excitement had ended around the time he turned 30. This wasn't fun. It was a stark, cold reminder of his own mortality, delivered at breakneck speed by a woman who probably weighed less than his left leg. He felt the years more now, his joints protesting, and a new, sobering awareness of life's fragility settling in. Liz, by contrast, seemed utterly untouched by such thoughts. Where the ancient Roman track rejoined the modern road, she swung left, and the landscape suddenly fell away to reveal the valley, with the dark, still expanse of Semerwater lying far beneath them. A swim was decidedly not on today's agenda. Finally, Liz eased off the throttle and brought the motorcycle to a halt in the quiet hamlet of Counterset. "We need to go around back here," she announced, gesturing toward a narrow lane on their left that dipped down a gentle incline and vanished behind a screen of snow-laden trees. "Charming spot, isn't it?" "It certainly is," Harry agreed, dismounting and working the stiffness from his legs. "Sore. A bit." "You're a natural on the back, though," Liz remarked. "Some people you put on a pillion seat, they're a nightmare, leaning against the turn, fidgeting all over. You just went with the flow. Made my job a lot easier." "Can't say it was a conscious effort," Harry replied. "Right, which way now?" Liz took the lead, and within a minute they stood before the house number Anna had provided. "Well, that's not a promising sight, is it?" Liz observed. "Not in the least," Harry concurred, moving past her to tread up a short, snow-dusted path toward a front door hanging ajar. He paused in the hallway, surveying the disarray. Wind-driven snow had accumulated inside, forming a delicate, sculpted drift across a portion of the carpet. "Looks like we're calling the scene of crime team back out," Liz said. "Today is just full of surprises." Harry sighed, a note of weary sarcasm colouring his tone. "Let's have a quick look ourselves first, though." The violence of what had transpired here was immediately apparent to Harry. A smeared streak of blood on the wall confirmed it, but the overall chaos of the room told its own story, a story that clearly preceded the final grim events at the church. It appeared Gareth had been midway through redecorating dust sheets shrouded the lounge floor and furniture. Several paint cans had been knocked over, one with such force that its lid lay a considerable distance away. Crimson paint splattered across the scene like something from a low-budget horror film. Various DIY tools were strewn about, spilled from an open toolbox on the floor. Harry crouched for a closer look. "I get the feeling all this was rather new to Gareth," he mused.
How do you figure?
"Look at this," Harry said, indicating the toolbox. "These tools look factory fresh. And look at this." He handed Liz a small booklet. "It's the inventory list for everything inside. Doesn't look very well thumbed, does it? My guess is he'd only just bought the set. Doesn't get us much further forward, though, does it?" Liz said. Harry shook his head in agreement. Probably not. No. Picking his way carefully through the debris, Harry moved to the small kitchen at the rear. A television was still powered on, its screen idle on the home menu of a streaming service. An open bottle of port sat on the table. Returning to the hall, he met Liz coming back down the stairs.
All clear up there, she reported.
"Bed's a bit rumpled, like someone just got out of it." "Maybe he was in bed, heard an intruder, came down to investigate, and all hell broke loose," Harry suggested. "That doesn't quite square with what we found at the church, though, does it?" Liz countered. "And I'm grateful I missed that particular scene. Sounded horrific." "Looked and smelled the part too," Harry said grimly. He wandered back into the lounge, giving it another slow scan, half hoping some clue would announce itself, but doubting it would. "Over here's where the paint must have been stored," he noted, studying several distinct coloured rings stained into the dust sheet. Liz peered at the rings, then glanced at the scattered cans. I don't think they're all accounted for, though, she said, a new curiosity in her voice. What makes you say that? She knelt down and pointed at the circular stains on the sheet. See these colours here? None of the containers here were a match. So where did they go? Harry bent down for a better view. You're correct, he acknowledged. Good eye. Then a realization hit him. Those are the colours from the church. Come again. The symbols painted inside the church, Harry clarified. They're identical to these colours. So the person who did this was unquestionably at the church, Liz stated. Which implies they either knew his location or tailed him, Harry added. And based on what the vicar shared, this place and Gareth staying here was supposed to be confidential. He wanted it kept quiet. This is the Dales, however, Liz remarked, with a knowing shrug. Secrets have a short shelf life. People might play along, acting as if something is still under wraps, but in reality, everyone's already in on it. That's not particularly useful, Harry said, retrieving his phone. No, I suppose it isn't. He called Rebecca Sowerby, who was less than thrilled to hear from him again, but confirmed a team would be dispatched to the house promptly. Just as he was about to pocket the device, it buzzed. Grim, Harry answered. It's Haig, Gordy said. How's it looking at the house? A bit of a disaster, honestly, Harry replied. Just had to ring forensics again. Rough. Precisely, Harry said. So, is this call bearing good news or bad? We've been busy tracking down people from last night, Gordy explained. Jadden's been working the phones from the Leyburn station. Didn't see much sense in him driving all the way out here. Practical, Harry agreed. Well, we've got some information on the two who crashed the concert. Sending you something now. Harry's phone vibrated, and he looked at the screen to see a photo of the back of a dilapidated black van and its license plate. Who took this? Harry asked. One of the guys who escorted them off the property, Gordy replied. He followed to ensure they left and snapped a picture just in case. Any specifics? I'll send those over in a moment, Gordy said. But there's more promising news. Harry was sceptical. Go on. The van was picked up on a traffic camera. Jadden's coordinating with traffic to try and pinpoint its current location. Impressive, Harry admitted, then asked, How's Anna, by the way? I'm sure she's had more relaxing Sundays. Oh, she's managing, I think, Gordy said. The clean-up crew is scheduled for tomorrow. That's lifted her spirits a bit, though I reckon it'll be a challenge for the congregation to process everything. Having a friendly presence there helped, Harry said. By which I mean yours, not mine. I suppose so, yes, Gordy conceded. Anyway, best get back to it. I'll send those details now. The call ended rather abruptly, Harry thought. He tucked the phone away. So, what's next? Liz asked. Harry recalled the trip over to Gareth's house on the back of the PCSO's motorcycle, an experience his backside was decidedly not eager to repeat. He also knew his options were limited. Hawes, Harry decided. That way I'll have access to transportation with 4 wheels and a roof. Chapter 21. Harry's afternoon wasn't what he'd planned, but it was the hand the job dealt him, and he made it tolerable by consuming copious amounts of tea. What truly caught him off guard was finding himself, midway through the afternoon, snacking on a slice of fruitcake paired with Wensleydale cheese. He was relieved no one was around to see it, especially Matt, who would never let him live it down. After getting a ride back with Liz, Harry had lingered at the community centre to be available if any updates came in regarding the Askrigg situation. He also seized the chance to review the files on the sheep thefts and the murder of Jim's old-school friend Nick. Or he would have if the file hadn't been suspiciously thinner than it should have been. Harry dialed the number after finishing his lunch, the cheese and cake settling his nerves. A full stomach always had a way of grounding him, and with the tense situation unfolding over in Askrigg, the last thing he needed was one of his community support officers fixating on a closed case. He got why Jim was driven, but this single-mindedness was becoming a problem. It was time for a direct conversation. Hello, Eric. Is Jim around by any chance? Harry? Eric's voice came through. It's me, Harry confirmed. Apologies for calling on a Sunday afternoon. Not a problem at all, Eric replied. You're looking for Jim, then? I am. I know he wasn't feeling well earlier, but wasn't he? I sent him home this morning, Harry explained. He looked rough, some kind of stomach issue. That's news to me, Eric said, a note of surprise in his voice. I've been out most of the day, but he's likely upstairs. His dog Fly is here, and that pair are usually inseparable. Hang on a second. Harry listened as the phone was set down, followed by Eric's distant call for his son. Footsteps faded, then grew louder again. He's not here, Harry, Eric reported. What? I called for him, checked his room. He's not in the house. Hold on a moment, will you? The phone was placed down again, and this time Harry heard the distinct sound of a door being pulled open forcefully. Harry? What's going on, Eric? His Land Rover is gone too. Are you certain he came straight home? It's where I directed him, and it's what he told me, Harry said, a knot forming in his gut. Could he have just run out for something? Nothing to run out for, Eric stated flatly. We already moved the sheep down from the high pasture last week because of this weather. If he was checking on livestock, he'd have taken Fly with him, I'm sure of it. Those drifts can trap a man in minutes. We've helped a few neighbours with theirs, but not today. No one's called. Then, where is he? Harry asked, his voice tight. Wish I knew, Eric sighed. Let me just check with Mary. Another thud as the receiver was set down, then the muffled sound of a conversation with Jim's mother. No, Eric said, returning to the line. Mary hasn't seen him either, not since he left this morning to meet up with you lot. Harry was silent, the pieces clicking into a worrying picture. Something wrong? Eric asked. Just give me a ring the moment you see him, all right? Harry requested. Will do, after exchanging goodbyes. Harry ended the call. Damn it. His shout reverberated in the empty office. Frustration boiled over and he hurled his phone across the desk. It skidded, hit the wall with a crack, and clattered to the floor. In that moment, he didn't care if it was shattered. What mattered was that he had an officer who was clearly absent without leave. Did the kid have any idea what this would do to his record? Harry fumed. It wasn't about micromanaging his team's every move, but it was now obvious Jim had likely lied about being ill. Combined with the missing case file, it painted a clear and urgent picture. The situation needed containment before it spiraled. But where in the world was he? His parents didn't know, his team didn't know. And with this worsening snow, who was to say something terrible hadn't happened? The image of that idiot's vehicle overturned in a ditch flashed in Harry's mind. The initial fury was still there, a hot tension in his shoulders, but it was rapidly being eclipsed by a colder, sharper fear. He understood Jim's pain, truly, but this recklessness was unforgivable. Okay, fine. Harry himself hadn't always coloured inside the lines. Wasn't that the whole reason he'd been packed off to Hawes? A bitter, familiar taste filled his mouth at the thought, but Jim was young, and that anger was now secondary to a deep, gnawing concern. If Jim was out there chasing a ghost of a lead, what if he actually found something? The people responsible for his friend's death weren't amateurs. They were dangerous. This wasn't a game of hide and seek. This was the kind of obsession that got people killed. A new suspicion jolted Harry, sending him back to the files. He shuffled through them urgently, only to discover an empty slot where a specific file should have been. He snatched up his phone and dialed Jim, fully expecting it to go to voicemail. It did. He tried twice more, a futile exercise born of pure frustration, finally giving up. He left a message that left no room for misunderstanding. If Jim wanted to keep his job, he needed to call back immediately. He then sent a group text to the team, demanding to know if anyone had heard from Jim or knew his whereabouts. Needing to clear the static from his mind, Harry stepped outside. The afternoon had bled into a murky early evening, and the town of Hawes was hushed. The road had been ploughed, but the surface remained a slick, dangerous mess. He watched a few cars crawl cautiously through the marketplace, their tires struggling for purchase in the wet slush. His phone vibrated in his coat pocket. He answered without looking. You'd better have a damn good reason for this little disappearing act, Jim, Harry growled. It's Jaden, boss, came the reply. You okay over there? No, I'm not okay, Harry snapped. You're calling because you've heard from him, right? Afraid not, Jaden said. Did you get my text? Yes, but like I just said, I haven't heard a peep. Should I be expecting a call from him? How should I know? Jaden shot back, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose, drawing in a long, steadying breath. Right. Sorry, my head's not on straight. No worries, Jaden said, his voice softening. Listen, I called, because I got more intel on that van. Go on. It's in Gatward, Jaden reported, parked right outside a pub from what I'm told. He relayed the name of the establishment. You have got to be kidding me, Harry said, a dry, humourless laugh escaping him. Do I sound like I'm kidding? Jaden replied, genuinely confused. I'm not. Is that a problem? Harry shook his head, a wave of old, complicated memories washing over him. Of all the gin joints in all the towns, he thought, borrowing the line from an old movie. How many years had it been? He didn't want to count. That particular pub had been a notorious watering hole for the soldiers training at Gatward Garrison back in the day. Surely it had changed. Do you know the place? Jaden asked. Oh, I know it, Harry said, his voice flat. Anyone joining an infantry regiment in the British Army does their basic training at the ITC there. The ITC? Infantry Training Centre, Harry clarified. That includes the parachute regiment. Ah, so this is a nostalgic field trip, Jaden said, a note of misplaced cheer in his voice. Could be a laugh. A laugh? Harry echoed, his tone shifting from weary to sharply sarcastic. You think training to be a para is a laugh? It's a relentless, soul-crushing grind designed to break you, and that pub, if it's the one I'm thinking of, and I have a sinking feeling it is, it had a very specific reputation. Which was? Harry's mind flashed back to a younger, leaner version of himself, fitter, faster, and often, after a few pints, actively seeking out trouble. Let's just say it was the kind of establishment where you went for a pint and usually left with a black eye, Harry said, unconsciously flexing his right hand. A faint pop came from his knuckles, as if the bones themselves recalled the chaos. You want the address? Jaden asked. Harry was almost certain he could find it blindfolded, but he asked Jaden to send it over anyway. The text confirmed his suspicion. It was the same place. Good work on this, Harry said, his mind already racing ahead. What's on your docket for tonight? Not much. I managed to get a couple of solid recordings this morning before this all blew up. The bad weather made for a quiet shift. Figured I'd review the tapes. Forget the tapes, Harry said, his decision made. You're coming with me. We're taking a little drive. Am I? Jaden asked, a mix of surprise and curiosity in his voice. Harry parked the Land Rover beside the pub, the single working security light casting a stark glow on the fresh snow. Jen was in the passenger seat, while Police Constable Jaden Ockrey was crammed into the back. Jaden had accepted his fate with an almost theatrical eagerness, slamming the door with a sense of grand adventure. For the entire drive to Gatward, however, his relentless commentary had poured into Harry's ear from directly behind the driver's seat. Killing the engine, Harry listened to the metallic ticks from under the hood. How about you two switch places for the trip back, he suggested. Seems only fair. I get carsick in the back, Jen said, miming a dramatic heave. Right now, I'm willing to take that chance, Harry replied. PC Ockrey here was like trying to concentrate with a hyperactive tour guide narrating every snowflake. Do they not have winter where you're from? Not like this, Jaden said, undeterred. Did you see the snow piled on that mailbox looked like a giant woolly hat? To you, maybe, Harry sighed. And the car with the snow-drawn face and horns. Okay, that was mildly amusing, Harry conceded. What about all the snowmen? Jen asked. Which ones? Harry said. The one thumbing a ride or the one that looked like it was eating a pair of fake legs? I liked the one with the glowing eyes, Jaden chimed in. That was brilliant and seriously creepy. It felt like it was watching us, like it had a soul or something. It did not have a soul, Harry stated flatly. It was frozen water, and if it's still there on our return, could you please not shout, "That one looks properly evil," directly into my ear? Driving in this mess is hard enough without a grown man, with the enthusiasm of a kid on a snow day wishing for sledges and planning tomorrow's snowball fight behind me. With his piece said, Harry shoved the door open and stepped into the muffled quiet of the snowy night. Beneath the stillness, the thump of music and the rumble of a busy pub seeped through the walls. "Sounds hopping," Jen observed. "It always was, from what I remember," Harry said. "A proper soldier's pub. Consider yourselves warned, these places aren't for a quiet pint. They're for blowing off steam." "What does that mean exactly?" Jaden asked. "Nobody comes here to read the paper in a corner," Harry explained. "It's packed with infantrymen fresh from training, exhausted, wound up tighter than a drum. They've spent weeks learning their trade, which, let's be honest, is a violent one. So they drink too much, they shout, and sometimes they punch each other. It's a pressure valve." "Sounds delightful," Jen said dryly. "So, about our two gentlemen." Harry nodded toward a van parked a short distance away. "That's their vehicle." "Let's check out the van first," Harry suggested, before they headed inside. The vehicle was a matte black, its finish looking more like a hasty brush job than a professional spray, with rust spots spreading across the panels like dark blossoms. The back doors were plastered with stickers from music gear companies, Gibson, Drum Workshop, Zildjian. Along the side, in letters styled to resemble dripping blood, was the name Jirian, flanked by two crudely painted inverted crosses. "Looks like we're tracking a band," Harry noted. "And those symbols match some of what we saw back at the church tower." Jaden snapped a few photos with his phone. "We can line these up with the crime scene shots once we get them," he said.
Should be tomorrow, yeah?
Jen peered through the driver's side window.
Taking a wild guess from the interior decor,
She said.
I'd say they're not your typical radio-friendly pop group.
Harry looked over her shoulder. Inside, he spotted a silver skull gear shift knob, a cluster of intricate horror movie figurines, one with pins covering its head, others in masks and wielding oversized blades, and a footwell littered with crushed energy drink cans and empty chip bags. An open pack of rolling papers and a pouch of tobacco completed the scene. "Only one way to know for sure," Harry said, nodding toward the pub entrance. "After you, boss," Jaden replied. Harry led the way, his boots crunching through the slushy grey snow of the parking lot toward a door that looked like it could double as a riot shield. He pushed inside and was immediately hit by a wave of noise and the thick smell of beer and sweat, causing him to hesitate for a second before Jaden gave him a nudge from behind. The place was packed, crammed, really. To his left, a pool game was down to the 8-ball, the shot was made, the crowd roared, and beer sloshed over rims. To his right, tables were full, a jukebox blared against the wall, flanked by blinking arcade machines swallowing coins. The bar was a hub of controlled chaos, staff weaving around each other with practiced speed. "You buying the first round then, boss?" Jaden asked with a grin. Harry turned ready to retort, but caught the joke. Jen scanned the room. "Given the descriptions of our van owners," she said, "I'm not spotting them, you?" "Not a chance," Harry said. "Didn't figure they'd be up here anyway." "Then why are we here?" Jaden asked. Harry pointed at the floorboards. "Basement bar," he explained. "Music venue." I use the term venue loosely. It's more of a damp cellar with questionable wiring and zero airflow. "Sounds charming," Jen remarked. Harry made his way to the bar and caught the eye of a bartender whose neck was almost as thick as his head, muscles straining under a black tee. "Got a minute?" Harry asked. "Hold up, mate. I was next." A younger man beside him protested, cash in hand. "Not in the grand timeline, you weren't," Harry replied. The young man looked baffled as the broad-necked bartender fixed his gaze on Harry. "Looking for two guys who might be here," Harry said. "Own the van outside. I'm guessing they're playing tonight." "What's your business with them?" the bartender asked, his posture stiffening. Harry suspected that Neck had seen its share of illicit supplements. He flashed his ID. "Just a chat." "Downstairs," the barman said, jerking his thumb toward a door on the left. The band was in the middle of their set, so you'll have to wait until they're finished, the barman stated. "The crowd won't appreciate an interruption." "That's not my problem," Harry replied, tucking his badge back into his pocket. "I need to speak with them. It's urgent." "It might become your problem if this place erupts," the barman warned Harry, disregarded the comment and moved away from the bar, heading toward a side door. As he did, a sharp wolf whistle cut through the air, followed by a burst of mocking laughter. Then came a pained yelp. Harry looked back to see Jen applying precise pressure to a man's wrist, forcing him to arch backward until he was teetering on the verge of collapse. "Everything under control," Harry called over. "All good, boss," Jen answered smoothly. "Just placing a citizen under arrest for assaulting an officer." "I didn't assault anyone," the man protested, his voice strained. "I'm sorry, okay? I didn't know you were cops." "Oh, so that makes it perfectly acceptable, does it?" Jen's tone was icy. "You get a free pass to whistle and grab at anyone you please, as long as they're not in uniform." "That's not what I meant." "Then what exactly did you mean?" "I said I'm sorry." The man's words were tight with pain. "I am truly." Jen released her grip. "Consider this your only warning," she said, as the man massaged his wrist. "And there certainly won't be a repeat performance, will there?" The man shook his head, still rubbing his sore arm. "Ready when you are, boss," Jen said, flashing Harry a quick grin. He gave a slight nod in return before pushing through the door and descending a narrow staircase, the thrum of drums, the wail of a guitar, and a raw, guttural vocal growl swelling with each step. Chapter 23. If Jim was being honest with himself, he couldn't quite remember the last time he'd been to Darlington. A vague memory suggested it was during his school days, a rare family trip with his parents to purchase proper school shoes. He desperately wanted a pair of Dr. Martin's boots back then, but that was never going to happen. His father had put it in perspective. How can a pair of work boots cost as much as a live sheep? It wasn't the most precise comparison, but the message was received. He had no idea how much the town had changed. A heavy blanket of snow was currently obscuring most of it, and he wasn't particularly interested anyway. His heart was firmly rooted in the hills, and he'd never try to persuade it otherwise. After successfully convincing Harry he was feeling unwell, a lie made believable by the fact he'd dragged himself into work that morning, Jim had slipped back home. He gathered what he needed for the day, climbed into his Land Rover, and embarked on a long drive through less than ideal conditions. The vehicle handled the snow without complaint, and he might have even enjoyed the solitary journey were it not for the grim purpose behind it. The murder of his old school friend, Neil, a couple of months prior. Since Neil's death, Jim had been consumed by a private turmoil. He blamed himself for what happened, felt a simmering anger at Neil for getting involved with sheep rustling in the first place, and found himself trapped in a relentless cycle of guilt and frustration. Logically, he knew it wasn't his fault. Neil had made his own choices. But another, louder part of him argued that he should have been able to do something, protect his family's livelihood, help his brother Nick. And so here he was on a beatingly cold afternoon, having navigated nearly 2 hours through thick snow. For what? He'd have to wait and see. It was those cigarettes that had set him off, the same brand Neil smoked, left behind by the man who tried to steal Fly last Friday. It was a long shot, absolutely, but it was the only shot he felt he had. The forensics report would likely come back empty, he was sure of it, and even if it didn't, he'd have to wait days for the results. That was time he didn't have. And then that slick lawyer showing up? No, Jim wasn't about to let this go. He was going to do something about it. The reason he found himself parked in a truck that carried the faint, earthy scent of hay, lanolin, and damp soil on an unfamiliar street was to watch the door at the address Timothy Renton had provided. After several hours of surveillance, Jim was seriously questioning the wisdom of going solo on this. He'd come prepared with snacks, a chunk of his mother's homemade fruitcake, and a thermos of tea, and bundled up against the cold in so many layers he was now sweating profusely. Yet, as evening deepened, the house remained still. No lights flickered on, no one entered or exited, and a heavy doubt began to creep in. I'm a complete fool, he thought, and Harry is going to murder me. A massive yawn erupted from him, leaving his eyelids feeling like lead weights. All he wanted was to shut them and rest, but that would be irresponsible. He was here for a purpose, to find Neil's killer. Even if this lead turned out to be a dead end, he had to see it through. Another, even more powerful yawn hit him, and his eyes drifted shut. He jolted upright as if shocked, shaking his head clear. A glance at the dashboard clock revealed he'd been out for 20 minutes. 20 minutes? How did that happen? To fight the fatigue, he stretched, rubbed his eyes, poured some lukewarm tea, and forced down a piece of cake. He even gave his own cheek a light slap. Come on, Jim. Stay sharp. Do this for Neil. But then he looked at the clock again and saw another 30 minutes had vanished. That's impossible. I didn't even close my eyes. He was utterly exhausted and longed for his own bed, but he couldn't quit now. Just a few more hours, he promised himself. Then I'll head back and pray Harry finds some humour in this. Of course, there was none to be found, especially since he'd lied to his boss to embark on what was shaping up to be a pointless chase. Focus, Jim. Just focus. He straightened his posture, flexed his stiff hands and neck, determined not to nod off again. For extra insurance, he rolled down the window, allowing a blast of frigid night air to rush in. The cold was so sharp it felt like a dagger, jolting him fully awake with a violent shiver. Now alert, he fixed his gaze back on the door. A single light glowed in a side window, suggesting someone was home. Or perhaps they'd just left it on. He hoped to find out soon. Who are you, then? The voice was gravelly, with a distinct northern accent, and it startled Jim so badly he nearly hit his head on the roof of the Land Rover. Swivelling toward the sound, he found himself looking at a man with a face pockmarked like the moon's surface, a fringe of gelled hair hanging over his forehead, like the teeth of a comb. His eyes were dark, sunken, and utterly cold. What? I said. Who are you? The man repeated, leaning closer. And don't feed me any porky pies, all right? Porky pies? About what? You've been staring at those houses for hours. I'm waiting for someone, Jim replied, his pulse quickening. Who? An old friend. Is that right?
Yes, it is. What's his name?
Jim didn't like the direction this was heading. His eyes darted from the man's intense stare to the quiet house across the street.
What's it to you?
The man leaned in further, his face now just outside the open window.
I live around here,
he said, his tone low and threatening. So I'd say it's very much my business, wouldn't you? Jim held the man's gaze, trying to keep his own steady.
So who is it?
The man pressed. Who are you here to see? I already told you, an old friend. He's supposed to meet me. On a night like this? The man said, skepticism dripping from every word. You sure about that? Jim nodded, a knot of fear tightening in his gut. I'm sure. No, you're not. What? I think you're lying. Why would I lie to you? I have no idea who you are, Jim said, his voice tight. The man's grin was unsettling, a predator's smile that didn't reach his cold eyes. Isn't that something? The man replied, his tone dripping with a false, casual amusement. What is? Jim demanded. What's so funny about that? Because, the man said, leaning closer, I know exactly who you are. You're mistaken. Jim shot back, his hand darting toward the ignition key. His fingers had just brushed the metal when the door was wrenched open and a vice-like grip clamped around his wrist. I really wouldn't do that, the man advised, his friendly pretense vanishing. Not while we're having our little heart-to-heart. Jim's gaze flickered from the stranger's face to the hand imprisoning his own. Let go. Right now, or I'm calling the police. Are you? Now? The man mocked. Yes, Jim insisted. pulling uselessly against the immovable grip. So release me. The man leaned in until his face was inches away, and Jim caught the sour mix of stale coffee, cigarettes, and something decayed on his breath. But you are the police, he hissed. Aren't you PCSO Metcalf? Let go of my hand. Thought as much, the man said, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. And I know exactly who you're here to see, too. He's no old friend, is he? Not even close. And he's not exactly thrilled you've been sitting out here watching his place. Because that's what this is, isn't it? A little unauthorized surveillance? Jim tried to wrench his arm free, but the man's other hand shot out, seizing him by the scruff of the neck and pinning him to the seat. Coming here was a very bad idea, the man stated flatly. Then, in one brutal motion, he hauled Jim from the Land Rover and flung him face first into the frozen snow. Pushing through a heavy door at the foot of the stairs, Jadin was met by a physical wall of sound. It wasn't just loud. It felt dense enough to bite into, a chaotic roar that vibrated in his chest and seemed to push him backward up the steps toward the calmer pub above. For a moment, all he could perceive was a disorienting darkness sliced by frantic swirling lights. As his vision adjusted, he saw the basement was a cramped, low-ceilinged box absolutely packed with bodies. People pressed against each other, drinks in hand, all facing a makeshift stage at the far end. The ceiling felt oppressively close, likely heavily soundproofed to contain the chaos from the neighbours and the patrons upstairs. Moving into the crowd, where speaking was impossible over the band's sonic assault, Jadin felt his feet stick and crunch with every step. A glance down confirmed why. The floor was a hazardous slick of spilled beer and glittering shards of broken glass. This was decidedly not a five-star venue. A tap on his shoulder made him turn to find Harry leaning in, shouting directly into his ear. "We stick together in this mess." "Why?" Jadin yelled back. "Because I'd like this to go smoothly," Harry replied. "We'll just head to the stage. When this song finishes, and I use the term loosely, it sounds more like a toolbox falling down a staircase. We tell them we need a word, urgently." Jen squeezed in beside them. "You really think that'll work?" "Not a clue," Harry admitted with a grimace. "Probably not, but I'm not spending all night here while my eardrums shatter." "We get this chat and we get it now," agreed. Jadin and Jen both nodded as the music somehow swelled to a new punishing volume, forcing their way through the jostling crowd, with Harry and Jen flanking him. Jadin's mind briefly flashed to the record fair that morning. He'd managed to snag a few gems, nothing pricey since vinyl was a luxury on a constable's salary, but some solid funk and a couple of soul records with absolutely stunning covers. He had a sudden, absurdly clear thought that he probably wouldn't get to actually listen to them for days. A small, quiet pleasure completely drowned out by the present bedlam, a jolt from his left snapped Jadin back to the present. He turned to find a young man with a buzz cut and a sweat-soaked shirt staring back at him, eyes more red than white. "My bad, man," the guy muttered. Jadin offered a forgiving smile and a shrug before pressing onward. As he neared the stage, the energy of the crowd shifted in layers. At the rear, people were relatively still, just listening, swaying lightly, sipping their drinks, moving inward. The motions grew more animated, with arms waving and beer sloshing over plastic cup rims. But the front, he'd been in pits like this before, many times in fact. His real concern was for Harry and what he must be thinking. Glancing to his right, all he could make out was Harry's scarred face and intense, unreadable expression. A few more steps, and Jadin was swallowed by the chaos. The band was just two guys, a long-haired singer gripping a microphone and a guitar, and behind him, a completely bald drummer hammering his kit with relentless fury. Between the stage and the crowd surged a heaving, spinning, off-balance beast of bodies, the air thick with the sour mix of spilled beer, sweat, and the faint, acrid hint of vomit. Reaching the front offered no refuge. Arms flailed, people collided, and the floor trembled as if caught in a constant, localized earthquake. "Over there now!" Harry's voice cut through, and Jadin followed his pointed finger toward the edge of the stage and a marked door. Weaving through the pulsing mass, Jaden fought his way over, only to find Jen waiting for him. Harry was nowhere in sight.
Where'd he go?
Jen shouted, her mouth nearly touching Jaden's ear. Jaden scanned the stage and spotted Harry right in front of the singer, holding up his badge in one hand while making a sharp cutting motion across his own throat with the other.
He's lost his mind,
Jaden yelled back. He's actually telling them to stop the music. Music? Jen replied, raising an eyebrow. Is that what we're calling this? I've heard worse. How, you ask? Jaden nodded toward the singer's feet. He's running a whole board of pedals and effects, and the drummer's got electronic pads mixed in with the acoustic kit. Makes a hell of a racket. Sounds like you know your stuff. I didn't always plan on being a cop, you know. Jaden shot back. Just then, the volume seemed to climb impossibly higher, and a commotion erupted around Harry. The crowd was turning on him, shoving and jostling as he tried to reason with the singer, who only leaned in closer, sticking out his tongue as if to lick Harry's face in defiance. I don't think the DCI frequents these kinds of venues, Jaden observed dryly, finally giving up. Harry pushed his way toward them. Stay here, he ordered brusquely when he reached their side, and before either could protest, he vanished through the door. A few tense seconds later, the roaring sound cut off abruptly, as if someone had yanked the power cord. The sudden silence felt louder than the noise had been. Harry reappeared, looking grimly satisfied. That should encourage a conversation, he stated. Jaden looked from his boss to the stage. The drummer appeared bewildered, but the singer was pure, unadulterated rage. A wave of boos and jeers began to roll through the crowd, and a cold dread settled in Jaden's stomach. Sir, maybe we could have let them finish their set first, he ventured. Not a chance, Harry said flatly, his tone leaving no room for debate. This is a homicide inquiry. I'm not about to stand here and let that noise permanently wreck my hearing while we wait. Jen pointed. He's heading this way. Both of them are. Jaden looked up just as the singer, his long hair flying like wet ropes, launched himself from the low stage and tackled Harry. Harry barely got out a what in the before he hit the floor with the man on top of him, his eyes blazing with a chemically fueled frenzy. Instinct kicked in. As Jaden moved to grab the singer with Jen doing the same beside him, rough hands seized his shoulders and spun him around. He found himself staring into the furious, flushed face of a stranger. Think you can wreck our night, huh? The man snarled before driving his forehead forward in a clumsy headbutt. Jaden jerked aside just in time, taking only a glancing blow to the jaw as his attacker stumbled past him into the crowd. More hands clutched at his coat, but he shrugged them off violently. Police? Jen's voice cut through the noise. We are police officers. Back off now. One particularly stubborn reveller lunged for Jen, who sidestepped the charge with effortless feline grace. Then a roar erupted as Harry surged up from the floor, the singer clinging to his back like a deranged backpack. Well, I've got his full attention now, Harry grunted, expertly prying the man's arms loose before securing one behind his back and marching him toward the exit. He turned to face Jaden and Jen just as his phone buzzed loudly. Pulling it from his pocket, he glanced at the screen, his eyebrow arching. You too mind rounding up the drummer? Leaving Harry to handle the call and his captive, Jaden turned back to the crowd. A wary circle had formed around them. The shout of police and their swift handling of the chaos had, for the moment, kept further trouble at bay. Where'd he go? Jen asked. Jaden's eyes swept the now empty stage, then caught a flicker of movement, light glinting off a bald scalp across the room. There? Jaden shouldered his way through the press of bodies. Police, he announced, his voice firm. Please step aside and let us through. To his genuine surprise, the crowd largely complied. It was a good thing, too, because the door to the stairs leading back to the main bar was swinging shut. He caught a final glimpse of the drummer fleeing up them. With a last push, Jaden reached the door and took the steps two at a time, Jen close behind. They burst through the bar and out the main doors, finding themselves in a quiet, snow-blanketed street just a few paces behind their quarry. Stop, Jaden commanded. Stop right now. The drummer, of course, did the opposite, sprinting desperately down the snowy sidewalk. Suddenly, a white blur shot past Jaden's cheek and exploded with a soft thwump against the back of the drummer's bald head. The shock made him falter, his feet sliding out from under him before he crashed face first into a drift. Jaden was on him in seconds, pinning him down. "Nice shot," he remarked, as Jen arrived to help haul the sputtering man to his feet. "You hit me with a snowball." The drummer whined, wet slush sliding down his neck and face. "That's assault." "Wasn't us," Jaden said smoothly. Jen chimed in, her tone light. "I saw some kids playing across the street. Maybe it was them." "Definitely them," Jaden agreed, his voice taking on a dry, almost sarcastic edge. "Because we're police officers, and the absolute last thing we'd ever do is engage in a childish snowball fight with someone fleeing a murder investigation. That would be terribly unprofessional, wouldn't it?" The drummer, now upright, glared from Jaden to Jen and back again, his indignation fading into wary confusion. "What do you want?" he muttered. "Why'd you have to come ruin our gig?" "Sounded like you were managing that just fine on your own," Jen laughed, the sound sharp in the cold air. Her tone shifted back to business. "But let's move past that. Maybe you can help us with something." "What? When was the last time you went to church?" Chapter 25. Snow filled Jim's mouth. It tasted of salt, of grit, of filth, and of pure, unadulterated pain. He choked, a crushing weight pinning him down, and behind his clenched eyelids the world exploded in a riot of colour like the 4th of July. "Think you can just waltz over here and spy on us, is that it, kid?" The pressure intensified, making Jim's chest fight for every scrap of air. His throat burned raw from the strain, panic wrapping around him like a steel cable and pulling tighter and tighter. And for what? A missing dog? Seriously, man. Some folks are just plain stupid, aren't they? The weight vanished, only to be replaced by a searing jolt as a boot slammed into his ribs. The taste of acid flooded his mouth. Wasn't anyone going to help? How was this real? But it was dark, he realized, as the pain echoed through him, and the bitter cold had chased everyone indoors. That meant one thing: he was utterly on his own. A wave of sickness churned inside him as Jim tried to push himself up, but another kick came flying in. This time he was braced for it, rolling sideways, so the boot only whipped the air past his coat. "Get back here, you little punk!" But Jim had no intention of doing that. Absolutely not, and he wasn't sticking around to brawl either. He was scrambling to his feet and bolting, every muscle firing, his legs churning like locomotive wheels. The icy slush underfoot made it a slog, but he had a lead and he clung to it. He didn't know where he was headed, just away, as fast and as far as possible, so he ducked his head and ran. Just get away. From behind he heard the pounding of pursuit. And it wasn't just one set of footsteps anymore, was it? Others had joined the hunt. Risking a look over his shoulder, Jim saw 3 figures giving chase, and then 2 more sprinting toward him from across the street, from that very same open door he'd been watching. That made 5 men after him, on a frozen night miles from anything familiar. A cold dread settled in, the kind that whispers you might not make it home, because this is how these stories end, right? Never pretty, always with a body in a ditch. This was bad. Jim snapped his gaze forward, focusing only on staying ahead and desperately scanning for any alley, any doorway, any place to duck into, catch his breath and call for. A leaden weight sank in his gut. Who exactly was he supposed to call? Nobody knew he was here. If he called Harry, there'd be an epic fallout, wouldn't there? What on earth had he been thinking? He was just a community support officer. He wasn't trained for this. He was in way over his head and in genuine mortal danger. Whoever these guys were, and whatever Timothy Renton was mixed up in, it was clearly nothing good. They intended to hurt him permanently. And to think he could have had a quiet life back on the family farm. But no, he had to go and try something new, be someone different, make a mark, join the force. What a genius move. His pursuers weren't letting up. which was a major problem because Jim wasn't sure how much longer his lungs could hold out. He was in decent shape, sure, but flat-out sprinting was a whole different beast from a steady jog. He was wheezing now, his legs screaming, his whole body moving as if through wet cement. Frantically patting his pockets, Jim found his phone and dialed the only person who could possibly help, who also happened to be the last person he ever wanted to ask. He had no other option. "You better have a damn good reason for this," a voice growled, low and furious on the other end. "Lying to me." "What the hell were you thinking? Do you have any idea how much true, Harry? I'm in trouble?" "No kidding you are," Harry shot back. Jim could hear other voices in the background where Harry was, and the detective chief inspector's own voice had that hollow echoing quality, like he was standing in some vast empty space. "No, I mean right now," Jim gasped, the words fighting their way out as his legs burned with the effort of staying ahead. "I need you, Harry. What's happening?" Harry's tone shifted instantly. The frustration and confusion that had been there a moment before vanished, replaced by a sharp, lethal focus. "Talk to me, Jim. What have you gotten into?" "Timothy's place." Jim managed his pace faltering even as he willed himself forward, spitting out the address in a frantic rush. "I was just watching the house, that's all. Then some guy came at me and now there's a whole pack of them on my tail." "Timothy Renton, the guy who steals dogs? What in God's name are you doing there? And who is them?" "The cigarettes." Jim wheezed, his lungs on fire. From the lawyer I had to know. No one was listening, Harry. I couldn't just wait. He could hear their footsteps closing the distance, a terrifying rhythm against the pavement. "They're right behind me. You're not making any sense. Just calm down," Harry ordered. "I can't calm down." Jim's voice was a raw scrape of fear. "I'm running for my life. They're going to catch me, and I have no idea what they'll do. I'm at the dog thief's house, Harry. I'm in it deep this time, really deep." "All right, Jim, I'm coming." Jim opened his mouth to respond, but a dark shape swung out from a shadowed alleyway, catching him across the throat. The world upended. He was airborne for a sickening moment before the pavement rose to meet him with brutal force, driving every last gasp of air from his body. Somewhere, impossibly distant, he could hear Harry's voice still shouting from the phone. Then silence. "Is this yours?" Jim blinked, his vision swimming. A stranger was holding his shattered phone, the screen a web of cracks. Whoops. Rough hands seized him, hauling him upright. As his feet scrabbled for purchase, Jim knew with cold certainty that nothing good was waiting for him now. Chapter 26. Harry was 5 miles out from Catterick, racing toward Darlington with no plan whatsoever. All he had was the echo of Jim's terrified voice, shredded by panic, playing on a loop in his mind. For now, that was fuel enough. The rational cop in his head screamed for backup. He was driving blind into an unknown threat, which was professionally stupid. The trained soldier in him agreed, charging in solo without reconnaissance was a good way to get dead. You needed eyes on target, a head count, a status on Jim. Only then could you plan an extraction. Then there was the other part of him, the part he kept caged for a reason. It was a dark, simmering thing that hadn't been loose in years, not since a dusty compound in Afghanistan. When it got out, people got hurt. Badly. His grip on the steering wheel was so tight, the skin over his knuckles stretched pale and thin. He was pushing his aging car as hard as he dared, which wasn't very, judging by the plume of black smoke coughing from the exhaust. The engine groaned in protest. After the debacle at the pub cellar, the singer's clear assault on an officer himself, and the drummer's pathetic sprint for freedom, he'd had no choice but to cuff them both. All he'd wanted was a conversation. Their actions demanded a firmer response. Then Jim's call had upended everything, leaving him in an impossible bind as he navigated the snow-cleared but still slick roads. His first and only non-negotiable priority was to get to Jim. That was the anchor in this chaos. Everything else, the prisoners in his back seat, the protocols, the sheer insanity of this solo rush, was just noise he'd have to deal with later. The chain thing in his chest strained against its locks, and for the first time in a long time, Harry wasn't sure he wanted to keep it contained. Harry knew he had to step in. The kid had gotten himself into a mess, no question, but Harry was his supervisor, a cop, and a friend. Helping him wasn't optional. At the same time, a murder case was waiting. Night had fallen, and 2 persons of interest were ready to be interviewed. He couldn't be in 2 places at once. So while Harry set off to find Jim, his officers Jen and Jaden were already en route to Harrogate in the department's Land Rover, with the less than thrilled members of Gierion in the back seat. It had been an exhausting shift for everyone, so Harry had called Gordy and asked her to meet them at the station. She'd had a chance to unwind earlier and could take over from there. Once everything was settled, they could all get some rest before returning to Harrogate the next day to conduct the formal interviews. Besides, Harry figured a few hours in a holding cell might encourage some reflection. With the Land Rover otherwise occupied, Harry had taken Gierion's van. The interior was an assault on the senses. Despite the icy wind, he drove with the window down just to breathe. The air was thick and pungent, a cocktail of cigarette smoke, cheap air freshener, stale sweat, dust, and underpinning it all, the distinct sweet scent of marijuana. The decor was a study in excess, leopard print faux fur draped over the seats and an absurd collection of plastic skulls littering the dash. Most irritating, though, was the keychain, a clattering assembly of metal chains and a rubber shrunken head that swung and smacked against his knee with every turn, like some persistent visitor demanding entry. And then there was the real problem. Harry had no clear plan for what he was walking into. Slowing for an approaching roundabout, he weighed his choices. The responsible move was to call it in, follow procedure, but that came with complications. He didn't know how much danger Jim was actually in or what the scene looked like on the ground. The sudden appearance of patrol cars, lights flashing and sirens wailing, could escalate things instantly, and the questions would start flying right away. Harry wasn't worried about himself, but for Jim, sure the PCSO had acted like a fool rushing in without thinking and landing in a tight spot. There was no doubt how Detective Superintendent Swift would see it, a one-way ticket to a ruined career. So what was left? What could he actually do? All he had was his own fatigue, a band van that smelled like a 3-day music festival and was crammed with gear, and an address that now appeared just ahead as he turned onto a narrow street of Victorian row houses. Jim's Land Rover was parked there, the driver's door slightly open. Harry killed the engine and sat for a moment, taking in the scene. The house matching Gordy's address looked perfectly ordinary. Then again, so did the whole street at first glance. It gave nothing away. Cars were parked on one side only, all dusted with snow. Curtains were drawn against the night. This was the kind of place, Harry thought, where people kept to themselves, where being left alone was the highest priority. And that gave him an idea. His one advantage was surprise. He wasn't in a marked unit, so no alarms would sound, not yet anyway. And the van he was driving blended right in. What he needed was a better look. Stepping out into the cold, Harry pulled his coat tight and started walking, moving with just enough purpose to look like a man in a hurry to be somewhere else. Harry approached the target house and eased his pace to a crawl, stealing a glance through the front window. The curtains were mostly drawn, but a narrow gap revealed the glow of a television screen and little else. The only sound cutting through the evening was the wind howling down the deserted street. Perfect, Harry thought. Let's see who's willing to come out and play. In these scenarios, he knew you could either tiptoe around or make a grand entrance. Harry always preferred the bold approach. After a quick rummage in his van, he positioned himself across from the house, packing a snowball with a core of solid ice. He launched it squarely at the front door. Silence. He threw another and another. Finally, the door flew open, and a man stepped onto the porch, scanning the street before locking eyes with him. "Did you just hit my door with that?" "Sorry, the wind's really whipping up out here," Harry shouted back, cupping a hand to his ear. "Can't hear a thing," I said. "Did you throw that snowball?" "Waiting for a friend," Harry called out cheerfully. "It's freezing, right? Absolutely brutal." The man stared, bewildered, then retreated inside, slamming the door. Harry immediately hurled another ice-packed missile. This time the door burst open to reveal two men. "What's your deal, pal?" "I'm not your pal." "Then why don't you get lost, huh?" Harry's next snowball shot from his hand and connected hard with one man's face, knocking him backward into the entryway. The second man stood frozen for a split second before charging, his shouts filling the air with profanity. Harry took off running, darting to the end of the block and ducking around the corner, only to drop into a crouch in the snow. As his pursuer rounded the bend, Harry sprang up and tackled him to the ground. Pinning him with his weight, Harry swiftly wrenched the man's arms behind his back and secured his wrists with a coiled guitar cable from his pocket. After a quick check that the other guy hadn't followed, he bound the man's ankles together. "How many are inside?" Harry demanded. "You're a dead man." "How many?" Harry repeated, his voice calm. "In the house. I'm not telling you a thing." Harry held up a hand, 3 fingers extended. "3?" the man responded with a thin reptilian smile. Harry added a 4th finger. 4? The smile didn't waver. "Making it 5, then?" This time, Harry caught the slightest twitch at the corner of the man's eye. "And is there someone in there who doesn't belong?" Harry pressed. "You're insane." Harry leaned close. "You have no idea," he whispered, then gagged the man with a pair of decidedly ripe boxer shorts he'd scavenged from the van earlier. Leaving him writhing in silent outrage, Harry brushed the snow from his knees and headed back toward the house. The door was closed again. The snowball victim had evidently chosen warmth over a chilly vigil. Harry returned to the van, slid the side door open, and retrieved a massive cymbal still mounted on a boom stand, along with 2 drumsticks. He marched up to the house, gave the door a polite knock, and took several steps back. When it opened, Harry offered a cheerful "Good evening" before turning away and unleashing a thunderous crashing barrage on the cymbal. The explosive, ringing clamour tore through the quiet, snow-muffled neighbourhood. Curtains twitched, windows shot up, and voices began to yell, "What the hell are you doing? Shut that noise off! Someone call the cops!" Then a door from a neighbouring house swung open, and out stepped a heavy-set, middle-aged man wearing sweatpants, a stained tank top, and rubber boots. Harry kept hammering the cymbal, putting his whole weight behind each strike as if trying to drive the drumsticks straight through the metal. "You plan on stopping that before I make you stop?" the man demanded. Harry gestured toward the house. "They told me to do it. Thought it'd be a laugh. Hilarious, right?" He crashed the cymbal again. "Funny? What part of this is supposed to be funny?" "Said you were the funny one, actually," Harry replied, his tone flat. "Stupid, too. A real piece of work." "What did you say?" The exact phrasing was thick as pig shit and twice as ugly. Another metallic crash. Harry watched fury ignite in the man's eyes. "Yeah, that sounds about right," Harry added. "He reckons everyone on this street is a fool, and he's the only one with any sense. You get the picture? Is that so?" The man swatted the cymbal from Harry's hands, jabbed a warning finger at him, then spun toward the house, bellowing for his neighbours to join him. Several doors had already swung open, letting in the bitter cold. Harry trailed behind. Inside, the argument was brief and escalated from shouting to throwing punches before anyone could properly state their case. As more people poured out of the house to jump into the fray, Harry slipped through the door in the chaos. He checked upstairs first, empty, then moved downstairs, finding Jim in a back room, battered, frightened, and tied to a chair. "Harry, rescue mission apparently," Harry said, swiftly cutting the bindings. "Can you walk?" Jim nodded. "Stay behind me," Harry instructed. "Hold on to my jacket, and don't stop. Got it?" Another nod. "Just a second," Harry added. He pulled a plastic-wrapped package from his jacket and shoved it deep into the cushions of a worn-out sofa against the wall. "What was that?" Jim asked, clutching Harry's jacket as he turned for the door. "A little donation for the local police, I'd say," Harry replied, then moved quickly. He pulled Jim down the hall toward the front. A shout came from behind, a voice Harry recognized from the previous Friday. "Timothy Renton." Hey, what do you think you're doing? Harry felt Jim yanked backward, halting them both. Whirling around, Harry came face to face with Timothy once more. You, the weaselly man spat.
Surprise!
Harry said. With the drumsticks still in hand, he drove them hard into Timothy's solar plexus. Timothy choked, turned pale, and crumpled to the floor, gasping and retching.
Hold on!
Harry barked. Jim gripped tight, and Harry charged forward, out into what had become a full-blown street brawl in the snow. As they skirted the mess, Harry couldn't help but think how utterly pathetic it all looked. A dozen men of various ages and sizes, wheezing from too many cigarettes, rolling around in the slush, grunting and slapping at each other like children. Across the road, Harry shoved Jim into the van, leaped into the driver's seat, and had the key turning as Timothy appeared in the doorway, pointing and screaming curses, trying in vain to rally his friends. With a casual wave, Harry pulled out of the parking spot and drove off, making sure to offer a cheerful salute to the man around the corner, who had finally freed his ankles and looked thoroughly miserable about the whole affair. Harry was fairly certain his grin didn't improve the man's mood. Spotting Harry, the man jolted with surprise, made a clumsy attempt to give chase, slipped, and landed hard on his backside. A few miles down the road, Jim finally broke the silence. Harry, he said, his voice unsteady, I'm sorry, and you absolutely should be. Harry shot back, eyes fixed on the road. Thank you, Jim said then, his voice cracking, for coming to get me. Harry glanced over. The PCSO was leaning against the passenger window, pain clear on his face, tears in his eyes as he stared blankly ahead. Monday morning crashed into the week like an uninvited rowdy guest at a quiet family gathering, impossible to ignore and leaving a sour taste. After delivering Jim home at an hour that pleased no one, and exchanging a few weary words with his parents, Harry had finally stumbled back to his own flat and into bed. Yet by 8 o'clock he was wide awake, his mind stubbornly rejecting the very concept of rest. At the station, he found Liz and Jaden already dispatched to separate tasks, while Jen was methodically working through the concert's contact list over the phone. Matt provided a rundown of their progress so far, gesturing toward a board crowded with a chaotic tangle of notes and names. That mess would be Jaden's problem to organize soon, but for now the priority was momentum. Matt and the team needed to press on, chasing down leads, making calls and arranging interviews with anyone who might shed light on their investigation. Harry's instinct was firm. Gareth's killer had been at that concert. This was no random act of violence. It was a bizarre, meticulously planned horror. He simply couldn't picture some transient psychopath on a casual winter tour of the Dales deciding to brutally attack a famous singer over a mere dislike of his music. It felt personal, connected. So you're good to keep pushing on the interviews today, Harry confirmed. Absolutely, boss, Matt replied. We've a solid list to get through, starting with the band members and then moving on to Gareth's old choir friends, the ones from those photos at the back of the church. They were all at the show, every one of them, and at the pub afterward, Matt said. Most are local, so tracking them down shouldn't be too painful. Harry recalled Anna mentioning the same thing about the group gathering at the pub. Matt continued. We've also got that list of key holders to verify, though I'd bet my last dollar more keys have been handed out and lost over the years than are officially recorded. Just do what you can with it, Harry said. We're waiting on the photographs and the full report from Sowerby, so we'll dive into that when it lands. And once you've got a solid shortlist of people for proper sit-downs, keep me posted on how those conversations go. You'll be the first to know, boss, Matt assured him. Anything else on the radar? Harry asked. Matt paused, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. Well, it's still a winter wonderland out there, he offered. Very observant, Harry said, a dry note entering his tone. Actually, it's worth mentioning, Matt insisted, his demeanor shifting from routine to pointedly practical. We could have hill walkers getting ambitious and trapped by the weather. Farmers will be out on the fells checking livestock in this mess. And let's be honest, we're guaranteed a few car pranks. Most people know how to handle the snow. but there's always someone who forgets how to brake and ends up in a ditch or wrapped around a stone wall. So, a typically cheerful week ahead, Harry summarised, the sarcasm now fully replacing his earlier fatigue. Nothing a gallon of tea and a slab of cake can't fix. Matt cracked a smile. What about the cheese? Bit early even for my tastes. Harry laughed, the moment of lightness feeling strangely necessary. Then, turning serious again, he added, "Oh, I'm going to call the vicar over in Askrig later. Check she's holding up, and that the clean-up is underway." Speaking of which, word's already gotten out. People are starting to leave flowers at the church gate. Already? See for yourself. Matt showed Harry a photo on his phone, a few lonely bunches of flowers resting against the snowy church gate sent by Anna earlier that morning. That's partly why I want to check on her. This whole situation is going to be a heavy burden for her to carry. No doubt about it, Harry agreed. His expression grew more focused. You realize what this leads to, don't you? The press. Harry gave a single grim nod. Well, we'll just have to cross that bridge when we come to it, Matt remarked, before adding, I figure Swift deserves an update on all this, don't you think? Harry caught his meaning and smiled. You know, that's actually a solid plan. Any word from Jaden or Jen?
Jen will be in later.
Jaden got called out to a snowball fight that escalated over in Leyburn.
Really? How?
Matt explained, There's always been a bit of a friendly rivalry between our end of the valley and the lower part. And the roads are finally clear enough for the school bus to make its slow trek, only to get ambushed by a whole crowd of kids as it pulled into the Wensleydale school parking lot. Harry fought back a grin. What happened next? Like I said, things got a little heated, Matt continued. Everyone on that bus piled out and fought back. The teachers were pretty much powerless as the entire schoolyard erupted into a full-blown snow war. Why was Jaden called in? Harry asked, leaning forward, basically to read them the riot act. Matt said. One of the bus windows got smashed because some of those snowballs were a little too enthusiastic, packed with grit and stones. A few pairs of glasses got broken, but thankfully no one was seriously hurt. Jaden must be thrilled, Harry said, picturing the young officer facing a few hundred teenagers. So, what's on your agenda? Wait, I remember now, Matt said, cutting him off. You're heading to Harrogate, right? Harry nodded. Meeting Gordy there. We're having a chat with our two persons of interest. They weren't exactly helpful last night. Hopefully daylight will make them more talkative. You think they're mixed up in this? Harry paused, considering. It feels like quite a coincidence. All those occult symbols at the scene, and then those two show up just hours before ranting about Satan. You don't sound entirely convinced, though, Matt observed. Harry shrugged and stood up. Right, I'm off. Don't forget to call Swift. Oh, I won't, Harry said, already pulling out his phone as he left the office. With Harry gone, Matt walked over to the caseboard, which was beginning to look cluttered. It was a messy web of names and notes scribbled by the team at various points that morning. With Jaden tied up at the school and Gordy meeting Harry, that left Matt with Liz and Jen. Or it would have if Liz hadn't already volunteered to head out to a traffic incident on the road toward Ribblehead Viaduct, clearly eager to get her bike back out in the snow. Jen. The constable looked up from her laptop, her phone to her ear. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were still on a call, Matt said. No answer, Jen replied, setting the phone down. Not many left to check now. Anything useful? Jen gave a half shrug. Everyone's corroborating the basic timeline from the concert. Nothing else. Not really. I even spoke to a couple of minor celebrities, which was an experience. Seems everyone just went to see Gareth, enjoyed the drinks and snacks afterward, and then headed home. Can't blame them with this weather. It's almost comforting to know people have some sense. The roads aren't that terrible, Matt countered. So what, Matt said. So you were about to ask me something, Jen replied. At least I think you were, unless you've just taken to saying my name at random intervals, which, honestly, I could understand. Matt took a second to collect his thoughts, then remembered, "Oh, right, I was going to ask if you were free." "Well, I will be in about 5 minutes," Jen said. "Why?" "I think it's time we paid a visit to the band," Matt stated. "Sounds perilous," Jen remarked. "Oh, it absolutely is," Matt agreed. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "They could be incredibly pretentious." The call with Detective Superintendent Graham Swift was brief and efficient, leaving Swift with a palpable sense of his own significance. Harry was convinced the victim's celebrity status was the key. Swift had practically stumbled over his own eagerness to become the media's sole point of contact. To that end, he demanded a thorough, no-holds-barred briefing from Harry later, once he wrapped up his business in Harrogate. He even hinted he might swing by in person if his schedule allowed. For now, however, Harry was seated across from the frontman of the band, Geryon, a man legally named Andrew Robinson. The singer insisted on being addressed by his stage persona, Charon, a name borrowed from the mythological ferryman of the dead. Harry wasn't having it. "All right, Andrew. I don't respond to that name. I am Charon, born of Erebus, and I guide lost spirits across the Styx." "You're certainly a character, Andrew," Harry replied, his tone flat. "A real piece of work." "What's that supposed to imply?" "It implies a great deal," Harry said, consulting his notes. "Turns out you have quite the record for mischief, don't you?" "Charon," Harry pressed on, ignoring the correction. "Driving uninsured, public disturbances, drunken conduct. And I believe we can now add assaulting a police officer to that list, correct?" "I never assaulted you," Andrew protested. "That was performance art." "Performance art?" "The show," Andrew clarified, then sneered. "Oh, you mean last night you wouldn't comprehend? It's too profound, too far beyond your wavelength." Harry watched, eyebrows raised as Andrew traced bizarre symbols in the air. "Let's proceed," Harry said, catching Gordy's eye roll. "As I stated, assaulting an officer. And let's not forget possession." "Possession of what?" Harry produced a sizable plastic-wrapped bundle. "Recognize this, Andrew?" Even through the plastic, the pungent aroma of cannabis was unmistakable. "What is that?" Andrew asked, feigning ignorance. "Well, it's certainly not your typical road trip snacks," Harry remarked. "You see, we impounded your van and conducted a search." "You can't do that. You need a warrant." "Someone's watched one too many crime dramas, haven't they, Detective Inspector Haig?" Gordy nodded. "Did DCI Grimm show you his identification when he approached you at the concert?" "Yes, but that doesn't authorize anything." Andrew blurted, then whirled toward his solicitor. "This isn't legal, is it? I'll sue. I'll sue the entire department." Gordy spoke again, her gentle Scottish accent lending a calm logic to her words. "Once an officer has presented their warrant card, which serves as their identification, they are permitted to search you, your belongings, and your vehicle." "No, that's wrong," Andrew insisted, shaking his head desperately at his solicitor. "Tell them." "I'm afraid she is completely correct," the solicitor confirmed. Andrew's face seemed to contort, as if trying to detach itself from his skull in its frustration. He turned back to Harry, his eyes a mix of bewilderment and rage. "Someone planted it," he muttered weakly. "Anyway, moving forward," Harry continued, "because that considerable bag of marijuana is going to be your companion for the foreseeable future, let's return to Saturday evening." Andrew slumped forward, elbows on the table, and peered at Harry through a curtain of dark hair. "We were instructed to be there. Say that again." "We were told to do it," Andrew repeated, his voice hollow. "That's the only reason we were at that place." Harry stared, struggling to process the statement. "You're saying someone directed you to that church concert?" Harry pressed. Andrew's lips curled into a faint smile. "Yes." "Who?" Harry demanded. "Who gave you the order?" The smile transformed, becoming a grimace of exposed teeth devoid of any warmth. "Satan," Andrew declared, thrusting his arms skyward, fingers splayed. "Satan commanded us. We claimed that ground in his glorious name. Absolute rubbish." Harry bellowed, his face flushing. Gordy moved forward, intercepting. Let's try this again. Who informed you about the event? Satan. Why were you there, Andrew? Gordy asked, her tone level. What was the purpose of forcing your way in to bring glory to Satan? I refuse to listen to this insane drivel, Harry snapped, turning his glare toward the defense attorney. I strongly advise you to have a serious conversation with your client before my patience runs out completely. Is that meant to be a threat? You're damn right it's a threat. Gordy intervened once more, sliding a printed photograph of Gareth Jones across the table. Do you recognize this man? Andrew studied the image and gave a slow nod. He is an enemy of Satan, he hissed. You all are, nothing but insects and vermin, the lot of you. For heaven's sake, must we endure this? Harry grumbled under his breath. Gordy pressed on. Where were you on that specific night, between 11 p.m. and approximately 3 in the morning? Andrew's rigid smile remained plastered on his face, and Harry had to consciously restrain the urge to wipe it off with the back of his hand. I am a vessel of the devil, Andrew stated, and I am here to perform his dark work. You're a complete fool, Harry muttered. Please answer the question directly, Gordy instructed. I believe I just did. Are you stating you cannot provide an alibi for that time period? Andrew offered only a slow, deliberate shake of his head. Gordy then produced another set of printouts. These are captures from your YouTube channel. Can you explain their content? Andrew leaned in for a cursory glance. Performances? Churches engulfed in flame, he said, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Thrilling, isn't it? Just look at the fire. I've reviewed several of your uploads, Gordy noted. In one, you spend an entire set holding an inverted cross, proclaiming yourself a demon dispatched from hell. Because that is what I am. The footage of burning churches, Gordy continued. Those are clips sourced from other pages, old newsreels of black metal bands in Norway from years ago. Many historic churches were lost. Excellent, Andrew crowed. They're just kindling for the infernal fires. Is that why you targeted the concert? Gordy asked. To capture fresh material for your channel. To give your followers something new. Andrew fell silent, his stare turning vacant. Your friend, the drummer, Gordy said. He recorded the entire incident, correct? We have multiple witnesses who confirm this. And we've seized his phone, of course. And... And, Gordy said, pausing to let the word hang in the air, permit me to theorize for a moment. I believe all of this. Your persona, your attire, crashing the church. This entire satanic facade. It's purely about image. It's about infamy. That's your true craving, isn't it? You don't genuinely believe in any of the occult mythology, do you? Harry caught a slight tremor in Andrew's fixed expression, a crack in the veneer. We are soldiers in Satan's army, Andrew began, but Gordy cut him off. No, you're not, Andrew, she stated, her voice turning hard and clear. What you are is a failed drama student, perpetually short on funds but overflowing with self-importance, bankrolled by bewildered parents who keep funding your latest obsession. All you truly desire, Andrew, all you hunger for, is recognition. You want fame by any means possible. Andrew's smirk finally began to dissolve. You crave notoriety, Gordy continued, her accent sharpening like a winter wind. You want to be infamous as some dark satanic figure. So what I need to understand is the precise how and why of your presence last Saturday night. How you learned of the event, why you chose to go, and where you disappeared to afterward. Why should I tell you a single thing? Because, Gordy said, and Harry saw a predatory focus ignite in her eyes. Sometime after that concert concluded, Gareth Jones was murdered. At that very moment, I can't shake the feeling we've found our prime suspect. The final two band members, Mick Johnson and Lisa Shaw, sat across from Matt and Jen in a snug lounge at her parents' home, where they'd arranged to stay post-concert. A massive fireplace dominated the room. Matt laid several photographs on the coffee table. So, these pictures, he began. Yes, they're quite old, Lisa said, her voice soft. Feels like just yesterday, doesn't it? Time has a way of doing that, Matt replied. It certainly does, Mick agreed, his tone shifting. But we've answered everything, and Lisa is genuinely distressed by all this. I understand completely, Matt said. It's a deeply troubling situation, and as we mentioned, Mick continued, this entire hometown concert was Lisa's idea from the start, so it makes zero sense she'd be involved. We've noted that, Matt acknowledged. We just have a few more questions to help us piece the night together. I'm sure you can appreciate the need for thoroughness. Of course, Mick said, though his posture was rigid. Jen leaned forward slightly. To be fair, we've only been here a short while, and you've done most of the talking so far. What more could there possibly be? Mick countered. What do you need to know? Let's start with your whereabouts between 11 p.m. and roughly 3 in the morning, Matt said. Asleep. Where else? Mick's reply was sharp. Can anyone corroborate that? Each other? We were in bed, together. Mick stated it as a challenge. All right, fair enough, Matt said, making a note. His attention, however, was drawn to Lisa, who seemed increasingly anxious, her fingers working nervously at something in her lap. He fought the urge to simply ask her to show him what she was holding. We're engaged, you see, Mick announced, and his voice transformed from defensive indignation to a peculiar, boastful pride. It sounded less like a happy announcement and more like a victory declaration. Matt decided to let it pass, for now. It was rather spontaneous, to be honest, Mick added. Didn't have a ring, so I improvised with a drinking straw. Lisa held out her hand. On her ring finger was a knotted red and white plastic straw. Is that from the pub? Jen asked. Lisa shook her head. My parents had some. We were planning to stay here after the show anyway, and now we're engaged. It's surreal. Gareth would have been thrilled for us. Her voice broke, and she began to cry. Take your time, Matt said gently. She wiped her eyes. It just feels so unfair. He had an amazing career, but he went through so much pain, too. The loss of his wife? Matt prompted. Lisa nodded. I was on vacation when it happened. In the south of France with my parents. They took me after a bad breakup. She offered a weak, almost ironic smile at the memory of that failed relationship, a stark contrast to her current engagement. We weren't together then, Mick clarified. We met a couple years back doing some session work. I remember everything about that day, Lisa continued, her gaze distant. We were in the garden having a lovely barbecue, just the three of us, when I got a text from Chris telling me the news. Chris? Jen asked. Christopher Middleton, Lisa clarified. It was such a shock. They were both in the hospital after the accident. What exactly happened? Matt inquired. Stolen car, Jen provided. It ploughed into them. The driver was never found. Gareth survived. His wife didn't. It was horrific, Lisa whispered. I don't believe he ever truly got over it. No, Matt said quietly. I don't suppose one ever really could. A heavy silence settled over the room before Matt cleared his throat, steering the conversation back. To confirm you were together during the entire time frame in question, he asked. Yes, Mick replied, the word a sharp hiss. And your relationship with the deceased? Matt continued. He is an old friend, Lisa corrected herself, her voice trembling with an emotion Matt could both see and hear. We've known each other since we were children. The photos prove that. So, you knew him before the fame, Matt observed. I did, yes. A faint, almost nostalgic smile touched Lisa's lips. In fact, if it weren't for his success, for what Gareth achieved, I might never have pursued the piano professionally. I suppose a part of me wanted to keep pace with him. Jen leaned in. You became a concert pianist to follow him. Matt watched a blush creep up Lisa's neck. When you phrase it so bluntly, it does sound rather silly, but essentially, yes. Was your relationship ever more than friendship? Matt inquired.
Of course it wasn't,
Mick interjected, a little too quickly. It was purely platonic, a childhood infatuation, nothing more. It was a very long time ago, Detective, Lisa added softly, her gaze distant. We've all grown up since then. As Matt scribbled a note, Jen shifted her focus. And you, Mick? What was your relationship with Gareth? Mick seemed momentarily thrown. He was a phenomenal talent. I felt privileged to share the stage with him at the concert and to contribute to his latest album. Matt mentally noted the deflection. It wasn't really an answer. A sudden bright laugh from Lisa broke the tension. She was holding one of the photographs, examining its back. We signed it. I'd completely forgotten. Isn't that wonderful? Matt moved to look. The back was covered in faded, childish scrawl. May I? Of course, Lisa said, passing it over. Matt gave it a perfunctory glance, unsure why he'd asked for it, and promptly handed it to Jen. As he did, a vague, nagging thought tried to surface, but Jen's next question scattered it. Now, regarding the two individuals who interrupted the concert, Jen said, What can you tell us? They almost ruined the entire evening, Lisa spat, her hands finally stilling as her anger took over. Absolute fools. What kind of person does that? It's profoundly disrespectful. I couldn't agree more. Matt nodded, deciding to let the hand fidgeting go for now. Had you ever encountered them before? Are you serious? Mick scoffed. When would we ever cross paths with people who torture instruments to make them sound like they're screaming in agony? They're a musical group, then? Lisa asked. Very much so, Jen confirmed. I've done some digging. They're an unsigned duo, but they've self-released an EP and have cultivated a surprisingly dedicated online following, which is impressive given their abrasive style. Not so surprising, Lisa countered with a shrug. Getting a record deal today is next to impossible. She then jolted upright as if struck. Are you all right? Mick asked, concerned. I just remembered something, Lisa said, her eyes widening. From Saturday night at the concert. The mention of a record deal finally sparked my memory, Lisa said, leaning in closer. I saw someone at the party who had no business being there. Who was it? Nicholas Straub, she revealed. Matt had to force himself to focus on her words instead of her restless hands. He knew he needed to say something. And who is he? He managed to ask. Someone who despised Gareth, Lisa explained. He's the producer who blamed Gareth for his marriage falling apart. That's what I remembered. I should have said something when you called me earlier. My apologies. You're telling us now that's what matters, Matt said, then turned to Jen. Do we have contact details for this Nicholas Straub? We do, Jen confirmed, but you're not going to like it. Why not? He isn't local. Define not local. He lives in London, Jen said. Ah. Lisa had started fidgeting again, keys jingling in her hand. Would you mind stopping that, please? Matt asked, his tone sharper than he intended. The constant motion was grating on his nerves. I'm trying to think. Stopping what? Playing with whatever you have in your hands, Matt said. Lisa held up a keyring with a small furry charm. Probably one of those odd plush toys, he thought. It's just my keys, she said. Sorry, I didn't realize it was bothering you. Will there be anything else? Mick interjected. No, I think we're finished here, Matt said, his train of thought thoroughly derailed. Jen nodded in agreement. We'll leave you to it. Can I ask how long you plan to stay in town? Probably a few days, Mick said, with Lisa nodding beside him. With this weather, I'm not keen on a long drive anyway. Once outside, Matt was quiet, sifting through the interview in his mind. He felt he'd missed something, a detail just out of reach. What's on your mind? Jen asked. With a case like this? Something always is, Matt replied. So what's next? Nicholas Straub, Matt decided. He's our next move. London, then. If we don't say it aloud, maybe it won't be true, Matt said wryly. Oh, right, Jen said. Harry is going to love this. He's never thrilled about anything, Matt pointed out. Why start now? Chapter 30. So you've charged the lead singer, then? Swift's question cut through the room. He had arrived Tuesday morning, making his presence known by pacing the small office like a caged animal. No, Harry answered. We haven't, but we did get approval to hold both of them for 36 hours given the severity of the crime. Why not? Why not what? Why haven't you charged him? We have nothing concrete to charge him with, Harry stated, frustration edging his voice. Him or his bandmate, for that matter. Yes, we found cannabis in their van, but it's a personal amount, not evidence of dealing. It's still illegal, Swift remarked, and Harry nearly rolled his eyes at the obvious statement. He was grateful the rest of the team was out handling fallout from the heavy snow, mainly stranded cars and fender benders. Only Gordy was present, and their case review had been abruptly halted by Swift's arrival. Of course it's illegal, and it will be addressed, Harry said, keeping his tone level. But our priority is finding out what happened to Mr. Jones on Saturday night, not policing what two musicians do in their spare time. What about the symbols on the tower wall? Swift pressed. And all that satanic nonsense. It's not just a coincidence, is it? Swift pressed. No, it isn't, Harry replied, his voice tight. But it's also not a giant neon sign flashing murderers here above their heads. A sharp look from Gordy was enough to make him bite back the rest of his frustration. He took a slow breath, pushing against the exhaustion that felt like a heavy, damp blanket wrapped around his shoulders. Sir, I believe they're just chasing notoriety. As insane as that sounds to us, there's a connection. I feel it in my gut. Someone nudged them into this, but we have no grounds to charge them, not for the murder. So, what's your move? We can hold them a few more hours for questioning, Harry explained. Andrew, the lead singer, is clinging to his story. He's desperate to spin this into part of his whole dark artist persona. But his friend, the drummer. Does he have a name? Swift inquired. Keith, believe it or not. Gordy chimed in with a short laugh. No offense to the name, but he just doesn't look like a Keith. I wouldn't know what a Keith is supposed to look like, Swift said dryly. Your point about him? He's not as invested, Harry continued. We spoke to him first. He doesn't seem to buy into the whole theatrical darkness act. For one thing, he doesn't even use a stage name. Exactly, Harry agreed. I think if we work on him, use the fact they're separated, Keith will be the first to break, probably without even meaning to. Right now, he just looks like he wants his own bed. And you're taking the lead? Swift asked, his eyes fixed on Harry. I'm heading over to see if I can get anything more before release, Gordy answered. No one's posted bail. Harry shook his head. My guess is their parents are letting them sweat it out a little. Teach them a lesson. You genuinely don't think they're guilty of the murder, do you? Swift asked directly. I think they're tangled up in something. Harry conceded. We're trying to unravel what? But the killing itself? I'm not seeing it from them. What's the next step? You have all the current case files, Harry said. I'll keep you updated as things develop. I know you will, Swift said, not moving. But what are you doing next, Grim? Specifically you. Actually, I'm off to have a word with my favourite pathologist, Harry said. She has a few points to go over from the forensics report. Then I won't keep you, Swift said, beginning to rise before pausing. Oh, and regarding the press conference this afternoon. What about them? Harry replied, a familiar tension returning. They'll be swarming all over this, won't they, given Gareth's minor celebrity status? You make them sound like an infestation, Harry remarked, which, for the record, they are. Is there anything concrete I can give them? Swift pressed. I don't want the perception that we're stalled. I don't care about their perceptions, Harry stated flatly. So, sir, with all due bluntness, I'll tell you exactly what you can give them. And what's that? Absolutely nothing. With that, Harry was on his feet and out the door, his mind already shifting to the meeting with Rebecca Sowerby. He wondered, not for the first time that week, if Tuesday was personally challenging itself to outdo the sleepless marathons of Sunday and Monday. So here he is, Harry said, his gaze falling on the sheet-draped form on the slab. The sterile air of the morgue was a stark contrast to the stuffy office. You look exhausted, the comment caught him off guard. In all their interactions, the pathologist had never offered a personal observation that wasn't layered with professional detachment or mild scorn. It's been a long stretch, he admitted. I'm pretty sure the calendar's broken and it should be Friday by now. I can imagine, she said, her tone surprisingly even. What have we got? Ready for this? Harry had already applied a generous amount of menthol balm beneath his nose, a ritual defense against the pervasive scent, and was fully suited in the required protective gear. He gave a single, firm nod. Always ready, he replied. Rebecca drew back the sheet, fully exposing Gareth Jones on the slab. Harry studied the body, his mind drifting back to his earliest days on the force. That first encounter in the morgue had been a classic hazing ritual meant to terrify rookies. He'd been left alone with what he thought was a corpse, only for it to suddenly sit up and shriek. But Harry's reaction hadn't followed the script. Instead of panicking, his combat instincts took over. He'd thrown a punch directly at the screaming figure's head. The only one who ended up fleeing the room that day was the very much alive volunteer. After years as a soldier, death held no novelty for him, and he had his own methods for handling stage surprises. You can see the ligature marks quite distinctly around the neck, Rebecca noted. Asphyxiation was the cause of death. What about the bruising on his face and forehead? Harry asked, noting the dark, swollen patches on the pallid skin. Those occurred before the hanging, she explained. The force was significant, enough to cause a concussion, possibly loss of consciousness. So he might have been out cold when they strung him up. Unclear, Rebecca said. The bruising suggests a struggle. He could have regained consciousness or never lost it. There's no way to be certain. Harry's eyes travelled down the stitched Y incision, considering how Gareth had been transported from his cottage to the church. If he was unconscious, it would have required considerable strength to carry him alone, or more than one person. There were no drag marks at the scene. More bruising here. Harry pointed to the chest, and here. These look like injuries from a fight, Rebecca agreed. Defensive wounds most likely, and the marks on his legs. Harry indicated the larger band-like bruises around the thighs and knees. Something heavy was wrapped tightly around them, she said. Compressed with force, my guess. Someone pulled down on his body to accelerate the hanging. It's a grim practice from public executions. Sometimes loved ones would do it to shorten the suffering. Harry fell silent, absorbing the details. There was a lot to process, not just from the evidence, but from Rebecca's unusually cordial demeanour. They typically grated on each other, yet today that friction was absent for now. We also found paint flakes in a scalp wound, Rebecca added. The paint matches the brand he was using to redecorate his house, and the same paint was found in the church tower. So he was definitely taken from his home, Harry concluded. Rebecca's silence confirmed it. Anything else? The fingers. One was severed post-mortem. The blood was used to write the digits on his forehead. That's all there is. Not much to go on, Harry muttered, more to himself than to her. I'm giving you everything I have, Rebecca snapped, the familiar sharpness returning to her voice. It's not you, Harry said, keeping his own tone level. It's this, all of it. Sometimes you'd think there'd be a clear lead, something staring you right in the face, and then it just vanishes into thin air. Well, I'm not done yet, Rebecca replied. There are a couple more items, actually. First from the tower. What is it? The team discovered a loose stone in the wall, Rebecca explained. It appeared to have been tampered with recently. And what was behind it? Something quite strange, to be honest, Rebecca said. We didn't find much, but the samples we collected contained animal hair. Hair? Harry asked. Why would there be animal hair in a church tower wall? A dead rodent. A cat got stuck. No, a rabbit, Rebecca clarified. We found clear evidence that rabbit remains had been placed in that cavity. We can't determine for how long, but it was definitely rabbit, and it was intentionally put there. It didn't just wander in and die. Well, that's completely bizarre, isn't it? Harry said. Absolutely, Rebecca agreed. And what's equally puzzling is that, from all indications, whatever had been stored there was removed only very recently. All right, what's the second thing? Harry asked. If rabbit fur in a church wall is the opener, I'm almost afraid to ask what comes next. A wallet found at the cottage, Rebecca said. You can pick it up on your way out. A wallet? Who does it belong to? A man named Nicholas Straub, Rebecca answered. Ever come across that name? Never, Harry said. Well, it's his wallet, and there was one other detail. Good grief, it's the mystery that keeps on giving. Harry caught Rebecca's sharp look and fell silent. There was a toolbox, she continued. I remember it, Harry said. Knocked over, tools scattered everywhere. Precisely, said Rebecca. We're missing two specific tools, a pair of scissors, likely for wallpaper, and a hammer. Are you certain? Harry asked. That toolbox looked neatly organised and fairly new to me. I can't imagine Gareth misplacing anything. We processed the scene with our standard thoroughness, Rebecca stated. All I can tell you is that if those two tools were present before the incident, they are not there now. Harry massaged his temples, feeling the early warning signs of a headache he knew was inevitable. So to summarise, we have a death by hanging that was accelerated by someone pulling on the victim's legs, mysterious rabbit fur, and a couple of missing tools. Correct? Sowerby said. I'll be doing some additional research, however. The rabbit fur has me stumped. It could be some kind of signature from the killer. Dear Lord, Harry muttered, I sincerely hope not. The last thing we need is a serial killer with a rabbit fixation. I'll update you with any findings, Sowerby said, even if it leads nowhere. A short while later, having concluded his typically delightful chat with Rebecca Sowerby, Harry was driving back toward Hawes when his phone rang. Grim, it's Matt. What's happened now? We might have another person of interest, Matt said. Nicholas Straub. Is that right? Harry said. No, that is a coincidence. Why? What do you know? Because I just heard that name. Forensics found his wallet at Gareth's cottage. So I suppose you'll want to have a word with him then? Matt asked. Absolutely, said Harry. And that's where it gets tricky, Matt said. How so? He lives in London, Matt replied. Fantastic, Harry sighed. I was afraid you'd say that. Chapter 31. So, how is Jean doing? Grimm's question floated over to Matt through a plume of steam from the kettle, which was seeing more action than usual thanks to the dreary weather. Wednesday had already made its intentions clear, the temperature dipping a few stubborn degrees to firmly reject any notion of a thaw. Harry found himself contemplating whether buying a second kettle might be a practical move, just to keep pace with the team's relentless demand for scalding mugs of tea. He'd called everyone in for a pair of reasons. First, to review their collective progress on the case. Second, and perhaps more pressingly, to fill the awkward stretch of hours between dawn and the moment he'd have to board a train in Darlington, bound for London, and an unavoidable meeting with a man named Nicholas Straub. They'd spoken on the phone. Straub had agreed to an office visit the next day. Harry felt no excitement about the trip. London to him was an ordeal. Bristol he could handle. It had the manageable feel of an oversized town, but London was a different beast entirely, a sprawling, inescapable labyrinth of noise and concrete. He'd grown alarmingly attached to the rolling green folds of Wensleydale, and the idea of trading its quiet dells for a day trapped in the city's grey heart filled him with a profound sense of gloom. She's doing well, thanks, Matt replied to an earlier unspoken question. Really well, actually. It's a massive weight off my mind. So she's been discharged from the hospital? Harry inquired. Oh, it wasn't a long stay, Matt said, his tone breezy. Just a routine check, you know, making sure all the gears are still turning. But you did have to rush her in, didn't you? That I did, Matt admitted, then swiftly pivoted. But we're in the clear now, thank goodness, and thanks for the tea, boss. Harry burned with curiosity about Jean's sudden medical emergency, but Matt had already turned, joining the others. The man was guarding the details like a state secret. As Harry moved to follow, Fly the dog nearly sent him sprawling, immediately rolling onto his back in a gesture of canine apology. Jim, Harry said, steadying himself. Is this your creature? The PCSO was out of his chair in an instant, crossing the room to Fly. Harry noted that Jim's face was healing nicely, the bruises and scrapes from their recent adventure fading into the background. The cover story, a clumsy fall in a barn, meeting a sheep's hoof, was just ridiculous enough to be believable, and Harry was content to let that fiction stand. What had truly happened would remain their secret. A faint, satisfied smile touched Harry's lips as he thought of the odious Timothy. Fate, it seemed, had delivered its own justice. Not only had Gerion's van yielded 2 bags of cannabis, but one had mysteriously found its way into Timothy's sofa cushions. An anonymous tip later, the police had descended, discovering not just that bag, but others. The real prize, however, was the shed out back, where a handful of terrified, stolen dogs were recovered and swiftly returned to their rightful owners. Timothy's life, Harry mused, had taken a spectacular nosedive, a fitting turn of events for such a deserving individual. He's still a bit jumpy, Jim explained, scooping Fly up. After everything last week, Harry gave the dog's head an affectionate scratch. "I don't blame him," he said. "He'll come around. They always do." Fly's tail thumped a happy rhythm against Jim's leg as he was carried back to his spot beneath the chair. "Looks like we've got a full roster," Liz observed from her seat. "Which just proves we're all a bit too dedicated, if you ask me," Gordy grumbled. "In this weather, any sane person would be curled up at home." "Well, sanity's overrated," Matt chimed in. "Who wants to be sensible all the time?" "I'm sensible," Jaden announced, raising a hand. "Are you, though?" Jen challenged, a playful glint in her eye. "Genuinely, normally sensible, like the rest of us here?" "Absolutely," Jaden insisted. "It's this entire group that's the anomaly." Shaking his head with a quiet chuckle, Harry took his place before the team, the caseboard looming behind him like a silent partner in their ongoing puzzle. "All right then," Harry began, but he spotted a hand already raised. His gaze travelled across the room to find its owner, landing on the perpetually eager face of Jaden. The young officer's zeal reminded Harry of a loyal dog, always attuned to its owner's slightest movements. They might seem asleep, but the moment you shift in your chair, snap a book shut, or simply lean forward, they're instantly on their feet, eyes locked on you, broadcasting a silent, enthusiastic, "I'm in." It was a quality Harry found deeply endearing, and he, like everyone else, had a real soft spot for Jaden. His private hope was that the bright, inquisitive flame inside the constable wouldn't be snuffed out too soon or ever. Yet the risk was always there. He'd seen it extinguish in so many on the force, himself included for a time, though he mused. Transferring to these rolling dales had certainly rekindled his own spark, hadn't it? "You offering to man the board, Officer Ockery?" "Absolutely be my guest," Harry replied. Jaden sprang from his seat, as if propelled, snatching up the markers with practiced readiness. "So, who'd like to kick us off?" Harry scanned the room. Not a single hand was lifted. "Try not to bombard me with your brilliant theories all at once," he said, dryly. "Let's just start from the top, the vicar's call, I believe." Jen spoke up. She discovered the body Sunday morning when she went to open the church. "That's when I contacted you." "Right, you did?" Harry nodded. "So let's rewind a bit further. We begin with the victim. What do we have on Mr. Gareth Jones?" "He was a singer, boss," Jaden announced, scrawling Gareth Jones and singer on the whiteboard. "Pretty famous for that one Christmas tune, you know, the one that goes? Don't," Gordy cut in, her voice sharp, a hand thrust out like a traffic cop's halt signal. "Too late. You've already planted it. Now that melody's going to be looping in my brain all day long." "My apologies," Jaden said, looking genuinely contrite. "Anything else to add?" Harry pressed, steering the conversation forward before it could stall. He noted Jen had her notebook open, a promising sign. The team's sluggish energy felt more like exhaustion than disinterest, which was perfectly understandable. "I've gathered quite a bit here," Jen said, flipping a page. "It's a bit of a jumble, but I'll walk through it, Jaden.
Yes?
If I start going too fast or this gets confusing, just tell me to slow down, all right?" "Don't you worry about me, I'll keep up just fine," Jaden assured her, a grin of limitless confidence spreading across his face. Right then, Jen continued, taking a breath. I'll start with the unpleasant details first. Always the best approach, in my experience, Harry said with a wry chuckle. And I should know, right? What? Oh, no, that's not what I meant at all, Jen sputtered, her cheeks flushing. Of course you didn't. Carry on, Harry laughed, waving a hand. Okay, yes, Jen said, refocusing. Gareth Jones, age 40. His body was found by the vicar, Anna Fenwick, around 6:30 Sunday morning. Forensics confirms cause of death was strangulation via hanging with a bell rope. There were clear signs of a struggle both on his person and back at his cottage in Counterset. He also had a finger severed. This was a brutal one, Harry stated, his tone turning grim. What else do we know about his life? He primarily lived in London, but had recently purchased a property in Counterset, Jen reported. He enjoyed a very successful career as a recording artist and was quite wealthy. His wife passed away 3 years ago. More recently, he was tangled up in a rather nasty divorce between a record producer, Nicholas Straub, and his then-wife, Cassie. How was he involved? Harry asked. What was his connection to the divorce? He had an affair with Mrs. Straub, Liz supplied. It was all over the tabloids for weeks. I can't recall every salacious detail, but if memory serves, the whole thing was eventually dismissed as a lot of fabricated drama, wasn't it? That sounds about right, Gordy confirmed with a nod. Wasn't it something about him not even knowing she was married back then? Someone asked. Moving on, Jen continued. The Saturday concert in Asgrig was meant to kick off his new album release. Coincidentally, I'm actually going to see Mr. Straub later today, Harry mentioned. Gordy chuckled. Your enthusiasm is just radiating. You have absolutely no idea. Matt chimed in. Lisa Shaw, the pianist, spotted him at that show. Plus, forensics recovered his wallet from Gareth's cottage, Harry added. That definitely puts him on the suspect list, Gordy stated. No doubt about it, Harry agreed, trying to focus over the sound of Jaden's furious note-taking behind him. Let's keep the momentum, Harry urged. What's next? Well, there are the 2 band members from Gerion, Gordy offered. What sort of name is Gerion anyway? Jim wondered, shaking his head in confusion. I checked, Jaden said. It's the name of a demon from a role-playing game. Role-playing game, Gordy clarified. Exactly, Jaden confirmed. Did you get anything useful from them yesterday? Harry inquired. Gordy shook her head. The same bizarre stories as before, she replied. With no grounds to hold them, they were let go yesterday afternoon. But all that occult material? Jim pressed. Nothing actually ties them to what happened to Gareth, Gordy explained. It's just one of those weird coincidences, nothing more. I have my doubts, Harry said, but you're right, we have no real charge. We know where to find them if that changes. Precisely, Gordy agreed. Jaden added, when I called around everyone from the concert, a lot of people thought the whole thing was kind of a joke. How so? Harry asked. Hard to say, Jaden shrugged. Just that in the middle of this lovely concert, these 2 guys show up ranting about Satan. Several thought it was a publicity stunt by Gareth, Liz questioned. Why would he ever do that? No, by the band, Jaden clarified. It's the sort of thing that blows up online, right? They filmed the whole incident. Going viral makes a twisted kind of sense. Harry recalled the interview with the lead singer. It's all still profoundly odd, though, he mused. All that occult junk on the walls and their ridiculous devil talk. Some folks will do anything for 15 minutes of fame, Jim remarked with a sarcastic edge. Can't fathom why anyone would want it personally. Can you imagine the hassle? What else do we have? Harry redirected. Jen consulted her notes. We know Gareth met up with his old choir friends at the pub after the concert. And what about these friends? Harry asked. Not a lot, honestly, Jen said. They all have alibis for that night. 2 are now married to each other, Penny, formerly Edley, and Andrew Firth. They left to relieve their babysitter for their 2 kids. Claire Sykes was there with her husband, and they also went straight home. Christopher Middleton. He's the one who confronted the gate crashers, lives nearby, and walked. Lisa was with her fiancé, Mick, staying at the pub. Gareth took a taxi home alone. This, Christopher? Harry said. What's his story? He runs a local gym, Liz offered. The man is unbelievably muscular. What was his take on things? Seemed genuinely shaken, Matt said. I got the sense from all the friends that Gareth had drifted apart from them, but they were all tight as kids. This felt like a mini reunion. His alibi. Penny and Andrew drove him home, completely wasted. He's not a drinker, what with his fitness career, so he can't handle it. They said he was practically carried to the door. Pretty hard to imagine him getting to Counterset in that condition, Harry reasoned. Which brings us to Lisa and Mick. They're engaged now, for one thing, Matt noted. They told Jen and me that on Monday. And I think Lisa had a bit of a childhood crush on Gareth, Jen added, a detail that cast a slightly different, more personal light on the evening's dynamic. Well, I didn't say much, but apparently it was enough for her to trail after him into the music industry, Jen remarked. Matt considered this. I'm not entirely convinced it was just a childhood thing, to be honest. She has clear memories of when Gareth's wife died, like she recalls every detail. But she was on vacation, Jen pointed out. If you're off somewhere getting a tan and enjoying a few drinks, hearing that your friend was in a hit and run and lost his wife, that's the kind of news that tends to stick with you. Suppose so, Matt conceded. Then there's Mick. He's a bit of a strange character. How do you mean? Matt gave a slight shrug. Hard to pin down. Definitely one of those guys who thinks the police are just here to waste everyone's time. Didn't exactly take a liking to him. And Lisa, she couldn't stop fidgeting, played with her keyring the entire conversation. I nearly snatched it from her hand and tossed it out the window. Harry chuckled. That sounded exactly like the sort of thing that would grate on his nerves too. We also went through the photos from the church, Matt continued. Found one with their signatures on the back. Lisa acted like it was the most amazing thing, though I couldn't see why. Are the photos here? Harry asked. I've got them, Liz said, passing a small folder to Harry. Harry opened it and leafed through the pictures. They were just kids having fun, nothing to suggest one would meet a terrible end years later, but why would there be? He flipped them over, searching for the writing, and finally found it. The hands that had scrawled those names were young, Harry thought, brimming with dreams, ideas, hope, all the noise that fills a child's mind. He tucked the photos back and closed the folder. Speaking of that, Matt said, something about that handwriting struck me as off, but I can't place it. Harry retrieved the photo again and handed it to Matt. In what way? Matt stared at the writing, then shook his head. No clue right now. I was hoping a second look would jog my memory. Clearly not. Harry took the photo back. It's just their names, right? Nicknames, I think, Matt said. I remember everyone had them when I was a kid. So what was yours? Liz asked. Tiny, Matt admitted. Didn't have a growth spurt until I was 16. Before that, I was a proper little shrimp. Which one is Gareth, then? Harry asked, squinting at the faded writing. According to this, we've got Donut, Bonnie, Quidsy, Rambo, Psycho, and Toots. The room burst into laughter. Donut, Jim exclaimed. That's perfect. Fits you, Matt. Don't pick on old Tiny, Liz said with a grin. Anyway, I think we should call him Cake, since he never eats anything else. But Psycho, Gordy said. Who calls a kid that? I bet that's Claire, Jen offered. Claire Skies. Psycho, get it, clever. And Quidsy, Harry asked. Someone wealthy? Nope. I've got that one too, Jen said. Penny, as in money, you know. They just used quid for pound. A bit of a stretch, Harry said. But I follow your logic. As entertaining as this is, I can't see how it helps our investigation. Shall we move on? What about the vicar, Anna? What about her? Gordy asked. You don't seriously think she's guilty? I didn't say that, Harry replied. But as you well know, while everyone is innocent until proven otherwise, we have to treat every person we speak to in this case as a potential suspect. Of course, Gordy acknowledged. Harry studied the detective inspector for a moment, his mind circling back to Sunday at the church. It had been obvious that Gordy recognised Anna Fenwick, and that the vicar was equally startled to see her. The mutual surprise had been palpable, a silent exchange that had nothing to do with the case yet stuck in his thoughts like a burr. What was that all about? He pushed the distraction aside, refocusing on the task. Let's circle back, Harry said. What do we really know about Anna? Gordy leaned forward. She's been the parish vicar for more than a decade. Her free time is spent cooking, hiking the fells, or hunting for odd books to add to her collection. She's also a huge fan of the Golden Girls and, oddly enough, a devotee of horror films. Harry arched an eyebrow, unsure how any of this was pertinent or how Gordy had gathered such personal trivia. You're certain we're talking about the same Anna Fenwick, the vicar? Without a doubt, Gordy confirmed. As Jen noted, she was the one who discovered the body early Sunday while preparing the church. Jim, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke up. He still seemed rattled by the weekend's events. From the church scene, we have a few leads. You're getting all this, Officer Ockery? Harry asked, glancing at Jayden. Absolutely, boss. I'm on it, Jayden replied, his confidence unwavering. Jim, continue, Harry prompted. We found Rabbit remains in a hole behind a stone in the tower wall, Jim said. Its relevance is unclear. More significantly, we identified paint in the tower matching samples from Gareth's cottage. Also, the church door lock was smashed from the inside, indicating entry was via a key, or the door was already open. And the key holders? Harry inquired. Liz took over. We've verified all of them. They each have solid alibis. Furthermore, none appear to have a motive or the physical capacity to harm the victim. Explain the capacity part, Harry said. They're all elderly, Liz stated plainly. It's a traditional parish, not one of those modern, vibrant congregations. The demographic is older. Age doesn't preclude someone from committing a terrible act, Harry countered. I know, Liz replied, but the alibis are airtight. Harry fell silent, his gaze drifting to the chaotic web of notes Jayden had enthusiastically sprawled across the board. It was a glorious mess, born of sheer zeal, so he held his tongue for now. Jim's voice cut through his contemplation. We shouldn't forget the missing tools from the cottage, the hammer and the scissors. Good point, Harry said. I'd bet anything those were the instruments used, one to remove the finger, the other to break the lock. Then we need to locate them, Matt interjected. The problem is we have no starting point for a search, Harry admitted. He surveyed his team, feeling a surge of approval at their eager focus. It was a welcome change from the sluggish indifference he'd sometimes endured. All right, here's the plan, Gordy. Take Jayden and revisit our 2 uninvited guests from the crime scene. Matt, you and Liz re-interview everyone in those photographs, all of Gareth's old associates. Jen, please check on Anna Fenwick. Ensure she's all right and probe gently for any details she may have overlooked. Anything unusual she might have seen. Jim, I need you to dig into the backgrounds of Geryon and Nicholas Straub. Send me whatever you find, immediately. No problem, boss, Jim said. Where will you be when I have information? On a train to London, Harry replied. Anna was expecting her, so Jen didn't hesitate before knocking on the heavy vicarage door. The house was a massive stone structure nestled just below the village church, surrounded by its own walled garden. Snow had piled in deep drifts against the walls, and long icicles hung like glass daggers from the gutters, catching the afternoon sun. She noted that the ones directly over the entrance had been snapped off. The door swung open to reveal the vicar, though not dressed in anything remotely clerical. Anna wore well-worn jeans, Homer Simpson slippers, a fleece jacket, and a faded Lord of the Rings tee. "Officer Blades," she exclaimed with a warm smile. "Don't stand there freezing. Get inside, quick!" Jen obeyed, stepping into an entrance hall that felt dim and quiet, though not noticeably warmer than outside. "Let's go through to the study," Anna said, leading the way. "I only heat the one room I actually use. No sense warming a museum when you're the only exhibit." Jen followed her past a grand curving staircase and through a sturdy oak door. The study welcomed them with the rich scents of wood smoke, old paper, and fresh coffee. "It's a lot of house for one person," Jen observed. "You're telling me," Anna replied. "I doubt a real family has lived here in decades. I'm campaigning to sell this place and buy something smaller, somewhere that doesn't burn heating oil like a steamship." Jen moved toward the crackling fireplace, where several well-loved armchairs were gathered in a semicircle. "Makes perfect sense," she agreed. "Walking to the loo at night feels like an Antarctic trek," Anna added with a laugh. "And coming down that staircase, I half expect to see actors in period costume. It's beautiful and I'm grateful, but honestly, it's all a bit ridiculous." "I think I could adjust," Jen said, holding her hands toward the flames. Anna offered coffee, and Jen accepted, settling into a chair to look around, besides the ring of chairs huddled near the fire. The room held an ancient battered desk facing the window. The opposite wall was lined with packed bookshelves from floor to ceiling, and against the remaining wall sat a small table with a kettle and a mini-fridge, flanked by 2 filing cabinets that looked distinctly second-hand. The whole space was comfortably untidy, the kind of room that felt genuinely lived in. Anna handed her a steaming mug and a plate of biscuits. "So," she said, "is this a friendly welfare check, or are you here on business?" Jen took a chocolate digestive and smiled. "A little of both, I suppose. How are you holding up after everything?" Anna sighed. "My training didn't exactly cover this. I was prepared for births, deaths, weddings, community outreach, even for quoting scripture to keep people on their toes, but a murdered celebrity in the bell tower. That wasn't in the coursework. How did the cleanup go?" "Thorough," Anna said. "Though I'm in no rush to go back up there. I doubt anyone will be for a long time. The physical traces are gone, but the feeling of what happened, it seems to have seeped into the stones." "And your congregation?" "They're shaken," Anna replied. "It's not just the regulars. The whole village has been hit hard. Gareth was a local hero in many ways. Nobody can make sense of it." "No," Jen said softly. "I don't suppose they can. I haven't shared the complete story with anyone," Anna admitted. "Some details are better left unsaid, don't you think? The specifics of the hanging, those strange markings, it would just fuel wild speculation." "Have reporters been calling?" Anna nodded with a weary expression. "The phone didn't stop ringing yesterday, honestly. This awful weather is a small mercy. I doubt many journalists want to trek all the way out here in these conditions. Once the ice melts, they'll probably be distracted by some other story." "Given everything that happened, has anything else come back to you?" Anna asked. "Like what?" Jen gave a slight shrug. "I'm not sure. Anything at all. Sometimes the smallest detail ends up mattering." "Well, it's not a memory exactly, but I've been looking into something myself," Anna said. "Oh, what's that?" "Those symbols carved into the tower walls," Anna replied. "It ties into a personal interest of mine." "Witches, the occult, witchcraft, pagan traditions, that whole world." Jen nearly choked on her coffee. "But you're a vicar." "A lot of people find it strange, I know," Anna said with a light laugh. "But my work is about faith, about what lies beyond. Studying how people have understood the supernatural throughout history isn't so odd, really. Here, let me show you." Anna rose and moved to the bookcase. Jen followed, her eyes widening at the unexpected titles lining the shelves. "Wow. Quite a collection, right?" Anna said, a genuine smile on her face. "I'm a bit of a book addict. You'll find everything here, from tarot and astrology to ancient Babylonian myths, modern spiritual movements, and folklore. It's a passion, I suppose." "I can see that," Jen said, trying to process the sight. "You mentioned you were researching." Anna pulled a massive volume from the shelf, its spine as thick as a brick, bound in faded red leather. "This is essentially an encyclopedia of symbols, runes, and sacred markings from every belief system around the globe." She began flipping through the pages. "Those marks in the tower bothered me the moment I saw them. Something about them felt staged." Staged? How? Look here, Anna said, pointing to one intricate design. This was on the wall. She turned to another section. And this one, see? Jen shook her head. Not really. They're completely unrelated, Anna explained. Drawn from different traditions and time periods. Does that mean something? I'm not certain, Anna admitted. It just reminds me of those horror movies where the set designers throw together a bunch of creepy-looking symbols to make a scene feel sinister. It lacks authenticity. Don't tell me you're a horror fan too, Jen said. Anna's grin widened. Absolutely. It's the one genre that treats the supernatural with genuine curiosity. Jen walked back toward the fireplace, her mind whirling. A part of her felt uneasy. Shouldn't a vicar find this sort of interest disturbing, especially after what had just happened? But accusing Anna of involvement was absurd. What possible motive could she have? You all right over there? Anna's voice broke through her thoughts. I hope I haven't alarmed you, Anna added. Jen offered a thin smile, knowing it looked forced. Her thoughts raced beyond the symbols now, circling back to the locked tower door. The killer had used a key, and Anna held all the keys. Yet without a motive, the suspicion felt ludicrous, a paranoid leap her tired mind was too quick to make. No, I'm fine, Jen finally replied. It's just a bit odd, that's all. My folks felt the same way, Anna said. They could never quite reconcile my faith with my curiosity about these other subjects. More coffee. Jen declined with a shake of her head. I should probably head out. Thank you for your time and for your insights on the symbols. Hopefully it helps, Anna offered. Stepping back outside, Jen left the vicarage's warmth behind and tried to organize her swirling thoughts, a task made nearly impossible when her phone rang. PC Blades, she answered. Jen, it's Jim. You still in Asgrig? I am. Good. Can you swing by the King's Arms and have a word with the landlord? He just called about something. What's it regarding? The night of the murder, Jim said. Turns out either Mick or Lisa, or maybe both, haven't been entirely straight with us. Harry stepped off the train and was instantly swallowed by a tidal wave of commuters, all apparently late for appointments of earth-shattering importance. So many were already shouting into their phones that the platform buzzed like a beehive. He attempted to hang back, but it was useless. He surrendered to the current, half tempted to just lift his feet and let the crowd carry him. Somehow he passed through the ticket barriers and found himself in the vastness of King's Cross, then descended into the underground without any clear memory of how he got there, as if the station had read his mind and delivered him. The ride beneath London was a sensory assault, a nauseating buffet of smells, cloying body odour, cheap aftershave, sharp enough to strip paint, and the greasy scent of fast food, all churned together by the rattling train's ventilation. Grateful to emerge back into the open, Harry navigated the icy streets, colder and bleaker than the Dales, though with less snow, until he reached the address Nicholas Straub had provided. To his surprise, it wasn't an office but an exclusive-looking club. The building was a tall, immaculate white structure, its paint so glossy it looked wet. Inside the double doors, a sleek reception area greeted him, along with an impeccably dressed man whose clean-shaven face had an almost plastic sheen. I'm here to see Mr. Straub, Harry announced. Detective Chief Inspector Harry Grimm. The man behind the desk took an uncomfortably long moment to look Harry up and down before disappearing through a door to, presumably, verify something of great importance. He returned shortly. Mr. Straub is running a few minutes behind. A room has been prepared for your meeting. A room here? Harry asked. Follow me, the man said, already scurrying off. Harry hurried after him and soon found himself in a spacious lounge centred around a snooker table with a well-stocked bar along one wall. The furniture was plush and undoubtedly costly. Help yourself, the man said, nodding toward the drinks before exiting, leaving Harry alone. Feeling distinctly out of place in his travel-worn clothes after the 3-hour journey from Darlington and the dash across the city, Harry wandered over to the bar. He picked up a bottle, examined its label, and set it back down, unsure what to do with himself. Harry turned and studied the snooker table, its green baize pristine and ready for play. He moved to the rack of cues along the wall, selected one, and bent over the white ball. Just as he was about to take his shot, a voice interrupted him. "Do you play?" Harry straightened and faced the newcomer, a man in designer jeans, a crisp shirt, and a tailored jacket, with a silk scarf knotted at his neck that seemed to serve no purpose beyond announcing its cost. "Mr. Straub?" "And you must be Detective Grimm," Straub replied. Harry gestured at their surroundings. "Had I known we were meeting somewhere so exclusive, I might have dressed the part." Straub waved a dismissive hand. "This place? It puts on airs, but the regulars are all creatives. Musicians, writers, painters. Their uniform is carefully curated scruffiness, the expensive kind. Only the TV presenters bother dressing up, probably to compensate for a complete absence of personality." "Right," Harry said, feeling even more out of his element now that he knew the crowd he might encounter. "You wanted to talk?" Straub motioned to a pair of leather chairs and sat in one. Harry took the other. "It's about Saturday night," Harry began. "What about it?" "The concert up in Asgrig. Gareth Jones." "I've seen the news," Straub said, his tone flattening. "A terrible thing." "What happened to Gareth?" "Yes, but perhaps we're getting ahead of ourselves." "You were there, correct?" Straub's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "Ah, that. I understand you knew Mr. Jones." "In a manner of speaking, yes." "And what manner would that be?" "A bad one," Straub said, and the polite veneer cracked, revealing a sharp edge beneath. "That man, he— Well, look, it's complicated. Take your time," Harry offered. Before Straub could continue, a smartly dressed young woman approached with menus. "I'm Jackie. I'll leave these with you and check back in a few minutes." "We won't be needing anything," Straub said curtly. Noting Straub's irritation, Harry smiled up at Jackie. "You know, I'd actually love an iced coffee with an extra shot if you don't mind. It's been ages since I've had one." "Of course," Jackie beamed, her smile radiant. "Anything to eat? Do you have anything pastry-based and loaded with sugar that'll hasten my demise?" Harry asked. Jackie laughed. "I'm sure we can find something." She turned to Straub, whose impatience was now palpable. "And for you, sir, just iced water, and please be quick. I doubt we'll be here long." Once she left, Harry leaned forward. "I believe you were telling me about Gareth Jones." "I don't like to speak ill of the dead," Straub began, his voice low and tense. "But that clean cut wouldn't hurt a fly charlatan. He destroyed my marriage." Harry remained silent, letting him continue. "He had an affair with my wife years ago now. But when I found out, I confronted her. Our marriage collapsed because of him. He tried to hide behind his own personal tragedies, very clever that. But I wasn't fooled. He was to blame. So the marriage ended," Harry said. "A very messy divorce," Straub confirmed bitterly. "Cost me a fortune. Take some advice, detective. Never get married. All it brings is heartache and an emptied bank account." Harry had a strong suspicion that Mr. Straub had never truly understood real pain, nor had his bank account ever genuinely been empty, and as for his views on marriage, on that Harry was certain the man was simply wrong, given his own parents' history. Harry might have been expected to view the entire institution of marriage with more skepticism. Yet he knew their situation was far from typical. What about couples like Matt and Jean? They shared something truly special, Harry reflected, a bond built on far stronger foundations than the crumbling structure of Straub's own marriage. He realized Straub was still ranting, only stopping when Jackie returned with their order. Harry took a long, deliberate sip of his coffee before reaching for the pastry. It shattered at his touch, flooding his mouth with the decadent flavors of butter, sugar, and cream. He couldn't help but smile, wondering what Jen would think of this whole messy scene. "I fail to see the relevance of any of this," Straub snapped, breaking the brief silence. "But you were there, weren't you?" Harry stated flatly. "Saturday night at the concert you were recognized. Straub's face contorted with immediate irritation. Yes, I was there, he admitted defiantly. What of it? You don't seriously think I killed him? Mind telling me why you went in the first place? Harry pressed. What I do is my own business, Straub retorted. And right now it's police business, Harry said, wiping a crumb from his lip. So if you wouldn't mind... Straub let out an exasperated huff. I went because I wanted to. Is that suddenly illegal? Not to my knowledge, Harry replied, his tone deceptively calm. But it does strike me as odd. You drove all the way from London to attend the concert of a man you publicly blame for ruining your marriage. That's quite the pilgrimage for a grudge. I went to see if he was lying, Straub shot back, his voice rising. He played the whole broken man act, whining about his life falling apart after his wife left. I didn't buy it. And after that performance, I'm convinced the man was doing just fine, thank you very much. A wave of cold disgust washed over Harry, so intense he had to fight the impulse to slam Straub's head against the tabletop. The man was, in Harry's estimation, thoroughly repulsive. So that's your story, Harry asked, his voice dangerously quiet. You went just to spy on him, no other motive, none whatsoever, Straub insisted. Absolutely sure, positive. It was time to play his hand. Thanks to Jim's legwork, Harry knew more than Straub suspected. You're a record producer, correct? I am, so what? Straub replied, a flicker of unease in his eyes. So, Harry continued, pulling his phone from his pocket, you must receive a lot of demos, would that be accurate? We do, Straub conceded warily. Harry powered on the device. And you're certain there's nothing else you'd like to share about Saturday evening? Nothing at all? Not a thing, Straub repeated, his confidence seeming to waver. Harry slowly turned the phone screen toward him. Then what do you suppose this is? It's a blog post, Harry explained, or some social media thing. Not really my area, except when it shows something interesting, like what you're looking at now. What is it? Straub asked, his brow furrowed. If you read that paragraph, Harry said, pointing at the screen, you'll see it mentions your name and your company. Someone wrote this to tell their fans they'd mailed a demo to you. Well, to you and several other labels. But yours is right there on the list. I don't follow, Straub said, shaking his head and leaning back in his chair as if to create distance. Then let me clarify, Harry said, zooming in on the image. See that? That's the band in the photo. Their name is Garion. And you, Mr. Straub, received their first demo last month. Which means you need to start being a lot more honest. Tell me why you were really at Gareth's concert. Why you paid Garion to cause that scene, and one last thing, what you were doing at Gareth's cottage later that same night. Straub opened his mouth, a protest forming on his lips, but Harry cut him off. You left your wallet, he said, the finality in his voice leaving no room for denial. This one, to be precise, he said, tossing a sealed plastic evidence bag onto the table between them. Inside was the wallet Sorby's team had recovered from Gareth's cottage. Thursday morning found the team reconvened at the community centre. Harry was weary from his London trip, but it had been necessary. So how was the big city? Matt inquired. It was a place I went to, Harry replied dryly, and it's a place I'll be perfectly happy to avoid for a good long while if it's all the same to you. Can't argue with that, Matt said. How was your day here? Harry asked. Filled with more questions than answers, Matt admitted. Harry noticed the tired lines under the sergeant's eyes. You look beat. Yeah, Jean had a rough night, Matt explained. Oh, Harry asked, is she still not feeling well? Actually, she's perfectly fine, Matt said with a small, proud smile. Just a bit of morning sickness, that's all, nothing to fret about, before Harry could ask another question. Matt was already heading to the kettle for more tea. A short while later, Harry called everyone to gather around the investigation boards. He immediately noticed Jaden's handiwork. A second board had been added, with all their information meticulously organized. Not too shabby, right? Jaden said, positioning himself proudly beside his work. Took me a while, but I think the flow is much clearer now. You've done a fantastic job, Harry said sincerely. Well done, really? Jaden asked, his voice tinged with genuine surprise. You mean that? Of course I do, Harry said. Why wouldn't I? Jayden simply nodded, a satisfied look on his face. Harry clapped his hands together to get the team's full attention. Right then. After my excursion to London, I thought I should fill you in on what I learned. Then we can see where everything else stands. Didn't bring us any souvenirs? Liz chimed in with mock disappointment. Travel all that way and come back empty-handed. That's just cruel. Harry reached behind him to a table and handed a small bag to Jim. Take one and pass it along, would you? Jim reached in and pulled out a keyring. You shouldn't have, he exclaimed. Oh, but I did, Harry said as Jim dangled a miniature red double-decker bus from his finger. What? Nothing for Fly? Jim asked. He's still working on that bone I got him last week, Harry retorted, just as Fly audibly gnawed on the remnants of it. Jen was next, unveiling a keyring shaped like a black taxi. Liz discovered she was the proud new owner of a tiny red mailbox. Matt revealed a London Underground sign keyring. That left Gordy and Jayden. Gordy pulled out a small generic teddy bear with no London branding whatsoever, while Jayden was left holding a rabbit's foot keychain. Yeah, I can't really account for those last two, Harry sighed. I was in a mad dash for the train and just grabbed what was left. But it's the thought that counts, isn't it?
I suppose,
Jayden said, giving the rabbit's foot a dubious sniff before shoving it into his pocket. Anyway, Harry said, eager to refocus, my meeting with Mr. Straub. It went well then, Gordy interrupted. It was certainly illuminating, Harry confirmed, and I can now tell you exactly why the band Garion was at Gareth's concert. Jim straightened up in his chair. Yes, boss. Perhaps you'd like to share with everyone what you and I discussed yesterday. Jim began to stand, but Harry motioned for him to stay seated. I was doing that deep dive on the band like you asked, Jim began. They've got a massive social media presence. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. They even run a YouTube channel and a blog. I don't know how they find time to actually play music, but that's the world we live in now. So, what did you dig up? Matt pressed. I was scrolling through their blog, Jim explained. The blog had a whole section detailing their desperate search for a record deal, how tough it was to break in, and all the demos they'd mailed out to various labels. Matt shook his head. I'm not seeing the connection, Jen agreed. None of us are. Jim leaned forward. They posted a list of every company they sent a demo to. They labeled it their kill list. Their exact words were, we're going to slaughter them with our darkness, make them bleed with it. Any label too blind to get our vision can burn. Charming, Gordy muttered. They actually wrote that? Jim confirmed they had. But I'm still lost, like Matt said. Harry took over. One of those companies is owned by Nicholas Straub. Jayden shrugged. So, Harry continued. Straub sifted through the demos, found a band hungry enough for fame to agree to anything, and sold them on the idea of crashing Gareth's concert as a publicity stunt. He strung them along, promising it would improve their chances for a contract. Liz frowned. But what was the point for him? Simple gloating, Harry said. He drove all the way from London just to watch Gareth's comeback implode when it didn't. That's why he confronted him at the cottage later. He was actually there, Liz asked. Harry nodded. Mr. Straub is a deeply bitter and vindictive man, and, just between us, I think he's a few cards short of a full deck. He tapped his temple. So he did it. Jayden pressed. Did you arrest him? Harry shook his head. He was there all right. Had a massive row with Gareth at the cottage, lots of yelling, some shoving. But afterwards, he returned to where he was staying, a posh bed and breakfast in Bainbridge. But he could have doubled back, Jayden insisted. You said yourself he had motive and opportunity. Rock-solid alibi, I am afraid, Jim interjected. All verified. He got back just after midnight, couldn't find his key, and had to wake the owner. The owner was not pleased and remembered everything clearly. Straub's dishevelled state, his cuts and bruises, and that he stayed in bed until well past noon before leaving for London. The owner even took his keys for the night. Well, that's that, Gordy said, sounding almost relieved. And I'm glad, because I hit a brick wall with Geary yesterday. Harry raised an eyebrow. Why's that? A barrage of legal threats from both Andrew's and Keith's parents. Not that it would stop us if we had cause, but I decided to wait for today's briefing. Good thing I did. So, we can officially cross off Geryon and Mr. Straub, Harry concluded. Jadden made a note on the board. Harry then turned to Jen. What about the vicar? Turns out she has an extensive collection of books on witchcraft, Jen reported. Not just that, but all sorts of fringe beliefs and occult history. She's definitely not your average everyday vicar. Jim looked sceptical. Isn't that a bit convenient? We've got a murder steeped in occult symbolism, and the local vicar just happens to be an expert. Gordy let out a short laugh. That's not what she said. But what's her alibi? Jayden challenged. We only have her word that she was alone. Vicars can be killers too. Because she's telling the truth, Gordy stated, her voice suddenly tight. Harry studied his DI. Everything all right? Gordy nodded stiffly. Look, she was alone. She's being truthful. Just trust me on this. Is there something you're not sharing? Harry asked, now puzzled. She asked me not to say, Gordy replied, her words coming in a rush. She's an intensely private person. In her position with how people can be, she has to be careful. It's not that she doesn't trust us. It's just, oh, for heaven's sake, I'm babbling. Yes, Harry said quietly. You are. This goes beyond a simple murder case. It's the very essence of a confidential matter. Whatever the vicar is trying to keep quiet, I doubt it will leave this room. Harry noticed Gordy shifting uncomfortably. Out with it, Gordy, Harry prompted. All right, Gordy began, letting out a slow breath. I know she was alone because I was the one on the phone with her most of the night. Remember that date I mentioned from last week? Harry did recall, and it suddenly clicked with the familiar look that had passed between Gordy and Anna that Sunday morning. Well, that was with Anna. Look, I know the church has modernized its views more or less, but we still met well outside of Asgrig to be discreet. Saturday night, I called to see how her concert went. She'd been really looking forward to it. She told me about the incident, and we just kept talking. Next thing we knew, it was past 4 a.m. So, if she needs one, I'm her solid alibi. Chapter 35. We're becoming experts at eliminating suspects, aren't we? Harry grumbled, running a hand through his hair. Jayden, go ahead and take the vicar off the list. You never seriously considered her though, right? Matt asked. Honestly, no, Harry admitted. But you have to check every box, so what's left? I recanvassed the friend group, Matt reported. Alibis are holding, except for Lisa Shaw and her fiancé, Mick Johnson. He glanced at Jen. You want to take this, or should I? You start, Jen said. I'll chime in. See, boss? Matt continued. While I was getting the cold shoulder from Lisa and Mick, Jen here showed up at their door. She'd just had a very interesting conversation with the landlord of the King's Arms, where they all stayed. He called in with a tip, Jen clarified. So I stopped by the pub, then headed straight to Mick and Lisa's, as we knew they were alibying each other, Matt said. Story was pub bed, nothing else. Turns out, not quite, Jen interjected. The landlord remembers one of them leaving the building in the early hours. He'd gotten up and heard the door. Which one? Harry pressed. Mick, Matt confirmed. The landlord also noted their car was missing from the lot. Didn't hear it drive off, but with all that snow muffling everything, that's not a shock. So they lied, Harry stated flatly. Absolutely, Matt nodded. Why? They're sticking to a story of insomnia, Matt explained. Mick claims he just went for a walk to clear his head. Lisa says she drank too much and slept through it. As for the car, they think the landlord was mistaken in the dark. And honestly, Jim checked the parking lot view. It's a fair point. It was a blizzard out there. Mick was also vehement that he'd never drink and drive. Jen added, he went on a whole tangent about a childhood friend killed by a drunk driver, got really animated, even stood up and insisted we couldn't arrest him over a midnight stroll. It was almost comical, this passionate defense over a simple walk. But the humor faded quickly. "They still lied," Harry said, his voice turning hard and focused, "and I don't buy the innocent walk. People don't lie without a reason, and couldn't sleep doesn't cut it." The vicar withheld a personal detail. These two fabricated a story. "There's a world of difference." "The vicar lied," Jayden ventured, then immediately shrank back as Harry fixed him with a sharp look. "She omitted a personal detail during a confidential church matter," Harry corrected, his tone leaving no room for debate. Gordy provided the full context. "Understood, yes, boss," Jayden murmured. "Sorry." Harry turned his attention back to Matt and Jen, the earlier frustration replaced by a determined clarity. The lie was the key. It meant there was something to find. "So, what's your take on Mick and Lisa?" Harry asked, breaking the silence that had settled over the room. Matt sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Honestly, I'm drawing a blank. This whole investigation feels like it's going in circles. The evidence we've gathered is thin, and it's not leading us anywhere solid." "Maybe we need to step back for a minute," Harry suggested. "Now that's an idea I can get behind," Matt agreed, a faint smile appearing. "This situation officially calls for a serious pot of tea and a frankly irresponsible amount of cake and cheese." Harry let out a low groan, but Matt cut him off. "Don't even try to deny it. We've all witnessed you indulging, and frankly, you seem to relish every bite." "Fine, have it your way," Harry conceded. "Do your worst." After the team dispersed into smaller conversations, and following his consumption of a truly excessive slice of the offered cake and cheese, Harry found himself outside. He hoped the crisp air might clear his head, his large hands cradling the half-empty, still massive mug Matt had gifted him the previous Christmas. It didn't help. "Everything okay, boss?" Jedden's voice chirped from behind him, bright and energetic, as if delighted by the snowy scene. "Not really, no," Harry admitted. "Maybe you need this then," Jedden said, offering the rabbit's foot keychain Harry had given him. "Supposed to be lucky, right? Though I've never understood how that works out fairly for the rabbit." "Sorry about that," Harry said, a touch of embarrassment in his voice. "Pretty lousy gift. In hindsight, I'm not great with that sort of thing. I was just turning over what the pathologist said about finding rabbit fur. Then I saw that thing in a shop window, and next thing I knew, I'd bought it." "Feel free to toss it." "What's the next move?" Jayden asked. Harry shook his head slowly. "I think I'll go have a personal conversation with Mick and Lisa. While I'm doing that, could you ring the pathologist for me? She promised to call if she found anything else. I doubt she has, or the phone would have rung already, but it's worth a shot." "Consider it done," Jayden said. Harry finished his tea and walked back inside. "Where are those photographs from the churchyard?" "Right here," Jen said, passing him a folder. "Thanks. I'm off to speak with Mick and Lisa," Harry stated, giving the photos a quick glance before tucking them into his coat pocket. "It'll probably be another dead end, but sometimes shaking the tree makes something else fall out. Can someone call ahead and let them know I'm coming?" "I'll handle it," Jen replied. "What if they're not home? Then tell them they'd better make themselves available pronto," Harry said. And with that he was out the door. The drive to Lisa's parents' house was straightforward, taking him through Asgrig, past the quiet church, and onward toward Carperby. The roads were clear, and Harry let his gaze soften, taking in the rolling countryside as he turned the case over in his mind. He was back in his old RAV4 thanks to a quick fix from Mike, the mechanic, who had explained the problem in exhaustive detail. Details Harry had promptly forgotten. Nothing was adding up. He had a murdered celebrity singer, a list of suspects that seemed to shrink by the day, and a pile of bizarre details that felt like a decade's worth of weirdness crammed into one case. Toss in Jim's ongoing grief over his friend's death and the lingering shadow of that investigation, and Harry was seriously contemplating the idea of a vacation. Not that he'd know what to do with one, he couldn't recall the last time he'd taken a real trip just to unwind. A proper holiday? The concept felt almost foreign. A couple of miles outside Asgrig, Harry turned right onto a narrow lane, pulling up in front of a substantial house set well back from the road. Parked out front was a small commuter car, a Fiat, he guessed, based on its compact size and a design so stylized it reminded him of a slightly oversized bottle of cologne. The door swung open after Harry's knock, revealing a tall, slender man Harry estimated to be in his mid-60s. The man offered a welcoming smile. "Hello there," he said. "How can I help you?" Detective Chief Inspector Harry Grimm. Harry introduced himself. "I'm looking for Lisa Shaw and Mick Johnson." "Oh, this must be about that dreadful business at the church," the man replied, his expression turning somber. "Please do come in." Harry followed him down a hallway and into a spacious living room. "I've just got the fire going," the man said. "This bitter cold just refuses to lift, doesn't it?" "I'm Stuart, Lisa's father." "Good to meet you," Harry said, noting that Stuart's Yorkshire accent was faint, almost polished away. This is a beautiful home. While not prone to envy, Harry couldn't help the thought. Lisa had clearly been raised in considerable comfort. The room had a traditional, almost curated elegance, as if her parents had toured grand estates and decided to create a cozy, scaled-down version. Plush burgundy sofas looked inviting enough to sink into completely. A substantial oak sideboard stood against one wall, accompanied by a well-stocked drinks cabinet. Sunlight streamed through the large windows, and the fireplace itself was a marvel, holding a crackling fire built with logs the size of small tree trunks. The walls were adorned not just with gilt-framed art, but with a gallery of photographs. In every one, Lisa was prominently featured, beaming, whether she was alone with her parents or surrounded by friends. "Thank you. That's very kind," Stuart said. "Now, can I offer you a drink? Perhaps a bit early for anything spirited, but I have an excellent coffee maker my wife gifted me for Christmas. I'm rather addicted to the stuff. Probably explains my dreadful sleep lately. But then who sleeps through the night at my age, always trekking to the bathroom?" "Quite," Harry managed, momentarily at a loss for a better response. "But I'm fine, thank you, if you're certain," Stuart said. "Now, I assume you're here for Lisa. One of your colleagues phoned ahead." "Yes. About half an hour ago, I believe," Stuart recalled. "Lisa got the message and mentioned you were coming by." "So she is here, then?" "Actually, no, she isn't." Harry drew in a slow, deliberate breath and let it out just as carefully. "Is Mick here by any chance?" "Michael?" "No, he's with Lisa." This was not starting well, Harry thought, catching himself pacing the room. He found himself pausing by the wall of photos. "Do you have any idea when they might return?" "I shouldn't think they'll be long," Stuart said. Harry's eyes scanned the images. Lisa in school uniform with the girl guides on family vacations. There were several of her with Gareth and the others duplicates of those he'd seen at the community office. Others showed an older Lisa at her graduation on a ski slope, relaxing in the sun with her parents. "I'm rather a photography enthusiast," Stuart admitted. "My wife, Millie, thinks I've gone overboard, but I disagree. It's like keeping all my favorite memories close, right here in the room with me." "She looks like she had a wonderfully happy childhood," Harry observed. It was undeniable. Every photo captured a radiant, authentic smile. "One can only hope," Stuart said, a note of wistfulness in his voice. "You do your best as a parent, and the job never really ends. One moment, they're your little child, and the next, you're looking at these pictures of a grown woman. But she'll always be our Lisa." "It's a good thing, being close to your family," Harry said. "We consider ourselves very fortunate," Stuart replied. "She still joins us on vacation now and then, believe it or not." He gestured toward the sunlit pictures of Lisa that Harry had noticed earlier. "That was in France, 3 summers back. We had a fantastic trip. She was feeling down, so we did what any parents would, we rallied around." Harry didn't have much to contribute after that, so he shifted topics. "Is that car parked outside yours?" "Goodness, no," Stuart chuckled. "Mine's tucked away in the garage. That compact one belongs to Lisa." "So they took Mick's vehicle then?" Stuart confirmed with a nod, and Harry moved closer to examine the photographs. Here's something, Harry began, reflecting on the case and mostly wanting to break the quiet. It might seem a bit unusual, but it came up during our team discussion earlier. Fire away, Stuart answered. Though I doubt I'll be much help. Detective work isn't exactly my forte. Harry offered a smile. It's probably nothing major, but do you recall Lisa and her friends all having nicknames? Stuart let out a laugh. My word, I'd totally forgotten about that. How in the world did you uncover that tidbit? A photo from the church, they'd all signed it, Harry explained, lightly tapping the glass of one framed picture. They each signed with these nicknames, and I was just trying to match which name went with which face in these photos, that's all. Stuart stepped over to stand beside Harry, leaning in for a better look. Well, I remember Gareth was called Toots, he said. It was Christopher who handed out all the names, quite the imaginative lad, that one. Always had his nose in a book, making up stories. Toots? Harry echoed. Because he fancied himself the best singer, Stuart clarified. Or at least he thought he was. Truth be told, Christopher was just as talented. He went by Donut. Penny was Quidsy and Claire, poor Claire, they called her Psycho. Harry laughed. Well, our guesses were on point then, he said. Remarkable, but why Donut for Christopher? He was, let's say, a bit rounder as a kid, Stuart explained. Kids can be brutally honest, can't they? That leaves Rambo and Bonnie, Harry noted. Rambo was Andrew, Stuart said. Completely obsessed with that movie, dreamed of enlisting when he grew up. Actually, I think he even gave it a shot anyway. He's over at the auction house in Leyburn these days. So Bonnie must have been Lisa, Harry concluded. Bonnie? Stuart shook his head. No, she was never Bonnie. Bunny, yes, but not Bonnie. Bunny? Harry repeated, and just as he was about to ask why, a chill traced down his spine. Everything all right, Detective? Stuart inquired. Harry was fixed on the photograph. It couldn't be possible, could it? He wrestled with the reason, the motive. Never mind the method. Do you know where Lisa and Mick have gone? Harry asked urgently. They're over at Christopher's place, Stuart said. No clue why, he called. Just before you arrived and off they went. And you're certain her nickname was Bunny? Harry pressed. Absolutely, Stuart affirmed, then slipped into the hallway, returning moments later with a keychain. See, that's a rabbit's foot, Harry exclaimed, recalling his earlier conversation with Jaden, stunned to encounter another of these eerie tokens on the same day. She's carried it for years, Stuart replied, ever since she was a little girl. But Harry was no longer listening. He was already out the door, phone in hand, calling the office back in Hawes, Chapter 36. Harry was parked a short distance from Christopher's house when he spotted 2 police response vehicles pulling in behind him. He stepped out to meet the rest of the team. Gordy reached him first, with Matt and the others forming a circle. What's the situation? She asked. Our suspect, I believe, Harry stated. Who? Matt questioned. Harry scanned the group, then said, Lisa Shaw. A wave of disbelief washed over them, eyes widening at the name. I know, Harry said. And whatever you're all thinking right now is exactly what's been running through my mind while I waited for you. Lisa Shaw, though? Jen uttered. It can't be, can it? How is that even possible? Jim asked, his voice thick with disbelief. And what's the motive? Jim pressed. Harry rubbed his chin, his thoughts a jumble, and noticed Fly watching him intently from a patrol car window. All right, think back to what the pathologist said about the tower. Too many details and not enough answers, if you ask me, Matt replied. We've got paint from Gareth's house on the tower walls, a door lock busted from the inside, and that strange bit about rabbit fur. Exactly, Harry said, jabbing a finger toward Matt. The rabbit fur. I'm lost, Liz admitted. The nicknames, Harry prompted. On that old photograph. Remember Rambo and Psycho and the rest. Donut, Quidsy, Toots and Bonnie. Jaden recited from his small notebook. Well, we were on the right track, or you were, Jen, Harry said, offering a nod of approval to the constable. Psycho was Claire Sykes and Quidsy was Penny. As for the others, Gareth was Toots, Christopher was Donut, and Rambo was Andrew. So Lisa was Bonnie then? Liz said. I'm still not following. That's because we misread it, Harry explained. Remember how faded the writing was? It turns out it wasn't Bonnie at all. It was Bunny. Matt shook his head in skepticism. That's a stretch, he stated. Then there's this, Harry said, holding up Lisa's keychain for the group to see. Hey, that's my rabbit's foot, Jaden exclaimed before patting his pocket. No, wait, it can't be. Mine's right here. This belongs to Lisa, Harry clarified. From what I understand, she's had it since she was a child. So she owns a rabbit's foot and had the childhood nickname Bunny, Gordy summarized. That doesn't mean she murdered Gareth, does it? In fact, it's so unrelated I'm starting to think all that cheese and cake Matt's been pushing on you has finally scrambled your brains. But the concert was Lisa's idea, Matt interjected. She mentioned that to Jen and me during our interview earlier this week, which means the only reason Gareth was here at all was because of her, Harry concluded, a spark of conviction in his eyes. See, I'm onto something here. I can feel it. Liz was flipping through her notes. I wrote this down when we were all together. Can't recall the day, but it was you, Jen, who suggested you thought she had a bit of a childhood crush on Gareth. Mick mentioned that too, Jen confirmed. It's apparently why Lisa went into music. She was following Gareth's path. Which is a little odd, I suppose. Odd or not, why kill him? Matt challenged. Why bring him here just to do that? That's the part I don't understand. I honestly don't know, Harry admitted, and he truly didn't, but a persistent itch of suspicion demanded to be scratched, no matter the cost, to uncover the truth. And I know I don't have nearly enough for an arrest. Not even close. But I do have sufficient grounds to bring her in for questioning. I'm certain of it. So here we are. Fair enough, said Gordy. But why do you need us here? Because, Harry said, his tone turning grave, if I'm right, and Lisa is responsible for some reason, this could spiral out of control fast. We've all seen how people react in these situations. Some turn inward, quiet and thoughtful. Others scream, shout and lash out, and some just run, guilty or not, pure panic taking over. Fight or flight, Matt said. Exactly, Harry agreed. And with this weather, the last thing I want is Lisa bolting into the snow. Who knows what could happen then? The team fell silent. Valid points, well made, Gordy conceded. So what do you need from us? Just be ready, Harry instructed, turning toward the house. Fan out down the road a bit. See if there's any access to the back of the property, just in case. I'll leave the specifics to you. Stay low and out of sight. I don't want to spook anyone. And what are you going to do? Matt asked. Harry paused, glanced back at the detective sergeant and flashed a confident, determined grin. Well, I'll just be my usual delightful self, he replied. The pounding on the door was forceful enough to rouse the entire neighbourhood, which was precisely the intention. Harry needed to leave no question in the minds of anyone inside that a visitor was demanding entry, and that they ought to answer promptly. The house stood utterly still, offering no response. Harry knocked once more, this time using the heel of his fist against the solid wood. This is Detective Chief Inspector Grimm, he announced, just as his phone vibrated in his pocket. Grimm, he snapped into the receiver. It's Sowerby, the voice on the line answered. Have I caught you at an inconvenient moment? You could definitely say that, Harry said, taking a step back from the door and scanning the silent facade of the house. What do you have? Your constable rang, wondering if I'd turned up anything further. And have you? I have, Sowerby confirmed, but I can ring back later if you'd prefer. No, go ahead now, tell me. Rabbit fur, Sowerby stated. Harry felt a flash of irritation at the mention of the small animal. It seemed to be haunting this entire case. What about it? This may sound unorthodox, but I ran a search through Holmes. For rabbit fur, you're joking. An immediate frosty silence travelled down the line. I can assure you, Detective, Sowerby said coolly, that I do not undertake professional inquiries as a joke. If that is your assumption. No, I apologize, Harry cut in. What did you find? The house remained eerily quiet, not a whisper of movement from within. It wasn't merely unusual, it felt fundamentally off. Regarding fur, specifically, very little, Sowerby continued, but rabbits as a subject yielded more. That doesn't exactly brighten my day, Harry sighed. So there are numerous crimes involving rabbits? Not exactly, Sowerby clarified, but there have been scattered incidents over the years, typically the stranger cases tied to animal cruelty or odd obsessions. What sort of incidents? Harry pressed. We're not looking at some deranged bunny hunter, are we? No, nothing like that, Sowerby said, but one particular record did surface. What was it? A fatal road accident 3 years back occurred in Kent. You're telling me you found a report about a crash caused by a rabbit? Harry couldn't believe the direction the conversation was taking. Had everyone lost their minds? It was a hit and run. The driver who caused the collision fled, and the vehicle was later confirmed as stolen. Is there a reason you're telling me this? 2 reasons, actually, Sowerby replied. First, the individuals in the other vehicle were Gareth Jones and his wife, Karen. As I'm sure you're aware, Karen later died from her injuries. A faint metallic rattle came from the door, a chain being slid back. And the second reason, a rabbit's head was discovered inside the abandoned car, Sowerby said, desiccated, nearly mummified. Remarkably, the remains were still in evidence storage. I had them sent over for examination and, another sound interrupted, the distinct turn of a key in a lock. Harry's attention snapped to the door, waiting for it to open, but Sowerby's voice persisted in his ear. It's the same DNA. Say that again, Harry asked, his gaze fixed on the door. Something about DNA. What about it? Did you get a match? The door began to swing inward. It was identical, Sowerby stated. Identical to what? Spell it out for me. I'm telling you, Sowerby replied, just as Harry watched the door open fully, revealing the dim interior beyond, that the rabbit's head recovered from the car involved in the crash that killed Gareth Jones's wife. It comes from the very same rabbit that was concealed for who knows how long inside the wall of the church in Askrigg. The words registered, but their meanings seemed to twist in the air, refusing to settle into sense. This was a murder investigation. What was the pathologist doing talking about rabbits? Then Sowerby's voice came through again, sharper and more insistent. Grim, are you listening? It's the same animal, Harry. The same rabbit. But the doorway was now occupied. Harry ended the call and turned to face the person standing before him. Lisa, Harry said, though her name caught in his throat, emerging as little more than a strained breath. You didn't have to come all this way, Lisa said, her smile a tight, unconvincing line that didn't reach her eyes, which held a flat, vacant look. We were on our way back. I told my father to let you know. You did, I'm aware, Harry replied, but this couldn't wait. I really need to speak with you. About what? May I come inside? Lisa had the tense posture of something trapped, all nerves and flight instinct. He was suddenly very grateful he'd called for backup to wait down the street. I can't just let you in. This isn't my place. I'd have to check with Christopher. I can't imagine he'd object. I'm happy to ask him myself if that helps. No. She was poised to slam the door. Harry could feel it. For the moment, he still had her in the frame, which was his only advantage. If he could just keep her talking, maybe convince her to step out calmly, or invite him in for a quiet conversation, that would be progress. Tell you what, Harry said, keeping his tone steady and reasonable. Why don't you go get Christopher for me? And Mick too. Then we can all sit down together, have a proper talk, put on some coffee maybe. You want to talk to Mick too? Sure, why not, Harry said. There are just a few points I need to clarify, and Mick might be able to help. So what do you think? Lisa didn't answer. She just stood there, frozen, her gaze fixed somewhere past him. Lisa? I'm sorry, you can't come in, please. Just leave. She began to push the door closed. Harry couldn't allow that. He also couldn't risk spooking her further, because a more troubling question was forming in his mind. Where were Mick and Christopher? Why was Lisa answering the door instead of the homeowner? I need to come in, Lisa, Harry said, his voice low. Whatever is going on, We just need to talk. You'll be safe. I give you my word. Lisa was shaking her head now, tears welling and spilling over. Harry raised his hands, palms open and empty. See? Nothing up my sleeves. No cuffs, no tricks. It's just me, and all I want is a conversation. She retreated another step into the dim hallway. I'm not here to hurt you, Lisa, Harry said, a note of urgency creeping into his carefully measured tone. That's not why I came. I just want to understand what happened. That's it. Can you do that? The door inched shut another few inches. Time for a different approach. Christopher, are you home? Harry called out, loud enough for anyone inside or nearby to hear. Mick, it's Detective Chief Inspector Grimm. I just want to talk with Lisa, with everyone. Can someone come to the door? You have to stop, Lisa pleaded, her voice strained. Just stop, please. Harry took a cautious step forward. Christopher, Mick, is everything all right in there? Don't come any closer, Lisa cried. You can't. You don't get it. Running out of options short of forcing his way in, Harry reached into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a small stack of photographs. I've been looking at these, Lisa, he said, holding them up so she could see. You look happy here, you and all your friends. She had paused, her eyes locked on the images. That's you there, right? Look how young you were, Harry continued, a forced cheerfulness in his voice. I bet you have some stories from those days. I'd really like to hear them. I'm a good listener, Lisa, honestly. I know my face isn't the friendliest, but if you can look past that, I think we'll be just fine. My story isn't interesting, Lisa muttered, her voice barely audible. Now, don't say that, Harry pressed on. What about all those nicknames, huh? I'd love to hear about those, about how you got yours. It was Bunny, wasn't it? That's a sweet nickname. What? Her voice was suddenly sharp, her eyes wide with something beyond fear, a flash of raw anger. Your nickname, Harry repeated. You remember, Bunny? See, I first read it as Bonnie, but the writing is faded, then your father mentioned. I didn't choose that name? Lisa snapped, the words bursting out of her. None of us did. None of us. It was his idea, all his. Not mine, not anyone else's. Lisa he called me that. I was crying because it was dead, and he just kept stabbing it. Then he called me Bunny. He claimed it was a term of endearment, a pet name, but it wasn't. Not to me. Never to me. Harry was completely lost. He couldn't grasp why a childhood nickname had triggered such a raw, visceral reaction, but at least he had her focus again. No one is mocking you, Harry said, his voice steady. I'm certainly not. Like I said, I just want to talk. We can go through these pictures together, you and me. Mick and Christopher can join us. You can tell us the stories behind them. The silence in the house felt oppressive, a tangible weight in the air. An instinct, sharp and urgent, told Harry he needed to get inside immediately. It was awful, Lisa sobbed, her words tumbling out in a frantic rush. There was a thunderstorm, and I was terrified. It was supposed to be a game, a spooky kind of fun, you know. But it wasn't fun at all. It was just horrible, and he stabbed the rabbit. It was already dead, and he just kept stabbing it. Harry had edged closer, nearly at the threshold. One more step, and he'd be inside with Lisa, and could signal for backup. But one wrong move now could send her into a panic. Was the rabbit your pet, Lisa? Is that what this is about? Did Gareth hurt your rabbit and then tease you with that name? When Lisa spoke again, her voice was a frayed whisper, choked with a desperation that filled the quiet hall. You don't get it. You just don't. You're not even hearing me. I'm hearing you, Lisa. I am right here, right now. That's all I'm doing. No, you're not, she screamed, the sound raw. You're listening, but you're not understanding. He stabbed the rabbit. He did it. And then we all had to make a wish and swear never to tell. Don't you see? We all kept our wishes secret, just like we were supposed to. But only one person's wish came true, and now he's dead. Gareth is dead. I know he is, Harry said, his tone softening. I loved him, Lisa whispered, the anger draining into grief. I always loved him, and now he's gone because of someone else's secret wish. That's why he's dead. That's why I have to listen, why I have to do what he says. That's the real reason we came here. Or what, Lisa? Tell me." Her face went slack, all expression vanishing as if a switch had been flipped. "Mick," she breathed. Then the door slammed shut. Harry threw his weight against the door just before the latch fully engaged, his shoulder connecting with a solid thud. He stumbled into the hallway beyond, tripped and pitched forward. Instinct took over. He tucked his head, rolled with the momentum, and came up in a low crouch. A piercing scream cut through the air, and he caught a glimpse of Lisa vanishing through a door beneath the staircase.
Boss?
Harry glanced back to see Detective Sergeant Matt Dinsdale in the hallway with him. "She went down there," Harry pointed. "Through that door, you all right?" Matt asked. "I'm fine," Harry snapped, pushing himself upright. "Just get that door open now." Matt delivered a powerful kick to the door. "One more should do it." He was right. The flimsy lock on the other side gave way with a crack, the door swinging inward into thick darkness. "Looks like a cellar." "Of course it's the cellar," Harry sighed, brushing himself off. "It's always the damn cellar, isn't it?" He peered down into the gloom, the stairs before them poorly lit. "Lisa!" Harry shouted into the darkness. "Lisa, don't do anything rash. Just stop and think, okay? Think about where you are. Mick has nothing to do with this. Neither does Christopher. Please, Lisa." No answer came from the shadows below. "Fantastic," Harry muttered. "I'll second that," Matt said. "Should I call the others?" Harry shook his head. "Not yet. We don't know what's down there. She's scared enough as it is." "What about Mick and Christopher?" "That," Harry said, his gaze fixed on the dark doorway, "is exactly what's worrying me." Matt reached into his pocket and produced a slim black flashlight. A quiet click echoed, and a sharp beam sliced through the gloom. "All set?" Harry inquired. "Always am," Matt responded. Harry led the way down into the cellar, Matt trailing a few steps behind, his light washing over the wooden stairs. Keeping his back to the wall, Harry descended slowly, gaining a clearer view of the shadowy space below. "We're here, Lisa," Harry called out, his voice firm. "There's nowhere left to run. Just come out quietly, all right? Come back with us so we can sort this out together before anyone else gets injured." The air felt unexpectedly warm and dry to Harry, carrying scents of machine oil, clean laundry, and old timber. A sudden movement in the dark made him lurch backward, colliding with Matt. They both tumbled to the floor as something heavy smashed into the wall exactly where Harry's head had been a moment before. Matt scrambled up. "What in the world was that?" Harry leaned forward and spotted a claw hammer lying on a step. "Evidence," he stated flatly, rising to his feet. Now, caution was discarded. Someone had just hurled a hammer at his skull, and that sort of provocation really got under his skin. "All right, Lisa, playtime is officially over," Harry shouted, his voice echoing. "What you just did, that's assault, maybe even attempted murder. So if you were trying to put me in a foul mood, congratulations, mission accomplished." In a flash, Harry was at the foot of the stairs with Matt hustling to catch up. The cellar was vast, a labyrinth of shelves and deep shadows stretching into the distance. Harry glanced at Matt. "You carrying pepper spray." "Got it right here, boss," Matt confirmed. "If she charges you, use it. Got that." Without waiting for an answer, Harry turned and moved deeper into the cellar. He inched along a narrow aisle, rows of shelving branching off into darkness, with Matt's beam lighting a path just enough to reveal the far wall ahead. He was getting close to wherever Lisa was concealed. "Lisa, you need to surrender now, please. This isn't some game. It's finished." Suddenly, Harry was hoisted off his feet and slammed against the wall. Stars exploded behind his eyes. Then he was lifted again and driven down onto the concrete floor with a force that knocked the air clean from his lungs. Gasping, Harry opened his eyes to see Matt rushing to help, only to watch him get dropped by a solid punch to the jaw. "You son of a..." Harry shoved himself upright, braced against the wall for a second, then launched himself at the figure who'd thrown the punch. His momentum threw them off balance, and he pressed the advantage. driving forward with his legs, forcing his attacker to stagger back until they crashed into a tall set of shelves. An avalanche of pots, glass jars, and wooden scraps rained down from the darkness. Harry hauled himself up the wobbling shelves, getting his footing. Then a brutal blow to his stomach sent a surge of bitter bile into his throat. He choked on the acidic burn, filling his mouth and nose. Another punch came, but Harry was prepared this time. The soldier within him took command, shoving the policeman aside. He drove his elbow and forearm forward like a wedge, deflecting the blow which scraped painfully down his arm. When a second punch followed, he blocked it again, and then Harry shifted from defense to offense. He closed the distance, staying tight, and began firing his own punches, short, sharp jabs that pushed his assailant steadily backward. This was pure survival. Harry knew if he didn't press the attack forcefully, his opponent would recover and come at him again, possibly with another weapon, another hammer. He wasn't about to risk that, not with his life on the line. The assailant attempted to fight back, their sheer size almost overwhelming Harry. But he was already inside their guard, driving his elbows in hard and fast from alternating sides. He wasn't aiming for specific targets, just creating relentless pressure, shoving and striking without pause, refusing to yield any ground or moment of thought. "Boss, get down!" Matt's shout tore through the darkness. Harry dropped instantly to his knees as his detective sergeant moved past him, directing a precise stream of pepper spray into the attacker's face. A raw scream shattered the air. Harry scrambled aside, and Matt clambered over him, his flashlight beam stark and bright as he secured the arrest. It was only then Harry saw who it was. "Chris!" The large man was on the concrete floor, hands cuffed behind him now, choking and sputtering from the spray, a complete wreck, but alive and breathing. A hot, sharp anger flared in Harry's chest. Part of him wanted to take another swing after what had just happened. Then another sound reached him, a faint, broken whimper from the dark. Back on his feet, Harry moved to the far end of the cellar, turned left and found Lisa and Mick. Lisa stared up at him, her eyes ravaged by tears and burst blood vessels. She was kneeling, cradling Mick's head in her lap. "He told me he'd kill Mick if I said a word. That's what he said. I couldn't let you in, Lisa," Harry said, moving toward her with deliberate care. "It's over. You're safe now." "He did it." Her voice was shattered, thin and frayed. "He killed Gareth because he wanted me. He's always wanted me. I was his obsession. That's why he pushed for it all those years ago when we were just kids. The whole rabbit thing in the old cemetery, that was why." Sobbing, she clutched Mick's head tighter. Harry took another cautious step forward, and a final piece of the puzzle clicked. "You were away on vacation," he said quietly. "When Gareth and Karen were hit by that car, that was Chris, not you." "It was all Chris," Lisa wept. "Everything. We only came back because he said he wanted to plan something for Gareth's memory. It sounded so thoughtful, you know. But it was all a lie, every bit of it, for all these years." Mick coughed wetly then, and Harry saw the dark, spreading stains on his shirt. On the floor beside him lay a pair of heavy-duty scissors. Matt, we need a medevac right now." The old military term slipped out, but Matt understood immediately. "On it, boss? You all right?" "I'm fine, go now." Matt bolted from the cellar. Moments later, others poured down the steps, Jadden and Jim taking charge of Christopher, while Gordy and Jen rushed to Harry's side, a first aid kit already open as they slid in next to Mick. "It's from Matt's go bag," Jen said briskly. "Our standard issue is good, but his is just a bit more comprehensive." Harry pushed himself upright and reached for Lisa. "Come on," he urged gently. "Let's get you outside." Lisa resisted. Her gaze locked on Mick as Gordy and Jen worked to stabilize him. "He's with the best people we have," Harry assured her. "Help is on the way," finally. She relented and let Harry guide her out. Outside, the night air was cool. Liz was waiting, a thick wool blanket in hand, which she wrapped around Lisa's shoulders. "Right then," Liz said, her tone firm but kind. "Let's get you settled in a warm patrol car, shall we? Come on." Harry watched them walk away before Matt approached again. Air ambulance is en route, Matt reported. Good, Harry nodded. How are you holding up? Probably better than I look, Harry said, guessing his face, beyond the old scars, was now a canvas of fresh cuts, scrapes, and blooming bruises. A sudden ironic laugh almost escaped him. After everything, here they were discussing his face. The shift from grim tension to this mundane exchange felt almost absurd. Well, you look terrible, Matt offered. Thanks, anytime. Harry leaned back against the hood of his RAV4. The adrenaline was fading, and a chorus of aches began announcing themselves, setting up small burning points of protest throughout his body. You never did tell me, you know. Tell you what? About Jean, Harry said. Why? She's in the hospital. Is it serious? It is, Matt replied, his voice steady but carrying a weight Harry hadn't heard before. But she's tough. She'll pull through, we both will. Harry found he had no words left, so he simply gave a slow, understanding nod into the quiet that followed. Look, if you need some personal time, you just have to say the word. Not immediately, but maybe in a few months. A knot tightened in Harry's stomach. It's that serious, Matt. I'm genuinely sorry. If there's anything at all I can do. Matt moved to stand directly in front of him. She's pregnant, he stated. For a split second, Harry's fist nearly connected with Matt's jaw in sheer startled reaction. Chapter 39. A full month had passed since the events in Asgrig. The snow was long gone, but a biting cold still hung in the air, which Harry gladly escaped by stepping into the warm, noisy bar of the Fountain Hotel in Hawes. The room buzzed with talk, and a hearty fire crackled in the fireplace. Boss! Harry looked toward the bar to see Matt waving. Pint of Buttertubs, Harry called out, receiving a thumbs up in return. Gordy approached him at the entrance, Anna by her side without her clerical collar. You've managed to make that tie look utterly miserable, Gordy remarked. So how's June doing? Harry asked. Absolutely radiant, Anna said. I know it's what everyone says, but it's true. Just see for yourself. Peering past the two women, Harry saw June holding court from her wheelchair, surrounded by the rest of his team. She caught his eye, flashed a brilliant smile, and waved. I still can't get over Matt keeping that from me, Harry admitted. From any of us. Had me seriously concerned for a bit. Just being careful, Gordy said, but I believe they're in the clear now. Matt, a father, Harry mused, shaking his head. Is the world prepared for that, I wonder?
Absolutely not, Gordy replied with a grin, which is what makes it all the more thrilling if you ask me.
Matt ambled over from the bar and handed Harry his pint. There you are. Much appreciated, Harry said, and thanks for the invitation to this little gathering. Well, we had to mark the occasion, Matt said. We're fairly confident everything's all right now. As sure as we can be, anyway. Harry's gaze found his brother Ben. He was over by the dartboard with Jim, Liz, Jaden, and Jen. Jaden was in his uniform, having stopped by while on duty, and judging by the scoreboard, Jen was predictably demolishing everyone. Harry noticed Ben standing beside Liz, his arm around her waist, both of them smiling. So, how's that developing? Matt asked. Bit of a shocker, wasn't it? Liz and Ben, you could say that, Harry replied. Seems like folks around here enjoy keeping me in the dark, don't they? He fixed a mock stern look on Matt, who blithely ignored it, and took a long swallow of his beer. They do look happy, though, Anna observed. That they do, Harry agreed, a smile breaking through despite himself. How was Superintendent Swift? Harry gave a slight shrug. The detective superintendent had visited earlier to meticulously re-examine every detail of the Gareth Jones case. Harry knew a mountain of paperwork awaited, along with court appearances and all the attendant formalities. Swift appeared to relish making an already complex and drawn-out process even more so. Had to walk through the entire thing again, Harry said. He's read the file, all the reports and notes, but he still insists on a verbal recap asking the same questions. The man missed his calling as a high school teacher. Gordy feigned a shudder. Good heavens, can you even imagine vividly? Harry said. Anna excused herself momentarily, leaving Gordy alone with Harry and Matt. "How is she managing?" Harry asked. "Surprisingly well, actually," Gordy said. "Or as well as anyone could be when they're a vicar who had a celebrity murdered in their church tower." "She seems lovely," Harry offered. "She's wonderful," Gordy affirmed. "So you're sticking around?" "For the time being, yes. I know it's early, but who can say, right?" Harry took a sip of his beer, trying not to look overly relieved. "Mick's out of danger," he mentioned. "Lisa's father called to let me know. And once more, thank you all for everything you did," Harry said. "We were just doing our job," Matt replied. "How's Lisa doing now?" "She's all right," Harry answered. "She and Mick split up, so she's back living at her parents' place for a while." He grew quiet then, his gaze drifting toward the window. "You've got to let this go, you know," Gordy told him, his tone blunt. "Let what go, all of this. You look like you've been dragged through a hedge backwards. Charming." "Wasn't meant to be," Gordy shot back. "And you know full well what I'm talking about." "We got there in time," Matt interjected. "Just like you said, Mick's fine. Chris is looking at a very long stretch inside, that's certain, and Lisa will bounce back." "Even so," Harry murmured, "I was so convinced it was Lisa." "All the signs seemed to point right at her, didn't they?" "They did right up until they pointed somewhere else," Gordy said with a shrug. "That's detective work for you. Nothing's ever straightforward. And if it looks too easy, you're probably heading the wrong way." Harry turned it all over in his mind. Everything that had come out after Chris's arrest. A silly game Lisa and her friends had played in the churchyard, daring each other to be brave, had twisted into something dark for one of them. A childish dare that felt thrillingly risky, until it became genuinely deadly, leaving 2 people dead. It could have been worse. He wanted Lisa for himself, Harry said quietly. "When we did a full search of his place, we found stacks of photos of her, of Gareth, clippings about their careers. I'm not even sure he meant to kill Karen when he rammed their car. He'd been trailing them for years, taking vacation days, driving down to London just to watch from a distance." "That is profoundly disturbing behavior," Gordy stated. "It is," Harry agreed. "When he found out Gareth was coming back to Asgrig, things escalated. He overheard Lisa making a pass at Gareth outside the pub, and how Gareth blew her off. I think that's what finally broke him. And after he'd played the hero at the concert, the knight in shining armor dealing with those gate crashers, he'd had enough. Something just gave way." "He pretended to be drunk," Gordy added. Harry nodded. "He did. He'd had a few, sure, but he hammed it up, and everyone bought it because heavy drinking wasn't his style, not with all that fitness training he was into. And he shouldn't have busted that lock from the inside," Matt pointed out. "That was sloppy." "It was," Harry conceded. "The damage matched the hammer he took from Gareth's cottage, plus those keys he'd kept since he was a boy. Stole them from their old chormaster," Harry explained, "so he could sneak in and check on that rabbit he'd buried behind the tower wall. He truly believed in what they did as kids, that the sacrifice would work and their wishes would come true." "But why?" Gordy asked, frustration in his voice. "It doesn't add up." "Scared to stop believing, I reckon," Harry said. "Because if that hope was gone, what did he have left? And in his mind, Gareth's wish had been granted. That's why he started lifting weights, to try and impress Lisa. But he was already too late. She went off to university, and he stayed here in the Dales. It just festered inside him." Anna rejoined the group. "Right then, who's ready for another round?" she asked brightly. "You know, the last time a vicar bought me a drink," Harry began, then trailed off. A memory surfaced of a rather raucous army party where everyone was in costume, and he'd learned that a bouncy castle at 2 a.m. was a terrible idea, especially with a major from the special boat service involved. He decided to keep that story to himself. "Well, would you look at that?" Matt exclaimed, pointing outside. Harry squinted through the glass. "Is that snow? You're having me on?" "Looks like it," Matt confirmed. "Which reminds me." "Reminds you of what?" Harry asked. "Come on," Matt said, finishing his drink and setting the glass down. I've got something for you in the car. Harry paused as Matt reached the door. Have what exactly? He asked. Matt's smile was broad and unrestrained. My extra pair of cross-country skis, he announced, then shoved the door open and held it, waiting for Harry to follow him out into the white world. The end. DCI Harry Grimm will return in. Author's note. My initial winter in Wensleydale, back in early 1982, was truly magical. We had relocated from Gloucestershire, where snow was familiar, but we were utterly unprepared for the sight that greeted us one piercingly cold morning. The world beyond our window was a pristine, blinding white, the snow lying so deep and untouched that the plough hadn't even attempted the road. After a hasty breakfast, we bundled up and ventured out. The snow was nearly 2 feet deep in the garden, and we waded through it to reach the lane. Looking down toward Hawes, the village appeared smothered in a thick, sweet frosting, and with every step we took, the crust shattered and crackled under our boots. I recall those Dales winters with perfect clarity. School was often cancelled because the heating pipes had frozen solid, or because the buses couldn't safely navigate the winding Dale roads to Leyburn and back. Even on days school was open, kids from the local farms were frequently absent, out helping their parents dig out and check on the sheep. We'd go sledding on the hill just before the churchyard on the Hawes Road. Those runs were brutally fast and absolutely thrilling. And yes, I had skis of my own, though mine were for downhill, not cross-country. You'll remember Matt telling Harry about skiing the hills behind Hawes. I did that very thing. My dad, seizing any excuse to drive his ex-military Land Rover through the snow, ferried me and 2 friends, Adam and Mike, up the old Roman road. Adam and I had proper skis. Mike was stuck with a rickety old wooden pair. After we were dropped off, we skied all the way back toward Hawes, crossing fields where the stone walls were buried under massive drifts. I vividly remember tall blades of grass, trapped in thick sleeves of ice where the snow was thinner, shattering with a glassy sound as we passed. We finally coasted back into town, exhilarated and grinning, though Mike's adventure ended with a spectacular wipeout over a wall, his ancient wooden ski snapping clean in half as he face-planted into a drift. Regardless of the season, the Dales possess a powerful, almost mystical allure. Under a summer sun, the fields and fells don't just glow green but shimmer with hints of purple and gold. When storms roll through, the landscape takes on a somber, dramatic beauty that makes you want to retreat inside, light the fireplace and settle in with a strong cup of tea and a slice of fruitcake. The rain revitalizes the very earth, releasing the deep, pitty scent of the soil and the grass. And when it snows, it brings a profound, muffled silence, as if the hills themselves have tucked in beneath a thick quilt to hibernate. If you ever get the chance to visit, and you absolutely should, don't fret over the calendar. Just go. Sure, the warmth of summer is lovely, but winter, spring and autumn each bestow their own unique, quieter magic on the place, long after the tourist crowds have departed. Honestly, few experiences compare to savouring a pint of local ale in a cosy Dales pub, listening to the autumn rain lash the windows as winter quietly approaches, then stepping back outside into the storm, the sharp, clean scent of coming snow already hanging in the air.